You are listening to My Iyashikei Game by I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 3:01. The message on the wall was dripping with intense hatred. After the game character entered the nuptial chamber, similar blood messages appeared on his body.
This curse is quite doable. As long as we don't cry, we can survive at Ziggurat.
Han Fei remembered the location of this room, but just as he was about to control the character to leave, the picture on the wall started to shift. The groom bled from all orifices, but the scarier thing was the woman in the bridal gown and veil had disappeared. Han Fei instantly moved towards the door, but at that moment, all the doors slammed shut on their own, and a woman in a bridal gown appeared behind the game character, standing in an awkward posture. Sharpened nails pierced into the character's neck. She basically pinched and lifted the character up from the ground. Seeing his life drained away from the character, Han Fei did not panic. If anything, it appeared like an epiphany dawned on him. His eyes were not even on his character. Instead, they were fixed on the bride. He even tried to adjust the camera angle to try to look under the bride's veil. After multiple attempts, Han Fei finally got a good look of the face under the veil just as his character died. It is her. So she lives in Ziggurat's first floor, room 3. Staring at the bride on screen, a professional smile carved Han Fei's face. He was genuinely happy. The bride could be considered his aide at the Ziggurat. After knowing her location, he would go find her directly. That would aid greatly in his exploration of the Ziggurat. Even just getting that information makes my trip here today worthwhile. His character had already dissolved into a blood pool, but Han Fei was still staring at the bride. Seeing Han Fei like this, Zhuangren sucked in a cold breath and silently moved away from the man. Technically, there was nothing wrong about the young man before him, but Zhuangren just felt some kind of strange energy coming from him. Holding the controller, his character was already dead, but he was still looking at the scary bride ghost with such happiness and joy. It felt like Han Fei knew this ghost, like perhaps she was his first love. Zhuangren wanted to leave, but then he was reminded of something. His own family was trapped inside Ziggurat, and Han Fei said that he was experiencing the same thing. So could the bride really be Han Fei's family? Taking in the shock, Zhuangren breathed out.
Is that ghost your wife? What are you talking about? Her husband's picture is clearly on the wall.
Han Fei turned to glance at Zhuangren. He couldn't understand the man's thoughts. The sky was already darkening. Han Fei put down the controller and prepared to leave.
Why don't you stay here tonight? We need to clear this game as soon as possible.
Zhuangren's most desperate wish now was still to see his own family.
I still have something else to do at night. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back tomorrow morning. If it doesn't go smoothly, then you might not see me again.
Han Fei said in a serious tone.
Do not tell anyone about the game. There should be other people looking for it, other than me. And the person who murdered your family might be one of them.
Han Fei didn't sugarcoat the truth. He really did think the butterfly might have orchestrated the death of the director's family.
Murder?
Hearing that, the look in Zhuangren's eyes changed.
I've already memorized your family's names and appearance. I'll help you pay attention for them.
Han Fei was going to enter the cryptic world Ziggurat. If he met Zhuangren's family there, he would try his best to help them. Han Fei had just exited Pear Blossom neighborhood when he noticed every pedestrian's heads were turned towards the east. Han Fei then realized that the sky wasn't as dark as it should be. He also turned his head to the east and realized there was a giant virtual screen above the intelligent city, and it was filled with the number 5.
That is the official countdown date for Perfect Life's OB? Isn't this a bit much?
Han Fei had spent a whole day at Zhuangren's home, so he didn't realize the chaos which had happened online. Deep Space Tech and Immortal Pharma finally released the final trailer of the game, and the trailer didn't take long to break records for most views of a gaming trailer online. The two giants were preparing for the game's OB not only on the web, but also in real life. The countdown screens were activated at the intelligence centers of the nation's 7 biggest cities. Han Fei could barely imagine the amount of money that must have gone into this. On the internet, people held different opinions. Some were very averse to Perfect Life, believing it would ruin humanity, trapping everyone inside their own dreams. Others had deep expectations of the game. They saw it as the herald of a miracle, the chance for humans to create their own heavens. However, no matter where you stood on, no one could stop the arrival of the new age. Viewed from the future, this game's OB might be a turning point in human history. The changing of time was often initiated by a single individual. Using himself as an axle, Immortal Pharma's director had slowly turned the world on its axis. Han Fei felt dwarfed by the large virtual screen. He stared at it for a while before pulling his attention back. Regardless, this has nothing to do with me. My main goal is still to survive. Han Fei didn't stop to admire the spectacle, but took a taxi home. After reporting to the police his location and basic status, Han Fei inspected his room. After ensuring there was no danger, Han Fei crawled into the gaming hub. There's a reason for its price. This gaming hub is more comfortable than my bed. I should probably just sleep here in the future. Han Fei's rental was so small that he was considering removing the bed and replacing it with another work table to analyze the cases. Time was ticking. As the clock moved towards midnight, Han Fei's heart pounded faster. The unmentionable must hate me so much since I've escaped from it twice already. If I were him, I would stay at that spot until the end of time to wait for me to return. When the clock struck midnight, Han Fei connected all the wires, put on the gaming helmet, and closed the hub door. Blood fell, and Han Fei saw in his mind a city frozen in blood. Somewhere in the city, something sensed his arrival, and a pair of horrifying eyes slowly opened. The moment the eyes opened, Han Fei's eyes flew open as well. He had appeared on the second floor of the security company. Chapter 302. In just one night, many changes had happened at the security company. The building looked like it had been singed. The fire took down the surrounding buildings as well. All the ghosts had been eliminated, forming a death zone where no one dared to enter. The singer looks mad, but this is good too. The greater its destruction, the bigger the chance Butterfly would think it was the singer who ruined the sea of flowers at the basement 4th floor. After narrowly escaping the singer and shoving the blame of the company's destruction onto it, Han Fei knew he mustn't stay a moment longer at the security company. The elevator was not working. He came to the 2nd floor window. Just as he prepared to jump, the ground covered in blood and curse slowly protruded. There was rustling, and then a black stone appeared in sight.
Big Sin.
The poisonous insect with spines and menacing blood pattern rushed towards Han Fei happily.
Notification for player 0000. You've been infected by soul poison. Please seek immediate medical treatment.
Han Fei was glad that Big Sin was still alive, but his life points didn't allow him to do much celebration. Hugging Big Sin, Han Fei jumped down from the 2nd floor window. When he parted from his neighbors yesterday, he promised to meet them here at midnight. It was now midnight, but there was no sign of them. They seemed to have run into trouble as well. There were hidden dangers at every corner of the cryptic world. Other than unmentionables like the singer, no one dared to wander about freely.
We should wait a little bit longer.
Han Fei couldn't quit the game, and he was alone. He felt extremely low on security. Time ticked by. Han Fei was pricked by constant anxiety, but he had no idea where it came from. He only knew his heart was pounding very fast. Perhaps it's better for me to find a place to hide first. Han Fei signaled for Big Sin to follow him, but it was acting very strangely. It was inordinately lively. It bounced about like it was dancing, and the bloody pattern on its shell was startlingly red.
What's wrong with you?
As he reached out to touch Big Sin's back, Han Fei received 2 more notifications.
Notification for player 0000. Big Sin's ability, Omen of Death, has been triggered. It sees a thick haze of death on you. If there's no surprise, you only have half an hour left to your life. You've been infected by soul poison. Please seek immediate medical attention. Omen of Death? I'm showing an Omen of Death.
Han Fei looked at the Big Sin who was still twirling about, and he was suddenly reminded of the feeling he had when he logged in earlier. Inside the blood-frozen city, a pair of eyes slowly opened and locked onto him. That can only be the singer. It knows that I am here. Han Fei's face twitched, but he came to a decision immediately. He grabbed Big Sin and rushed towards the ziggurat. To exit the game, I have to complete one mission and stay for at least 3 hours. Big Sin already sensed death on me, and the system said I only have half an hour to live. In other words, the singer would arrive in half an hour. The bigger the danger Han Fei was in, the faster his brain would work. Even with the collaboration of all my neighbors, they won't be able to fight the singer, so it's pointless for me to return to Happiness Neighborhood. Han Fei's mind was clear. Since the singer had targeted him and he had nowhere else to run, then he would go to Ziggurat. Instead of just waiting for death, why not try to make something out of it? Even if I die, the butterfly and the singer would not have a good life. At least that would help the police and Huang Yin by some time. After training in the cryptic world, Han Fei could maintain his clarity of mind at any moment, including when he was about to die. If he couldn't change the ending, then he would make his death as valuable as possible. Putting on the mask, Han Fei hid his presence and then raced towards Ziggurat with Big Sin attached to him. The promise with the bride is that she'll come get me 4 days later. If I go to her home now, would she be there? If she's not there, but her husband is, things will be so awkward. Then again, Han Fei had no other solution. The singer's appearance had shattered all of Han Fei's plans, but in a way, it had already ruined the butterfly's plan as well. Everything was jumbled up and moved forward. Ziggurat was the most dangerous locale at Yiming Street. The closer one was to Ziggurat, the stranger and scarier the ghosts one would meet. Han Fei was wise to hide from them. Han Fei found a second use for Big Sin. Whenever it acted with excitement, Han Fei knew immediately he had to turn around and use another path. Everyone saw Big Sin as the manifestation of disaster, but Han Fei saw it as a treasure. He didn't blame Big Sin for predicting his death. It was not its intention, that was merely its nature. Furthermore, it was all thanks to Big Sin that Han Fei managed to know about the imminent danger. Before the song arrived, Han Fei had already escaped from the scene. When he believed he was close to the ziggurat, the strange song finally echoed from behind him. It is here. Han Fei's back straightened. He ran faster without even turning around to look. The singer appeared suddenly, and it moved incredibly fast. This time, it swore to not let Han Fei slip away again. Han Fei abandoned his disguise and ran as fast as he could. Finally, the cluster of buildings appeared at the end of the street. Compared to the other buildings, this cluster of buildings radiated a thick sense of death. The bottom of the buildings was covered in darkness. Han Fei could feel the buildings summoning him, calling him to join them.
Notification for player 0000. You are about to enter the Grade E hidden map, Ziggurat. You are 15 levels too early to challenge this map. Please consider this carefully.
The system kept giving warnings and hints. This had never happened before. But this also showed the danger and uniqueness of the ziggurat. The map left behind by the previous manager flashed in Han Fei's mind. He had purposely circled out Ziggurat. This place was not only the most dangerous locale in this area, it also contained his memory fragment. If Han Fei could enter Ziggurat, he might have the chance to see Fu Sheng again. I know this place is dangerous, but I have no other choice. Han Fei was thankful that he had added all of his attribute points and his stamina, because the version of himself in the past wouldn't have completed this journey in half an hour. The singer was right behind him. Han Fei started his final sprint. His mind was clear as his fingers gripped around Big Sin. When the shrill song exploded beside his ears, he rammed right into the black mist.
Notification for player 0000. You've entered Grade E hidden map, Ziggurat. You've triggered the Grade E hidden mission, Death Curse.
Chapter 303.
Death Curse. Grade E hidden mission. You'll die in a predestined way at a certain moment in time. Mission requirement. Change that destiny and survive. Due to the player's low level, additional hint is provided. Room 4444.
The mission information was very short, compared to essays from previous missions. This was just several sentences, but that only made Han Fei more nervous. Grade F mission corresponded to level 10 to 20, Grade E 20 to 30, but Han Fei was only level 12. If not for the singer, he would not have challenged this map so early. Speaking of which, even after entering the mist, the singer still didn't let Han Fei go, but their distance slowly widened. The black mist was like a maze. Any people and ghosts who entered it would appear at different locations. As Han Fei continued to walk deeper, he realized the blood on his guard uniform was fading, and so did his memory and consciousness. In his mind, the black mist wasn't that big, but Han Fei felt like he had been walking for a long time already. There was no exit, no light, and no one else. The longer he stayed there, the fuzzier his mind. The black mist could transmute and consume memory.
Where's the ziggurat?
He was unable to tell his directions, but whenever he lifted his head, the tall skyscrapers would be around him. They were connected by walkways and death oozed out from them. Han Fei continued to wander inside the mist until the blood on the guard uniform had fully disappeared. Spirit of death inside the mist suddenly boiled, and it solidified into a spear to lunge towards his body. At the same time, blood-red characters surfaced on Han Fei's skin. The story Jin Sheng left in him was working. The blood melted into the death curse and surged towards his mind. His head felt like it was going to break. There was a voice in his mind giving him direction, pushing him towards completing the story. With nudging steps, Han Fei until he found a black door. He had no idea how long he had wandered in the mist. He pushed the door open and cold light showered on his face. His body tumbled to the ground, and the piercing pain in his mind abated. Slowly, Han Fei opened his eyes. His neck, arms, cheeks, basically body parts which were not shielded by the guard uniform, were bleeding. The blood was black and thick with death. The cattle mask was unable to stop the infiltration of the mist. Han Fei did not look like his usual self at all at that moment. He tried to move, and pain came from everywhere. If not for Jin Sheng's story, Han Fei would be dead before he even entered Ziggurat. With a spinning head, Han Fei turned subconsciously to his right arm. Big Sin was missing, but a blood-red pattern was left on his arm. It was similar to the pattern on Big Sin's shell. I can't stay at a place for too long. Dragging his wounded body, Han Fei turned back to look. There was a steel door behind him. He was now currently on the first floor of the ziggurat. If the ziggurat here reflects the ziggurat in the game, then the bride's room should be on this floor. Room 3 to be specific. With his hands on the wall, Han Fei planned to move forward when he heard frantic footsteps coming from the stairwell. There are two. No, wait. 3 people coming this way. Han Fei had no idea who was coming. He was so wounded that he could barely walk, much less fight. Staring at the door of room 3, Han Fei gritted his teeth and tried to move as fast as he could. His wounds tore open. When he came to the door, the few footsteps also arrived at the first floor corridor.
Is anyone home?
Han Fei tried the door, but it didn't budge. There was no answer to his knocking either.
Who is there? Don't move.
Rays from flashlights fell on Han Fei. He raised his hand to shield his eyes and leaned against door 3 weakly. The footsteps approached, and Han Fei looked through the gap in his fingers. 2 men in guard uniforms stuck to each other as they moved nervously towards him. Security? Ziggurat security? Han Fei's brain made up the solution in seconds. He slumped even weaker down the wall.
Didn't I warn you not to move? Where did you come from? And why are you wearing our neighborhood's guard uniform?
The 2 guards stopped 2 meters away from Han Fei. Their voices were loud, but it did nothing to hide the shaking in their voices. Han Fei didn't look like he possessed the energy to speak. He opened his mouth and blood leaked out.
Brother Hua, I don't think he's going to make it.
The younger guard moved forward with concern, but he was held back by the middle-aged guard.
Don't go near him. It's currently very dangerous in the neighborhood. There are so many missing people cases lately, and we mustn't let our guard down around strangers. So we just leave him to die? Have you forgotten about the things that happened on the first floor? What did your senior tell you before he disappeared? Do not go downstairs after midnight.
The middle-aged guard grabbed the other guard by his clothes. He shone his flashlight firmly on Han Fei.
Currently, we're the only 2 guards at Building 1. Before the new guard comes to join us, we better be careful.
Han Fei heard the conversation. With dying breath, he used his finger to dip into the black mouth trickling from his mouth and wrote on the wall.
He seems to be writing something.
The younger guard walked forward again to take a closer look at the uneven characters.
Do not go out. There is. Outside.
Han Fei seemed to lose all his energy after writing those words. He collapsed in a pool of blood. With tears in his eyes, his black and cracked lips moved like they were going to say something. Seeing the state he was in, even Brother Hua was shaken. He glanced at his wristwatch, and after a few minutes, said,
Bring him upstairs first.
The young guard carried Han Fei, while Brother Hua stared closely at Han Fei's face. He asked,
Why are you at Building 1 and wearing our guard uniform? I am the new guard assigned to this neighborhood.
Han Fei said raspily.
There are ghosts outside. Can't see clearly. Whenever a song begins, someone will die. Ghosts. Is this building really haunted? The other disappeared guards were all captured by ghosts.
The young guard who carried Han Fei was fearful and shocked. Han Fei was confused when he heard that. The guards here appeared to have their memory changed. They had forgotten many things, and then inputted with new memories. Memory manipulation? Wasn't that the specialty of Fusheng? When Han Fei barged into the black fog, his own memory was touched as well. Thankfully Jin Sheng's story saved him, or else he would be like these guards, injected with new memories and turned into the ziggurat's puppets.
It's taboo to talk about these things after dark.
Brother Hua scolded sternly. After glaring at the young guard, he turned back to Han Fei.
What's your name? My name is Bicinian. Because I was too afraid, I stayed very far away from the song, and that was how I managed to survive.
Han Fei perfectly adopted Bicinian's story. Not only that, he also inherited the young man's personality, way of speaking, mannerism, and personality.
By the way, I have something else to tell you.
Han Fei looked at the empty corridor, and his heart jumped unevenly. Chapter 304. 3 sets of footsteps echoed in the midnight stairwell, but only 2 people appeared from it. When Han Fei said that, both the young guard and Brother Hua were startled. They were certain there were only 2 of them who went down the stairs. Cold sweat slid down their faces. Brother Hua steadied himself as his grip on the flashlight tightened.
We better head upstairs first. We can talk about that later.
Brother Hua had been urging them to go upstairs, but based on Han Fei's experience, the higher the floor, the more dangerous it would be. Or the situation at Ziggurat was different than at Happiness Neighborhood. The dying Han Fei leaned on the young guard's back as he took in his surroundings. The corridor was tiled, but the tiles were dirty due to lack of cleaning. He even saw several strands of very long hair. The stair banister was made from iron, and it was painted red. It jumped out at you in the dark. The distance between each step was the same, but for some reason, the young guard kept getting tripped. But the thing which was strangest to Han Fei was that only the odd-number floors had voice-activated lights. When they came to the even-number floors, it would be completely dark. Therefore, all the guards here were armed with flashlights wherever they went. They were already used to these strange events. In the blink of an eye, the young guard already carried Han Fei to the 3rd floor. From the looks of it, they still wanted to continue to go up. Han Fei was apprehensive of that, so he woke up and said,
Which floor are we going to? We're going to the guard room. It's the safest place after dark.
The young guard was honest and answered Han Fei.
Which floor is the guard room at?
Han Fei didn't think there was really a safe place at the building. He even suspected the 2 guards didn't really want to save him, but was trying to find a quiet place to kill him.
It's on the 4th floor. We're almost there. Don't worry.
Brother Hua thought it was because of the heavy wounds on Han Fei's body that he kept asking these questions. The unbearable pain was killing him.
The 4th floor?
When he heard that, Han Fei, who pretended to be nervous, became really nervous. At Ziggurat, the room with more 4s in its number would be more dangerous. And they were heading to the 4th floor. Han Fei finally understood why the guards would keep disappearing. Their base itself was not safe. After climbing past the 3rd floor, the young guard carried Han Fei and charged towards the 4th floor, which had no light. When they opened the safety door of the stairwell, the 3rd set of footsteps reappeared. Han Fei heard it clearly. The sound was coming from the 1st floor and was rapidly hurrying to the 4th floor. Hearing those frantic footsteps, the back of Han Fei's back crawled with goosebumps. But the young man and Brother Hua didn't seem to hear it. They still moved slowly and cautiously. Han Fei wanted to urge them, but in the end, he wisely kept his mouth shut. As they stepped into the corridor on the 4th floor, the chill wind picked up. This floor had no light, so the corridor was incredibly dark. The guards used their flashlights to scan around, and the pale wall appeared to have morning faces.
We're here. This is the guard room.
The young man stopped beside one of the doors, while Brother Hua urgently tried to find the key in his pocket. Han Fei slowly lifted his head to glance at the room number of the guard room, and his heart almost stopped. Room 1044. This room had the same number as his house at Happiness Neighborhood. It had 2 4s in the room number. It should be the most dangerous room among the lower floors.
Many things have happened here. No one knows what really transpired, but after they hired some sensei, the strange occurrences finally stopped.
While Brother Hua searched for the keys, the young man explained in a whisper.
I hear that someone has once died here. That happened before this place was sold. To calm future buyers, the developers decided to turn this room into a guard room, to use the guard's yang energy to stabilize this room and protect this building. Yang energy?
In other words, they were using the guards' lives to satisfy whatever creature that lived here so the other tenants wouldn't be targeted. Only Butterfly would do something like that. The footsteps were rapidly approaching. When it appeared on the 4th floor stairwell, Brother Hua finally found the key. The 3 of them entered the room. When they closed the door, Han Fei heard footsteps run past the corridor outside. With his back to the door, Brother Hua finally sighed in relief. The young guard was pouring sweat. Brother Hua's back was drenched in cold sweat. His uniform was stuck to his skin, but he didn't notice it himself. He still acted tough and calm.
It's better to stay in after dark. Previously, there was a guard who went downstairs after midnight, and then he never returned.
Brother Hua arranged his collar to hide his shaking hands.
Big brother, I heard that 2 delivery men had died on the first floor. The killer ordered them into the room and then killed them. Until now, no one have seen their bodies. The young guard placed Han Fei on the couch. He was trembling in fear too.
You're new here, so you don't know these things.
Brother Hua lowered his voice. When I patrolled the first floor that one time, I heard a knocking. But the strange thing was I knew none of the rooms on the first floor were occupied. I followed the knocking and went to check. Guess what I saw? What?
The young guard looked at Brother Hua with plain curiosity.
A delivery man wearing a red uniform. He was carrying a giant, bleeding delivery bag as he leaned on the door. He leaned on the door and kept mumbling. The meat you've ordered is here. The meat you've ordered is here. Brother Hua mimicked it so perfectly that the temperature in the room dropped.
Really? Brother Hua, you dared to go to the first floor alone? That doesn't sound like you.
Do you think I'll lie to you?
The 2 guards were sharing the strange things that they had seen or heard about the first floor, and Han Fei paid his attention to listen. The monster Brother Hua described was similar to the monster he encountered in Zhuang Ren's game, so that confirmed the ziggurat game was reflective of this ziggurat in the cryptic world. While he was eavesdropping, Han Fei also studied his surroundings. He didn't expect the first room that he'd enter at ziggurat would be room 1044. It was like things were written in the stars. The haunted room that contained 2 4s in its room number looked normal on the surface. There were various patrol requirements, working schedules, and so on in the room. It looked official. Compared to a normal security room, this building even provided the guards with rubber batons, strong flashlights, stab-proof vests, and gloves. Han Fei even spotted 4 walkie-talkies on the table in the inner room. There were many different accoutrements, but there were few that were of real use. There is not really anything special in here. Based on the ziggurat game, after entering the ziggurat, one had to acquire a death curse as soon as possible, or else the ziggurat would randomly assign one to you. Each room here should correspond to a death curse, but this room. Han Fei was confused when he realized Brother Hua and the young guard had stopped talking. With pale faces, they looked over Han Fei's shoulder.
That thing is back again. Who brought it back? Haven't we already dumped it?
The 2 guards said in trembling voices. Piqued, Han Fei turned back to look. Inside the toilet of room 1044, there was a long red dress. The skirt dragged on the ground. It looked like someone was standing inside the toilet. Chapter 305. Han Fei was quite spooked to turn back and be greeted by something like this. After all, he was the closest to the toilet.
Haven't we dumped it inside the trash can already? It's useless. The red dress will always return. Brother Hua's face was frighteningly pale, like something bad was crowding his mind.
Then how did the other guards deal with it? Burn it? Cut it into pieces? Bury it?
It's all useless. That last time it appeared, the people inside the security room at Building 1 continued to die in strange accidents until the last guard remained. Only then it stopped appearing.
Brother Hua shrunk his neck and said carefully.
It felt like a blood ritual. Only death and blood could chase it away.
Brother Hua's words turned the young guard, and Han Fei's expression blew. No one knew where the red dress came from, but its appearance meant death. This thing was even scarier than the actual curse. Compared to the young guard, Han Fei was more familiar with the situation of the guards at Ziggurat. Based on the information he got from Yiming Security Company, all the guards at Ziggurat were specially picked pots. The meaning of their existence was to nurture the human cocoons with humanity so that they could bloom with the most brilliant flower. The butterfly didn't care about these guards' lives. It changed their memory and dropped the guards inside Ziggurat. Everything it had done, it was for the human cocoons. As long as it could raise even 1% to cultivate the flower, it didn't mind killing millions of innocent guards.
Then what should we do now? We can't just let it stay here, can we?
The young guard hesitated.
How about we try to destroy it more permanently this time? We'll burn it and then bury its ashes. It's useless, it will still return.
Brother Hua took a quick glance at the young guard's neck, and then he shook his head violently to keep his mind clear. The sudden appearance of the red dress had flustered Brother Hua.
I have a suggestion. Han Fei raised his arm with difficulty and offered.
Didn't you say the first floor is very dangerous? Many strange things have happened there.
Yes, do not go to the first floor after dark. That is the unwritten rule among us guards.
Brother Hua had no idea what Han Fei was trying to say.
Then do you know which room is the most dangerous?
As if afraid of the red dress himself. Han Fei slowly nudged his body over and whispered,
How about we leave the red dress inside the most dangerous room?
Both the young guard and Brother Hua were stunned.
You are a genius.
Brother Hua's eyes lit up, but he was soon conflicted again.
But we do not have the keys to any of the rooms. Then we can just slide it through the gap in the door. If that doesn't work, we can cut up the dress and shove them into every single room in this building.
Han Fei's suggestion was alluring. To be fair, he came up with this idea because he knew there was no tenant at the ziggurat who was innocent.
That's not a good idea. What if the tenants find out? Then we'll just leave the pieces inside unoccupied rooms which are suspected to be haunted. This way, we won't hurt the tenants. After all, we're not bad people. We're just looking out for ourselves.
Han Fei still couldn't leave the game. He had to be very careful.
You have a point.
Brother Hua nodded.
That is a method we have not attempted before. But if the red dress is so dangerous like Brother Hua said, and we send it into the other haunted rooms, would it cause chain effects? Like having the ghosts in those rooms to come haunt us instead?
The young guard was worried.
It's all up to our luck now, isn't it?
Han Fei had no confidence either. He scanned the patrol schedule. Building 1 had 24 floors, and there were 3 rooms that had 2 4s in its room number, 1044, 1144, 1244. These 3 rooms should be the most dangerous rooms in Building 1. Han Fei felt he was quite lucky. At the start of his mission, he was already inside one of them.
We better make our move now. The longer the red dress stays here, the more unsettled I feel.
Brother Hua walked towards the toilet. His sweat basically made his uniform his second skin. He was clearly very afraid, but he needed to maintain the appearance of a senior before Han Fei. Brother Hua mumbled something on his lips. It sounded like he was asking for protection from all the gods he knew. After a series of chanting, he removed the red dress from the hook in the toilet. Even just holding it, Brother Hua's arms couldn't stop shaking. He wanted to maintain the confidence of a senior, but he realized he couldn't even walk normally. His legs were going numb. He felt like the red dress was looking at him.
Is it dyed in blood?
Han Fei asked with interest.
It's just a normal red dress, or at least it looks that way.
Brother Hua walked shakingly out from the toilet.
The most dangerous room on the first floor is 1004. It's an empty room. The delivery monster that I saw earlier was leaning against that door. I suspect that it was the previous owner of room 1004 who murdered the delivery man.
Holding the red dress, Brother Hua walked to the door.
Xiaofang, help me open this door and grab a pair of scissors. We'll go together and get this done with as soon as possible. Okay.
Brother Hua and Xiaofang took 15 minutes to get ready both mentally and physically, but just as they were going to leave, footsteps came from the corridor. Then knocking came from the room next door, and a spine-tingling male voice came from outside.
Is anyone home? Your delivery is here. Hearing that, Brother Hua and Xiaofang appeared frozen. They stood at the door and didn't even dare to breathe too loudly.
Is anyone home? Is anyone home?
The knocking was insistent until a latch sprung. It appeared like the door had finally opened. The voice disappeared instantly. Brother Hua and Xiaofang shared a look, and they saw the cold sweat on each other's face.
Should we wait for a moment before we leave?
We should dress by Xinyan's wounds first before we do anything else. If we leave him in this state any longer, his condition will worsen. Brother Hua, you've thought about this further than I do. No wonder you're the senior.
The 2 guards retreated to the toilet and hung the red dress back. They took out the med kit from the cupboard and started to bandage Han Fei's wound. Seeing how cowardly these 2 guards were, Han Fei couldn't help but smile helplessly. He wanted to tell them the truth. The reason the other ghosts didn't come to room 1044 was not because it was safe, but this room was where the real danger lay. This was one of the 3 most dangerous rooms at Building 1. Not even ghosts dared to come near it. Brother Hua and Xiaofang took their sweet time to deal with Han Fei's wounds. After a half an hour, and there was no more sound from the corridor, they put away the med kit and prepared to leave.
Xiaofang, we need to be fast. The moment we slide the dress into the door, we have to run back. We mustn't stay on the first floor one moment longer.
Even though Brother Hua's own legs were shaking, he didn't forget about his junior.
Okay.
The 2 guards cheered each other on, and then they picked up the red dress and left room 1044. Once the door closed, Han Fei's previously weakened gaze sharpened immediately. He stood up and inspected his wounds. The wounds left behind by the black mist were mostly on his cheeks, neck, and arms. The death intention within them punctured Han Fei and prevented the wounds from fully healing. Before the death was siphoned out, Han Fei was practically disfigured. This was fatal for an actor, but Han Fei just brushed it off. In fact, he was thankful because this way no one would have recognized him, and he could play the role of Bicinian even more easily.
The wounds look ghastly, but they are not deep. They do not affect me that much.
After resting for so long, Han Fei's stamina had basically recovered. He walked around room 1044, trying to look for clues and information. But he only took a few steps when he whipped his head around, because he felt someone was watching him. His eyes scanned the room before they settled on the toilet.
Haven't Brother Hua and Xiao Fong already taken away the dress?
The lights inside the guard room flickered and then went out. Han Fei stood in the darkness alone. He quickly leaned against the wall and stayed motionless. At this crucial moment, the guard room door was knocked on and the eerie voice followed. Chapter 306.
The delivery is here? Right at the moment the guards have taken the red dress away?
Han Fei stared at the door in the dark. Through the door, he could imagine what was happening on the other side. A delivery man covered in blood, carrying a giant box with a dead body leaning against the anti-theft door. The lights suddenly went out. That proves that there is something else other than the red dress inside the room with me. Should I open the door to let the delivery man in? Han Fei also encountered the delivery man inside Zhuang Ren's game, but different from that game. In the cryptic world, Han Fei was not totally defenseless. He was already level 12. I better not. After all, I'm Bicinian, an extremely cowardly new security guard who is afraid of ghost stories. The delivery man came to knock on the door after the red dress had been taken away. That proved a lot of things. The scariest thing inside room 1044 should be the red dress. That was why he only dared to come knocking when it was not around.
Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Is anyone home?
The horrifying demands continued. The doorknob of the room wiggled, and then sounds of nails scratching against the door followed. Han Fei slowly retreated and hid behind a cupboard. He put on the anti-stabbing vest and shoved the flashlight into his pocket. He was as prepared as he could be. The doorknob shook harder and harder, but about 10 seconds later, all the noises outside the room suddenly stopped. It left. Han Fei's heart slowly relaxed. Just as Han Fei was about to come out from behind the cupboard, he saw the living room door slowly open.
If no one's home, then I'll just come in and drop off the delivery.
The smell of decomposition permeated the room as a bloody arm reached into the room, sticking close to the wall. It was holding an open empty cake box. It wanted to enter the room when the sound of water came from the toilet like the shower had been turned on. Hearing the sound, the bloody arm slowly distorted. It was so dim that even with Han Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see that clearly. The anti-theft door continued to swing open. There was no one outside but a giant bleeding box. That box is the delivery man. Han Fei believed he saw something crawl out from the box. It slithered on the ground rapidly like a snake and into the bedroom. After the delivery was made, the bloody arm dropped the cake box to the ground and slowly closed the door. It was like nothing had happened. If the owner is not home, the delivery man will still drop off the delivery? But what was it? It appears to have gone hiding inside the bedroom. The gushing of water was still ongoing, and now something new had occupied the bedroom. If the red dress returned later, Han Fei worried that he might not even survive one night here. His brain spun quickly to come up with a solution, to see if he had missed anything. At that moment, the moisture in the air suddenly increased. A light stench entered his nostrils. His fingers touched the cupboard, and it was wet. He lifted his head and saw that something was protruding out from the white ceiling. It looked like a crying face. The room was still the same. The furniture hadn't been moved, but the place felt different. Everything inside the room had small, but sinister changes to them. The fur on the couch appeared to grow longer. An eye slowly opened on the water inside the teacup. The food inside the boxed lunch was decomposing. The broken television screen came alive with flickering caricatures. There were many similar changes. The room in the dark and in the light was two completely different places. The ground was rustling noisily like fingers were scratching underneath it. Han Fei heard it correctly. It was not the downstairs neighbor. It was something sealed inside the floor. Shielding his hands before him, Han Fei could feel something awakening in the dark. All these strange changes were the harbinger of its arrival. The window was suddenly blown open and the curtain fluttered in the dark. At the edge of night, a human figure slowly appeared. Her hands were placed in such a manner that it looked like she was trying to strangle Han Fei's neck. Her eyes were bulging and her mouth was screaming soundlessly. Her vocal cords appeared to be severed. Her throat was covered with specks of blood. The curtain quieted down and the human figure disappeared. But everything reflective inside the room, like the window glass, the television screen, the mirror, the glass mug, they all had the reflection of a human-like face. Hanfei switched on the flashlight, but it had malfunctioned. With no other choice, Hanfei gripped the rubber baton and headed towards the window. The window was cracked, but the woman's face had disappeared. He approached cautiously. As he tried to close the window, a force pushed him from behind. Holding onto the ledge tightly, Hanfei turned around, swinging the rubber baton as he went. He didn't hit anything, but he was sure something pushed him earlier, trying to throw him out the window. Hanfei edged away from the window and returned to his hiding spot behind the cupboard. Just as he wondered if he should run into the bedroom and deal with the other ghost, running footsteps came from the outside corridor. The lock jiggled and the anti-theft door opened again. Brother Hua and Xiao Fong rushed into the room, still catching their breaths. When the two opened the door, the lights came on and all the strangeness disappeared. Standing in the living room, Hanfei's bandaged wounds started to bleed again. His face was frighteningly pale, like he had just woken up from a nightmare. Everything's back to normal? This strange development naturally caught Hanfei's attention, but he didn't say anything.
What happened to you? You look so pale.
Even though Xiao Fong was still gasping for air, when he saw the state Hanfei was in, he asked with concern.
After you left, the delivery man came to knock on the door. He shouldn't have the key, but he managed to open the door. The empty cake box on the ground was the thing he delivered.
Hanfei leaned against the couch. He looked like he had lost his soul from the fright.
And then? What else did he do?
Brother Hua reacted more intensely than Xiao Fong. His pupils were shaking.
I couldn't see clearly, but when the delivery man opened the door, another black shadow crawled into the bedroom. Are you sure?
Brother Hua switched on the flashlight and dragged Xiao Fong into the bedroom. They checked for a long time, but found nothing.
Are you sure you didn't imagine things? Don't try to scare us. We still have to sleep here tonight. It's all real.
Hanfei didn't fixate on this problem.
How did it go with you guys? Was it successful? When we arrived, the door to room 1004 was open, so I tossed the red dress inside and closed the door.
Xiao Fong placed his hand over his heart.
I really couldn't bring myself to cut that dress. Hopefully that will stop the red dress from ever returning.
Brother Hua glanced at his watch.
It's now 1 a.m. We better take some rest. We have another patrol at 3 a.m. You're leaving again at 3 a.m.?
Hanfei couldn't believe it. These people were just courting death.
There are tenants at this building who rely on us. If we, the guards, are afraid too, then who are going to protect them? They can move away if they're that worried.
Hanfei offered. He had to persuade Brother Hua, because if he didn't go on the patrol with them, he would be left alone inside room 1044. If he followed them on the patrol, he probably wouldn't return alive.
That's not what a responsible guard would say, but I'll let it slide because you're new.
Brother Hua was tired.
I'll stay up to be on the lookout. You and Xiao Fong should go into the bedroom to take a quick sleep, or else you might not be able to be awake for the patrol. Big brother, how do you expect me to sleep inside there? The red dress might be coming back tonight. I think we should stay together.
Hanfei shuffled to the bedroom door and closed it.
It's better for us to stay in the living room. Okay.
Brother Hua took out the mattresses from the bedroom and laid them on the living room floor. He waved for Xiao Fong to join him.
You should lay down and sleep because you're injured. We'll wake you if there's anything.
Brother Hua looked reliable, but Hanfei hadn't fully trusted him. Hanfei laid down on the couch, but he didn't dare to sleep. Until now, he hadn't even completed a mission yet. If he died, he would die in real life. His brain was stuffed with questions. Hanfei didn't focus on what to do next, but instead parsed through all the known info about Ziggurat. The surroundings slowly quieted down. Fatigue lapped at Hanfei like waves. His head was spinning and the wounds drained his stamina. He could feel his eyes drooping. He bit on the edge of his tongue to use pain to maintain his consciousness. Half an hour passed like that. Suddenly the temperature in the room dropped. He subconsciously reached for a cover, but when he turned around, he saw something bleeding hanging inside the toilet. The red dress. Chapter 3:07. The bathroom door was left half ajar. The bleeding man was standing at the spot where the red dress occupied earlier. His body appeared to be boneless as he hung there limply. Blood trickled down his shirt and dripped to the ground, dyeing the white tiles red. Hanfei felt a pair of hands closing around his throat, suffocating himself. His limbs were getting cold. His eyes froze at the sight before him. It was not a red dress in the darkness, but a man drenched in blood. The wounds were hidden under the guard uniform, while the blood soaked his shirt. The man kept his head lowered. From his face shape, he looked very similar to Xiaofang. The windows in the bathroom were probably left open because Han Fei could feel the draft coming from it. The guard who was hanging inside the toilet suddenly lifted his arms. He sought out a pair of sharp scissors from his pocket. The scissors were stuck with blood and red pieces of clothing. Xiaofang did say he wanted to use the scissors to shred the red dress. Holding the scissors, the man started to shear through his skin. The blood oozed out immediately, but the guard didn't seem to feel the pain. He moved faster and faster, like he was unable to control himself. Han Fei's heart raced. He wanted to warn the man, but Han Fei was frozen to the spot on the couch. He was unable to speak or move. He struggled as best as he could, and at the last moment, the red pattern on Han Fei's arm started to move. It felt like needles were piercing his skin, and that woke Han Fei up immediately. He screamed, and Brother Hua, who had fallen asleep, jumped up from the ground. He scanned the flashlight around.
The toilet. Save Xiaofang.
Right after Han Fei said that, they heard Xiaofang's wails coming from inside the toilet. He collapsed on the ground with new wounds on his body.
Xiaofang, why did you come into the toilet in the middle of the night to do something like this?
Seeing the state Xiaofang was in, Brother Hua was frightened.
I don't know. I fell asleep and got caught in a dream. I saw the red dress return. I wanted to destroy it, cut it with scissors, and bury it into the ground. Xiaofang's eyes were red and his face grimaced from the pain.
When I woke up, I'm already here. Brother Hua, what is going on? Am I being haunted by the red dress?
Xiaofang's voice was brimming with fear. Before Han Fei suggested that they drop the red dress at another room, Xiaofang did suggest they should cut the dress with scissors. Now the dress was not cut, but Xiaofang himself was cut. Taking in the state of his junior, Brother Hua was both afraid and pained. He leaned closer to help with his junior's wound when his footsteps halted as something came into his view. Xiaofang, behind you.
Xiaofang, who was already scared witless, turned around when he heard that. He shouldn't have, because he almost peed himself due to what he saw. The red dress was stuck to his back, like a drowning person, pulling down a victim into the depths with them. Xiaofang screamed and quickly pulled the dress off himself. He was about to drop the dress on the ground when the incident that happened to him earlier entered his mind. With extreme caution, he eventually placed the red dress gingerly inside the bathtub.
What should we do now? It has not only returned, the color on it has grown brighter, like it has sucked on more blood.
Xiaofang collapsed on the toilet floor, his eyes filled with panic. Brother Hua said numbly,
Everything will repeat itself. The red dress will only stop when there's only one of us left.
He then moved to grab the medkit and helped dress Xiaofang's wounds. The red dress was quite kind in a way because the wounds were only surface wounds. They looked appalling, but they weren't fatal.
Brother Hua, what exactly did happen last time?
Han Fei was curious about Brother Hua's previous experience. The man looked fearful whenever the subject came up. After a long hesitation, Brother Hua opened his mouth.
The red dress last appeared a few months ago. At the time, Building 1 had 4 security guards, 2 seniors and 2 juniors. I can still remember the details clearly. The earlier half of the night was normal, but the red dress suddenly appeared after midnight. He sighed. At first, we dumped the red dress inside the trash can. But during our late midnight patrol, one of the juniors suddenly tripped over the window and fell to his death. The location of his death was right at the trash can where the tenants here used to recycle and separate their junk. At first, the 3 of us didn't make the connection. The red dress kept reappearing after that. It was always there. Accidents happened to the 2 other guards, and when I was the only one left, the red dress suddenly disappeared.
There were so many missing details in Brother Hua's story that Han Fei had trouble believing the red dress had disappeared on its own. He suspected Brother Hua had omitted crucial parts of his story. Plus, the man didn't explain how the 2 other guards died. Han Fei had reasons to believe it was Brother Hua who had murdered them. Most people were good in their hearts, but when one's life was on the line, one would choose the safety of oneself over others. Humanity was constantly tested at the ziggurat to cultivate the most beautiful flower. That was the purpose of the flower pots. The atmosphere inside the room tensed. Xiaofang wanted to cry. He had the feeling he would be the first to die.
I've interacted with the red dress the most. It will not let me be. While Xiao Fong was caught in his despair, he saw the weak Han Fei reach towards the red dress inside the bathtub.
You're the only one who hasn't touched it. I'd advise you to stay away from it.
I want to test something.
This was the first time Han Fei held the red dress. He placed it in his palm, feeling the sensation of the cloth. The tailoring of the dress was normal, and it didn't use great material, but it was smooth to the touch. Han Fei felt like he was touching baby skin. The dress didn't have much pattern, but they were delicate. The original owner appeared to like the dress a lot, because even though it looked drenched in blood, a fragrance still lingered on it.
Well, what kind of testing do you have in mind?
Brother Hua asked. The way he looked at Han Fei was how one would look at a crazy person.
One moment.
Han Fei carried the red dress into the bedroom. He lifted up the bedsheet and placed the dress under the bed.
Let's close the light and leave this room.
Han Fei knew that the room would be different when the light was off, but he wanted to know if the red dress could deal with the thing left behind by the deliver man. If the red dress accepted this offer, then Han Fei could try to negotiate with it. Before the other two guards knew what Han Fei was doing, Han Fei switched off the lights, and they were ushered out from the room. Just as the door closed behind them, a terrible wail came from inside room 1044. The scream lasted for a minute. It caused all three guards to shiver uncontrollably. When the yelling stopped, Han Fei hid behind Brother Han as the three of them re-entered the room. The lights were switched back on, and everything looked normal inside the bedroom. But when Han Fei lifted up the bedsheet, everyone shivered in cold sweat. The red dress was still lying where it was, but there was a large pool of blood underneath the bed, like a blood-filled balloon was squeezed and popped.
Do you remember what I said earlier? The deliver man has left something inside the room. That something probably has been dealt with.
Han Fei lifted up the red dress.
This dress not only kills people, it also kills ghosts. Perhaps we shouldn't antagonize it, but try to coexist with it. Coexist with a dress? I'll explain it in a different way.
Han Fei held the red dress solemnly.
Maybe room 1044 is originally her room. We're just her tenants. Since we're her tenants, is it not normal for her to claim rent from us? It is.
Xiao Fong and Brother Hua nodded.
Money is meaningless to them, so our life is the rent. If we don't want to die, perhaps we should find another way to pay her rent? Like sacrificing something else inside the building?
Han Fei formulated an idea.
She appears to like the food dropped by the deliver man. Before we were even out the door, she already started her feast. In that case, why not deliver to her the deliver man himself? The deliver man?
Brother Hua didn't even know what to say.
As the guards, we have the responsibility to keep this neighborhood safe. The red dress is our tenant, and the deliver man has trespassed into this neighborhood, entering the tenant's room without permission. Shouldn't that be punished?
Han Fei's argument was very reasonable. He slowly persuaded Brother Hua and Xiao Fong to his side. Without realizing it, Han Fei had become the core of this group.
It is now time for late midnight patrol. Let's go together.
With Brother Hua and Xiao Fong watching with shock, Han Fei folded the red dress nicely. Only then they realized, when Han Fei said together, he included the red dress as well. Chapter 308.
Are you sure you want to bring her with us? If any of the tenants see that, they might have the wrong idea.
Brother Hua was already very cautious with his words. His real thought was, aren't you afraid of bringing chaos to the whole building by carrying this thing with you?
It'll be fine. I'll do my best to not let anyone see it.
Han Fei had finished folding the red dress.
I'll just hide it from people's view. You sure know how to be considerate towards the tenants.
Brother Hua said with a helpless smile.
Is that something your senior taught you? Actually, he's currently missing. I'm also looking for him. Sorry to hear that.
Brother Hua subconsciously stepped away from Han Fei and the red dress.
Just keep it well hidden then. Do not leave it inside rooms that are occupied by people. Don't worry. I've worked in another neighborhood before, and all the tenants became my friends. I came with a shining recommendation.
Han Fei was telling the truth.
You're a nice person. It's just that your mind works in an inexplicable manner.
Brother Hua patted Han Fei's shoulders.
Regardless, the three of us have to work hard. Recently, strange things keep happening here, and the tenants are very afraid. So we have to try our best to give them security. Remember now, the purpose of our nightly patrol is not to discover the truth, but to announce to the tenants that we're still around to protect them. Okay.
Han Fei nodded consecutively. He admired Brother Hua's work ethics, but he also wondered what kind of memory Butterfly had injected them with, and where was their butterfly pattern hidden.
Okay then, get packing and we'll prepare to leave. Hopefully, We'll pass the night safely.
Brother Hua checked the patrol schedule and then opened one of the lockers. He moved away some of the stuff to reveal a clay figurine of Guan Yu at the back. He bowed 3 times at it before replacing all the stuff and left the room.
It is now well past midnight and the date is 4th of April. I have a feeling something bad will happen. You two better stay close to me. If we run into danger, do not run away. We need to stick together.
Brother Hua said in a serious tone.
Brother Hua, you have the watch. Can you tell me what time it is now?
Han Fei noticed something. It was not 4th of April in real life. The guard's memory might be stuck on this day. If Han Fei didn't show up, this was probably their last day.
It's 3:27 a.m. Why are you asking? I have noticed that the number 4 is extremely taboo in this building. It is the 4th of April, so I have a feeling something extremely scary will happen at 4:44 a.m.
Han Fei's single statement sent chills into the 2 other guards' hearts.
Then we'll try to return before 4 a.m.
Brother Hua waved. He led the way while the injured Xiao Fong and Han Fei followed behind him. It was clear that man was afraid as well. He kept turning back every few steps as if to confirm that Han Fei and Xiao Fong were still behind him. Perhaps to relieve this tension, Brother Hua coughed once and started to share his experience with Han Fei and Xiao Fong.
You two are new, so I have the responsibility to inform you about our rules. We night security have to patrol 4 times each night, at 8 p.m., 12 a.m., 3 a.m., and 8 a.m. We'll start the patrol from the left stairwell, moving up to the 24th floor, and then coming down from the right stairwell to the 1st floor. If you wish to give the red dress to the delivery monster, let's hope that we'll be lucky enough to run into him during our patrol.
Brother Hua had no idea whether running into ghosts should be considered lucky or not. Han Fei noticed Brother Hua had a natural aversion to the deliverer man, like he had some extra history with the man that he had not told them.
No matter what, the patrol has to be carried out like normal. We need to check the fire equipment, surveillance cameras, and blind spots on each floor. All the guards were worried about the arrival of 4 a.m. They didn't say anything verbally, but they moved incredibly fast. Han Fei also understood why Brother Hua and Xiao Fong insisted on doing the patrol no matter what. It was not only their sense of responsibility. It was because if they didn't show up on the surveillance camera at given times, they would be fined the next day. Being the security at a haunted neighborhood came with a lucrative pay, but if they didn't follow the rules, the fine was severe as well. Xiao Fong didn't go into details about what the punishment was. He just urged Han Fei to abide by the rules at all times. The trio entered the stairwell and came to the 5th floor. The voice-activated lights came on, and the oppressive feeling disappeared. Only the odd-number floors had lights at the ziggurat, and the light seemed to be able to chase away the chill.
Should we stay on the floor longer?
The 3 didn't communicate much, but they all slowed down. Such was the understanding between the group of guards. After dragging things out for as long as they could, Brother Hua readied his flashlight as they prepared to head to the 6th floor. Patrolling a haunted building at 3:30 a.m. was itself something scary, but if their imagination got the best of them, it would only make things worse. The even-number floors didn't have voice-activated light, so the 6th floor was incredibly dark. It felt deserted. After they arrived at the 6th floor, Han Fei and Xiao Fong hurried towards the 7th floor, but Brother Hua stopped.
Guys, wait a minute. A divorced mother stays on this floor. Her son has the habit of sleepwalking. He likes to get the key to open the front door at late midnight, and then hide in the corners of the corridor.
That's interesting.
Han Fei didn't know what to say.
Well, no matter where the mother hid the key, her son would be able to find it. The mother was confounded. She even locked it inside the safe, and her son would still leave the house with the key in the middle of the night.
Brother Hua lowered his voice. With the flashlight in hand, he moved slowly forward.
In the end, the mother turned to us for help. She asked us to keep an eye out for her son when we are out on our patrol.
Brother Hua might be cowardly, but he was quite a responsible person. He pushed open the safety door to the 6th floor and looked down the corridor. There was nothing there.
Looks like the kid didn't go sleepwalking tonight.
Just as Brother Hua was about to sigh in relief, they heard the sound of marble rolling on the ground. The 3 of them squeezed together and turned to the sound. They saw a pale kid squatting behind the safety door. He was about 5 years old. His eyes were widened, and he looked dazed. He kept repeating something on his lips. After he rolled the marble out from behind the door, the marble would roll back to him like someone was playing with him. Xiao Fong was frightened by the child. He was about to wake the child when Brother Hua stopped him.
You can't wake a sleepwalking child. The elders say that it'll make them lose their soul.
This was not the first time Brother Hua did something like this. He knelt down behind the boy and slowly picked him up.
I'll send this boy back to his mother.
When Brother Hua hugged the boy past Han Fei, the latter could finally hear what the boy was mumbling. If you turn back, you'll die. If you turn back, you'll die. If you turn back, you'll die. His neck rose in goosebumps and Han Fei subconsciously turned back. He saw a hand reach out from behind the safety door where the boy was earlier to pick up the marble and then disappeared. Someone was playing with him? Han Fei took a deep breath. He just looked back, and he was fine. After knowing that was not his death curse, Han Fei kept looking back. I wonder if my death curse has been triggered, and if it has, what is it? The door to room 1064 was left open. Brother Hua didn't enter the room, but knocked on the door. Soon a woman with black long hair appeared at the door. She thanked Brother Hua profusely and brought the child back into the room. As the door closed, Brother Hua seemed to be in a better mood.
By doing good things, you'll feel better.
Xiao Fong, and he prepared to move to the 7th floor. As they walked into the right stairwell, Han Fei turned back to look. He was shocked to notice there was another boy standing behind the safety door. The boy was identical to the boy earlier, but his skin was even paler. He held the marble and stared fixedly at Brother Hua. Was that really the woman's child who was carried into the room? If it was not, then what was the thing that Brother Hua had been carrying into room 1064 every night? Who was the woman's real child? His scalp was numb. When Han Fei turned back again, the boy was gone. Every floor here is dangerous. It'll be hard to survive the night. Chapter 309. When they arrived at the 7th floor and light shone on them, the 3 guards all sighed in relief. When one patrolled inside the ziggurat, one had to pay extra attention to the even-numbered floors. There were too many things hiding in the dark.
Brother Hua, when you dropped that child home, did the mother say anything?
Han Fei had a feeling it was not the mother's child that Brother Hua had sent home.
She thanked me profusely. That's all. What else do you expect? And that is our job anyway.
Brother Hua was very humble. He wanted to be a good guard and tried his best to protect the tenants. Standing underneath the camera on the 7th floor, Brother Hua waved at it, and then led Xiao Fong and Han Fei to check all the fire security devices. After ensuring everything was fine, they headed up to the 8th floor. They were about to abandon the light and head into darkness, but it was inevitable. Taking the step one by one, at the landing between 7th and 8th floor, the voice-activated lights on the 7th floor suddenly snuffed out. Han Fei took up the rear of the team and darkness immediately claimed him. He felt a strange chill run back his spine. Han Fei turned to look back, and there was a woman covered in blood standing basically right behind him. Her red dress draped down the staircase, like she was dragging a red hell with her. The icy fingers reached for the crook of Han Fei's arm, where he placed the red dress. If Han Fei was 1 second slower, he might be dragged down the stairs by the woman. He screamed, and all the lights on the 7th floor came on at once, chasing the woman away.
Brother, why did you do that? You almost made me pee in my pants.
Brother Hua and Xiao Fong jumped when they heard Han Fei scream, and they immediately turned around. Han Fei stood frozen at the corner. He was so close to death and his heart couldn't stop racing. But even during that scary moment, he didn't forget to observe all the clues. That was already part of his instinct. The red-dress woman is a large, lingering spirit. Her gown was long enough to cover 2 entire floors. Without the aid of his neighbors, Han Fei definitely couldn't take on such a powerful adversary. I've just entered Ziggurat, and this is only building 1.
He tried to calm down and bring up the red-dress woman's face again. He realized that the woman looked different from the woman who tried to push him down the window in room 1044. There were many ghosts in room 1044, and the red-dress woman was the scariest one among them, and she was the only one who could leave the room freely.
Hey, are you all right?
Brother Hua and Xiao Fong were worried about Han Fei. Seeing Han Fei standing there all frozen, they hurried to his side to guard beside him.
That red dress just reappeared. When the lights went out just now, she was there behind me.
Han Fei's face was pale.
How about we put the dress back in room 1044?
It's too troublesome to go back now. Plus, we've already gotten so far.
Han Fei's arm that held the red dress was numb. His skin was cold like it was frostbitten. With Han Fei's insistence, the trio reached the 8th floor. Just as they reached this floor, Han Fei heard singing. He was so sensitive to a tune that the moment he heard the song, he blocked the red dress before him like a shield.
Don't worry, There's a live streamer living on this floor. She's often online at night. I'll go talk to her about it.
Brother Hua knew the tenants well. He pushed open the safety door and walked down the dark corridor. Han Fei wanted to call him back. He didn't want to risk too much trouble.
All the problems seem to come from the even-numbered floor. We should probably leave as soon as possible.
Han Fei followed closely behind Brother Hua. The closer they came to room 1084, the louder the singing was.
TSK. It's already 3 a.m., and she's still making so much noise. When will she learn her lesson?
Brother Hua pressed on the bell for room 1084. No one answered. Probably because the music was so loud that the owner herself didn't hear the doorbell. Brother Hua then proceeded to knock on the door. Several seconds later, the door finally opened to reveal a cute girl.
I'm sorry. How can I help you?
She was the one at fault, but she sounded so wronged and afraid like the guards were bullying her.
It's already 3:40 a.m. Even if you don't need to sleep, others need to. There are students preparing for exam in this building. You can't keep doing this.
Brother Hua warned sternly.
It's not that we are forbidding you from live streaming, but you have to be conscious about the volume.
To push the point home, Xiaofang purposely darkened his face and said in a sinister voice,
The situation is very uneasy at the building now. Something unsightly has entered the place. If you keep raising the volume, you might attract those things. You mean ghosts?
When she heard Xiaofang, the girl appeared even more excited. Brother Hua turned to glare at Xiaofang.
The reason she moved here is to capture the supernatural on her live stream. What? Is she serious? She's risking her life just for money and popularity?
Xiaofang took a second gander at the girl. She was cute and small, the kind people wanted to protect. She looked soft and weak, but she had a brave heart that belied her appearance.
He's not totally right. I didn't do this to run into ghosts. I'm just curious about them. By the way, I heard that a live streamer once died here as well. No one dared to move into her former room, and so it was remodeled into the guard room.
The girl leaned against the door and revealed this little nugget of information.
The original owner of room 1044 was a live streamer too?
Han Fei's interest was piqued.
Aren't you a guard here? Shouldn't you already know about that?
The girl was shocked.
She was a very nice girl, but she was afflicted by a deadly disease. During the last period of her life, she tried her best to accept treatment and live out her best life. To send positive vibes to others in the same situation and to bring hope to others in the dark, she started to record her limited life through live streaming, to share her goodness with the world. Well, she sounds wonderful.
Han Fei held the red dress and with the real person present, started to discuss the past live streamer with the girl.
At the start, only her doctors, friends, and other patients logged into her live stream, but perhaps due to her beauty, kindness, and personality, she gained more and more followers. However, from who knew when, some negative voices appeared in her comments section. Some suspected her of faking her illness, because how could someone who was dying be so positive and beautiful? Those people forced her to show her diagnosis paper, to prove that her claim was valid. At first, she tried to reason with them, but eventually things started to develop in an unexpected direction. Someone started a rumor that she was a kept woman and the money she used for treatments was provided by some big businessman. The woman's father reported the harassment to the police, and the person who first spread the rumor was caught and detained for a day. He released a public apology, but it was already too late. Whenever she came live, people would come to harass her. If she went to the hospital that day, they would say she was wasting her parents' money on a dying person. If she splurged occasionally on, like a glass of milk tea, they would say she was not taking care of her health and ignoring her doctor's advice. When she finally lost her temper, they captured it and posted them elsewhere, exposing her. When she cried from the pressure, people said she was making money out of people's pity. Those people never really wanted any proof. They just liked the fun of bullying people. They tried their best to ruin her life, because perhaps there is a devil in all of us. And the internet provided the best anonymity to unleash them. There were always two batches of people arguing in her chat, but she was always the one who got hurt in the end. They demanded for her death. Even when she showed the hospital papers, they claimed she had falsified them. It was a dark moment in her life. The whole world was covered in thorns, and she'd be hurt no matter where she went. But different from her virtual life, people cared about her in real life. Her doctors, her family, her friend, they were her source of comfort. But one day, she found a note slipped through her door. It contained some disgusting comments. They insulted and threatened her. That was just the start. The harassment continued. The pain from the internet leaked into real life. She was trapped inside a cage made from hatred, and she found difficulty even breathing. The police were brought in again, but she failed to wait until the investigation result came out.
The girl said with regret.
She ultimately didn't die from her illness, but she gave up on her own life. Have the police eventually caught the culprit behind the harassment?
Han Fei was more concerned about that.
They did. It was a delivery man who often delivered to this building. He was her fervent watcher and followed her in both her real and virtual lives. A delivery man?
Han Fei was immediately reminded of the delivery monster on the first floor. That could provide a way for Han Fei to lighten the woman's hostility towards him.
I don't know much of the details. The reason I moved here is because I want to get to know the whole truth.
The girl smiled.
If there have been strange occurrences recently, I believe it's because she's back.
Chapter 310. This petite and young female live streamer was clearly interested in the woman who lived in room 1044. If not for Brother Wa stopping her, she would have slipped into it already.
We shan't talk about these after midnight.
Brother Wa glanced at the folded red dress from the corner of his eye. After seeing the red dress hadn't reacted in any way, he sighed in relief.
We need to continue with our patrol. Turn down the volume of the music. Don't go looking for trouble yourself.
The girl looked chastened, but she agreed to close the music and stop her live stream. When the girl turned to her bedroom to do all that, Han Fei looked through the door. Her room 1084 was filled with camera recorders and in used surveillance cameras.
Let's go and leave her be.
Xiaofang suddenly urged like he had noticed something. He dragged Brother Wa by his sleeve and practically pulled him away. Han Fei realized something was off about Xiaofang. He resisted the urge to investigate the room and left the 8th floor with the 2 guards. The voice-activated lights on the 9th floor came on. When they were on the landing between both floors, Xiaofang looked at them nervously, his face covered in fear.
Didn't you notice it? Notice what? That girl has an altar for a dead person inside her toilet, but the black and white picture of the deceased was herself.
Xiaofang was very afraid.
Does that mean she's dead? Then again, why would a living person be so interested in ghosts? You did remind me of something. There was a water stain on the corner of the girl's shirt. Before she came to open the door, she wasn't live streaming, but was inside the toilet.
The more he thought about it, the more Han Fei was confident there was a connection between the woman in room 1044 and the girl in room 1084. Perhaps they were friends or even family.
Should we go back to check?
Han Fei's suggestion was vetoed by Brother Wa and Xiaofang. Just as the 3 argued about whether to go back, the sound of door opening came from the 9th floor. At the same time, the lights went out and the 3 hugged each other.
Don't worry. There's an old lady living on the 9th floor. That should be her. Brother Wa raised the flashlight and led the way. He pushed open the safety door slowly, and an old lady in black jacket and black scarf stood in the black corridor. After seeing the old lady, Brother Wa sighed in relief. Auntie Jia, why are you out wandering about so late at night again? It's not even 4 a.m. yet.
The old lady frowned.
When you're old, you wake up earlier than most. Sleep doesn't come that easily. I just want to come out to take a walk. Auntie Jia, there was a security guard that went missing not too long ago. You better stay at home for now. I can't sleep and feel unsettled trapped inside the house. I'll only feel better when I'm outside.
Auntie Jia waved her hands.
Plus, I'm already in my 80s. I've lived long enough. Just leave me be.
This old lady was rather stubborn. She refused to go back home, but didn't really provide the actual reason. Han Fei believed things were not that simple.
Auntie Jia, is it because you keep having nightmares whenever you try to sleep?
Han Fei tried to make his tone as gentle as possible.
Are you trying to sell me some kind of sleeping aid? I don't need things like that.
The old lady had quite a temper. She didn't have much time for her neighbors and refused to listen to people's advice. She pushed Brother Wa away and walked towards the stairwell on the right.
Aren't we going to stop her?
Seeing Brother Wa remain unmoved, Han Fei was confused. That was very unlike him.
We won't be able to. The old lady is the earliest tenant here, and she can be quite stubborn. She always wakes up punctually at 3:30 a.m. and wanders around the building. She has other strange habits like never taking the elevator, never going to the top floor, never calling people by their names, and never smiling.
Brother Wa was just rambling, but Han Fei memorized everything. He believed that the old lady knew something. Perhaps she purposely didn't do these things to avoid the death curse at Ziggurat. Han Fei stared at the old lady who walked away. She held the wall as support. Occasionally she fixed her scarf. When she moved the scarf, Han Fei spotted a small butterfly pattern on the back of her neck. The old lady is Butterfly's flower pot too. Han Fei paid a special note to this. He believed the old lady was doing this patrol of her own because she was looking for something. As long as she keeps wandering about, I might run into her again. Han Fei wanted to converse with the lady alone, but not now. He had too little information about her. She might cheat him, and he'd never know about it.
Let's go. Nothing bad ever happened on the 9th floor. We can relax a bit now.
Brother Wa's words raised Han Fei's suspicion again. Why was the 9th floor where the old lady stayed the safest? Was it because she had already taken care of all the possible dangers here? The strange old lady appeared to be their lucky star. They finished checking 4 consecutive floors, and nothing happened. And then they came to the 14th floor. When Han Fei turned at the landing of the 13th floor, a chill suffused his body. He shivered involuntarily. Han Fei glanced at the number 14, and a bad feeling rose within him.
A madman lives on the 14th floor. Hopefully he's not acting up tonight.
Brother Wa also didn't wish to stay for so long at the 14th floor, but as fate would have it, the security devices had some problems on this floor. The surveillance camera in the corridor had been destroyed, the lock on the safety door was removed, and various trash scattered the ground. It made the floor sticky.
When we patrolled this place around midnight, everything was still fine.
Xiaofang walked through the trash. He wanted to pull Han Fei along with him, but realized the latter was staring intently at the trash.
What are you looking at? We can find out a person's life from their trash.
Han Fei used the rubber baton to sift through the trash. Soon, his arm halted in midair.
Did you find something?
Xiaofang and Brother Wa came over. They looked at the thing Han Fei's rubber baton was pointing at, and they didn't feel too good. Inside an inconspicuous bag, a bleeding chopped finger was hidden.
My God.
Xiaofang staggered 2 steps back. He gripped Han Fei's clothes.
This has to be a murder, right?
Han Fei was stunned as if he couldn't believe what he saw. It was like he wasn't used to seeing gore. His face turned green from nausea.
Both of you calm down. Don't panic.
Brother Wa was the only one who could remain calm. He was about to pull Han Fei away when Xiaofang beside him yelped.
Behind you. Brother Wa, look behind you.
Brother Wa and Han Fei turned around at the same time. One of the doors in the corridor of the 14th floor was open. A face poked out and was staring at them in the dark.
That's room 1144, right?
Chapter 311 at the ziggurat. The greater the number of 4 in the room number, the more dangerous the room would be. The 3 guards stared at the face down the corridor, and none of them dared to move. The tension in the corridor was palpable. Before this, the horror had been mostly limited to the hearing and sight, but with the appearance of the broken finger, it meant that the horror would get more visceral and fatal. With a dry cough, Brother Wa raised the flashlight and shone it down the 14th floor corridor. The face at the door of room 1144 had no hair and brows. The whole head was white and pale. Only the pupils were black.
It's that madman again.
Clearly Brother Wa had dealt with this man before. He resisted his fear and headed down the corridor, gripping the flashlight.
You're the one who destroyed the camera and door, aren't you?
The face at the door didn't answer. He just kept on staring at Brother Wa and Xiaofang. The black pupils reflected Brother Wa and Xiaofang's images. His body shook and his face scrunched up from fear. But at that moment, he laid eyes on Han Fei. There were 3 people standing before him, but there was a reflection of only 2 people in his eyes. He could see Han Fei but could not see Han Fei. Trace of surprise laced his fear. His lips trembled before he uttered the following.
You're human, aren't you?
Xiaofang and Brother Wa thought the man was just rambling madly, but Han Fei got the actual meaning behind his words. The question was clearly meant for him. This madman who lived in room 1144 was different from the other tenants. There were not many people whose memory wasn't touched at Ziggurat. This madman was unique. Han Fei, who stood at the back of the group, didn't say anything because Brother Wa had already sighed and answered for him.
Of course, we're humans. Were you the one who trashed the corridor? Mind showing me your hands? No, you're not humans, you're ghosts.
The man immediately hid behind the door when he saw Brother Wa approach.
I can see ghosts since I was small. You won't be able to trick me. Fine, fine. You win. Just show me your hands. I want to see if they're injured or not.
Brother Wa was worried that the broken finger came from the madman, so despite his fear, he wanted to check on this man. From this detail, it showed that he was a good man.
The 2 of you go away. Let him come. I'll only talk to him.
The madman pointed at Han Fei.
Me?
Han Fei acted like he was stunned. He He was very unwilling, but his feet were already moving forward. Brother Hua hesitated, and then patted Han Fei on his shoulder embarrassingly.
Well, eventually you'll have to graduate and deal with the tenants yourself. Go and see if his hands are injured. Try to ask if he has taken his meds for the day as well.
Xiao Feng and Brother Hua took several steps back, while Han Fei walked towards the door alone.
Brother, was it you who took down the cameras?
The madman shook his head, and then he told Han Fei seriously.
I can see ghosts. I know you are not one of them.
His dark pupils were changing. At this distance, Han Fei noticed that the man had dichoria. Currently, Han Fei's reflection was only shown in one of the pupils.
You are human. You are the first human I've seen here. Like me, you're human. You have to help me. You'll help yourself by helping me.
The madman was being very pushy, but he probably didn't realize it.
I am the guard of this neighborhood, so naturally I will help you. What exactly is the problem you have?
Han Fei still had no idea what was inside room 1144, so he wouldn't reveal his own secrets from just a few words.
I don't know how I ended up here. Every ghost I met said that I live here, but I know this is definitely not my home. I've tried escaping many times, but I can't. Every time I was almost out of this place, I would faint for no reason. When I woke up, I would be inside this room again.
The madman said helplessly as he grabbed Han Fei's shirt.
We need to escape. Only then can we survive. You need to calm down first.
Han Fei tried to reason with the madman, but the man suddenly pulled and dragged Han Fei into room 1144. The door slammed close, and Han Fei felt like he had been thrown into a frozen lake. The heater was on, but it was useless. The chill drilled right into his heart. Han Fei immediately reached for the door handle, but the madman refused to let him go.
I'm saving you. They are all ghosts. All ghosts.
The madman practically shouted into Han Fei. His fingers dug into Han Fei's skin.
I'm sure we can talk this out.
Han Fei scanned the madman's hands that held him tightly. He still had all 10 fingers. The broken finger was not his. Perhaps Han Fei's calmness did work because the madman's tone slowly evened out.
I am not crazy. I'm telling the truth. This whole building is like a nightmare that you can't wake up from. We're all trapped here.
The man who was seen as crazy was the only one who was sane. Every single thing that he said was true, but the others thought he was mentally ill. Han Fei could understand the man, but he didn't dare to show that. With his masterful acting skill, Han Fei acted out the feeling of disbelief with an undercurrent of self-doubt. The madman read the expression perfectly. He held Han Fei's arm for comfort.
I know you'll have a hard time accepting that in a short amount of time, you too might have forgotten many things, so I'll share with you my own experience. Maybe it can help jog your memory.
Outside the room, Brother Hua and Xiao Feng knocked repeatedly on the door. They were worried about Han Fei. Inside the room, the madman leaned closer to Han Fei. With wild gestures, he regaled Han Fei with his past.
Have you ever had this experience that you've been to a place even though you're sure it is your first time there? Yes. This building is such a place for me.
The madman pulled Han Fei into the toilet, closed the door, and turned all the faucet on.
When I was small, I could see strange things in my eyes. They were blurry and unclear. I always thought it was a problem with my eyesight until one day when I was much older and saw an extra person in my own home. He came closer and closer to me. Every time I woke up at midnight from shock, he'd stand there beside my bed. He was just staring at me, unblinkingly. I didn't dare to tell my family about it. I suspect it was not my eyes which had the problem, but my brain. One day, I used the excuse of going outstation to visit the doctor. During my therapy session, my wife and daughter both died in accidents. All the goodness in my life was taken away. Just as I sunk into despair, he disappeared from my sight too. I thought I had finally seen the last of him, but from that day onwards, I would keep repeating the same dream. I dreamt that I woke up on the bed in room 1144 and saw someone inside the room holding a knife. He came to carve something on my skin. It was painful, but I couldn't make any noise. Blood flowed, and it soaked the bed. This dream continued relentlessly for a whole month. Just as my body ran out of space to carve, the man finally stopped. He instead placed something inside my heart. You wouldn't believe how painful the experience was. I even lost consciousness because of it. When I woke up again, I opened my eyes inside this room. I somehow entered the room that I've had endless dreams of.
At this point, the man peeled off his shirt. His pale white skin was like the perfect canvas, and a colorful giant butterfly was painted on it.
I've tried killing myself to escape this place, but I would faint at the most crucial moment. And when I woke up, I would be in bed again. Everything kept repeating, and the wounds I left on my body would disappear, but the color of this butterfly would deepen. It feels like it's hoping for me to kill myself again and again. Perhaps it can gain something through my death.
The madman's rambling reminded Han Fei of the manager mission. When he was in the middle of a manager mission, he would spawn right at the start whenever he died.
It was the man in your dream who carved this butterfly on your body?
Han Fei had encountered many outsiders, those with human cocoons implanted inside them. But most of their butterfly patterns were incomplete, some were even disfigured beyond recognition. Han Fei had not seen such a perfect butterfly tattoo before. This meant that this madman was most likely the butterfly's near-perfect flower. Chapter 312.
As the butterfly tattoo became clearer, I could feel my body becoming lighter, like my soul has grown wings, as if it would fly out from my body at any moment.
The man touched the tattoo. His expression was a mixture of disgust and interest.
Everything I've said is the truth. You can think that I'm crazy, but I hope you'll seriously consider what I've said.
Closing all the faucets, the madman opened the toilet door and turned to look at the wall clock inside the living room.
It's about 4 a.m. already. I have to return to the bedroom. If you believe me, come back to find me at the break of dawn.
The madman let go of Han Fei. He moved to the bedroom door of room 1144 with halting steps. Before he entered the bedroom, he turned around to regard Han Fei.
Are you really the guard of this neighborhood? That is what you remember yourself working as?
Han Fei nodded. The gaze that the man leveled at Han Fei was filled with pity.
Then you better not be on any patrol between 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. That is the most dangerous period. Other than that, I have something else to tell you. What is it? The previous security guards all disappeared during nighttime patrols.
When the madman said that, the notification rang inside Han Fei's mind. He finally triggered his first mission inside Ziggurat.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade F Hidden Mission, Nighttime Patrol. Nighttime Patrol. Complete a full patrol successfully. Warning. After completing this mission, you have the chance of obtaining the hidden profession, Ziggurat Guard. Warning. Players can only select one main profession, but can have unlimited part-time jobs and side jobs, but the buffs from those jobs will be limited.
Han Fei was glad when he heard the notification. Once he completed the mission, he could log off. But as the notification continued, he realized something was wrong. Nighttime patrol sounded like such a normal activity, but its difficulty was Grade F. His previous Grade F mission could be completed only because he had the help of his neighbors, but now his only help was Brother Hua and Xiaofeng. Han Fei was distracted by the system. When he came to and wanted to ask the madman more things, the man opened the bedroom door. The small bedroom was dark. The moment the door opened, he was pulled into the room by something invisible. The bedroom door slammed close. The wall clock showed that it was exactly 3:44 a.m. The walls started to bleed and occasionally human fragments squeezed out from the corners. Han Fei had no idea where those things came from. After the madman left, a deeply hidden compassion appeared in Han Fei's eyes. This man trapped in an everlasting nightmare was the butterfly's creations.
Come and find you when the dawn breaks. Unfortunately, dawn will never come at this place.
Han Fei believed the madman's memory was also fixed on April 4th. This date appeared to have special significance to the ziggurat owner. Holding the door handle, Han Fei rushed out before a greater change happened inside room 1144.
Bicinian, are you all right? This is all my fault. I shouldn't have let a new guard do something so dangerous.
Brother Hua and Xiaofeng were worried about Han Fei. They banged on the door repeatedly earlier. To save Han Fei, they had made a lot of commotion.
I've seen his hands. They're perfectly fine, but I was unable to get anything out of him. He was incoherent, saying things that I couldn't understand at all.
Han Fei looked like he had been through some inexplicable frights.
Don't fixate on them too much, or you'll go crazy yourself. It's great that you're fine. We better leave this floor now.
When Brother Hua was ramming into the door earlier, his mind was on Han Fei. But now that Han Fei was out in one piece, his heart quivered as he looked around the darkened corridor. He felt like eyes were on them due to the sound they had made.
Come on, let's hurry to the 15th floor.
Compared to darkness, most people would feel safe in light. The three guards didn't stay for long and rushed to the 15th floor. The voice-activated lights came on, but this time, the light didn't bring them any comfort. Perhaps the sound they made was too loud, and it had awakened something inside the building. When they moved, There would be echoes to their footsteps. The extra footsteps moved faster than they were. The footsteps came from downstairs. It sounded like something was chasing after the three guards.
Brother Hua, normally how long will it take for you to complete a round of patrol?
With the red dress on his arm, Han Fei was already contemplating how to complete this grade F with just the three of them.
It depends. If there's no problem, half an hour is more than enough. But if there's a problem, it's hard to tell.
Brother Hua glanced at his wristwatch.
We better speed up and try to get back before 4:44 a.m. Normally, after midnight, the building is more. Ping. Before he finished, they heard the sound of glass breaking coming from upstairs. They turned to look up, and when they did, their eyes swept the window and the stairwell. Beyond the window, there was a face which stuck close to the glass, and it was rapidly falling.
Someone has jumped out from the building.
Xiao Fang was so frightened, he stumbled backwards. All three of them saw it clearly. The face was completely twisted. While the body fell, the eyes were transfixed on the three guards inside the building. But the key issue was the jumpers' cracked lips kept moving like they were saying something. Han Fei reacted the fastest. He ran to the window and looked out. But there was nothing outside, and they didn't hear the sound of people landing either.
Was that a tenant from upstairs?
Xiao Fang grabbed Brother Hua for support as energy gave out from his knees.
I've not seen her before. I don't think she's a tenant here.
Brother Hua was stunned as well. The scene happened too suddenly. None of them were mentally prepared.
But based on the sound, she jumped not too far up from this floor. Quick, don't just stand there. We need to hurry up.
Brother Hua urged while Han Fei stayed beside the window. He tried to pull up the woman's face in his mind.
I believe she was saying something.
Han Fei had studied books related to lip reading and sign language to communicate better with the more silent occupants of Happiness Neighborhood. They felt useless normally, but they came in useful at the most unexpected moments.
She was saying something?
Yes, I believe she said. If I touch you, you'll die?
Han Fei tried his best to figure out what the woman said. He believed he got it right.
Don't waste time on that. We need to figure out which room she has jumped out from first.
Brother Hua and Xiao Fang ran upstairs. The moment they did, several sets of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Han Fei didn't follow them, but stayed beside the banister and looked down. The banister below the fourth floor had all been dyed red, and the blood was still creeping upwards. Chapter 313. As time progressed, the whole building was transforming. When it was 4:44 a.m., the ziggurat would show its true self. I've stayed online for more than 3 hours already. Now I only need to finish the patrol mission before 4:44 a.m. Then I'll have a chance at survival. Han Fei turned his gaze back to see an arm extend out from the banister on the 5th floor. The bloody arm was twisted and charred. As if sensing Han Fei's eyes on it, the arm suddenly stopped moving. Moments later, a face covered in blood poked out from the gap between the floors. The pair of venomous eyes stared at Han Fei. The pair of thick lips slowly opened as if saying, "If I touch you, you'll die?" Isn't she the woman who fell down the building earlier? Why is she inside the building now? The woman downstairs was different from the other ghosts inside this building. The malice around her was so palpable that it was stronger than Ma Manjiang. There was only pure hatred and madness in her eyes. She wanted to kill everyone. Murder was the only way to vent the resentment pouring out from her heart. This woman wants everyone to die. Most ghosts and monsters in the cryptic world retained some semblance of humanity. That was their most precious treasure, but this woman was the exception. The banister that she touched crawled with blood vessels, and the steps she took dripped with blood. Her eyes that landed on Han Fei spoke of destruction and desire to kill. Han Fei resisted the urge to throw the red dress down at the jumper woman. Han Fei was flummoxed. The jumper woman chased after them. She came closer and closer. If her curse was true and they'd die from a touch, then the three guards were in extreme danger. The lower floors had already changed. They could only run upstairs, but it was only a matter of time before they were caught up. Perhaps the only solution they had was to hide inside one of the rooms to avoid the detection of the jumper woman.
Brother Hua, Xiao Fang, look down.
Han Fei ran to his colleagues.
The woman who jumped earlier is chasing after us. What do you mean? Quite literally that.
Xiao Fang and Brother Hua looked down, but the woman had already disappeared. They only saw the blood on the banister. It looked like someone had slipped and knocked their head on the banister. But blood wouldn't appear for no reason, and they started to believe Han Fei.
Brother Hua, didn't you say the danger is limited to the first floor? The previous security guards all disappeared on the first floor. I wasn't lying about that.
Brother Wa said nervously.
Something's off tonight. Let me contact the guards from the other buildings to help us.
He took out the walkie-talkie, messed with it for a long time, but there was only static.
I gave it a thorough check before we left the guard room. Why isn't it working now? There are night patrols at the other buildings? Of course. There are only one guard at both Building 2 and 3, but since there have been cases of disappearances at Building 1 and 4, so those two buildings have more guards.
Brother Wa was still tweaking the walkie-talkie.
I'm trying to reach our colleagues at Building 4 where the main surveillance control room is. Our friends there will be able to tell us what is happening downstairs through the surveillance footage. The main surveillance control room is at Building 4?
Now Han Fei understood where that feeling of being watched came from and why the madman on the 14th floor would destroy all the cameras. Han Fei was thankful that he was disfigured by the black mist and the uniform that he wore had not been seen by the butterfly before. Plus, he was playing by Sinian and his presence and personality was different from his actual persona. Even a friend would have trouble recognizing him through the camera. It might not be the butterfly watching the surveillance at Building 4. In any case, I probably haven't been discovered yet, or with Butterfly's cautious personality, it would have come in person to destroy me. Han Fei was dancing on the tip of the knife. It was a complete accident that he stumbled into Ziggurat that night. Han Fei himself couldn't expect that, much less the butterfly. The singer is an unmentionable, so how come I have not heard anything from it? That's quite disappointing. But then, this neighborhood has 4 buildings, and the presence of death would be strongest at Building 4. Would the singer have gone to Building 4 directly? Pick one of 4 buildings. The singer's choice would decide Han Fei's destiny. While he was thinking about that, Han Fei's train of thought was interrupted by the system.
Notification for player 0000. A very strong lingering hatred is approaching. The hatred in her heart has broken her sustainable limit. She will destroy everything within her sight. You've appeared in her sight. Congratulations for triggering the Grade F hidden mission. If I touch you, you'll die? If I touch you, you'll die. Carrying the strongest curse, she jumped down from the 24th floor. As she fell, she took in her neighbors on each floor. She swore to kill everyone that she saw. She possesses the strongest death curse at Building 1. Anyone touched by her will die. Mission requirement. Enter room 1244. Do not be touched by her before that. Warning. After reaching certain requirements, lingering spirits will transform into pure hatred, but some lingering spirits would unfortunately lose their humanity in this process. They were unable to master the hatred in their heart, and ultimately became monsters dominated by hatred instead. Even though lingering hatreds are not as strong as pure hatreds, they are much stronger than normal lingering spirits. At level 12, you are definitely unable to deal with them.
Before the notification finished, Han Fei was already drenched in cold sweat. He didn't expect the jumper woman to carry such a scary death curse.
Run. Quick. The thing is coming.
Han Fei could feel the resentment rising like water. He was originally at the rear of the group, but now he charged to the front. He needed to run into room 1244 before he was caught by the woman. Patrol and the truth could wait. Now he needed to survive.
Brother Wa, is there any tenant upstairs who can be negotiated with? We might need to borrow their rooms to hide in.
Xiaofang also heard the strange sounds coming from below. It felt like a giant spider was rapidly crawling towards them.
What are you talking about? When have you heard of a security guard seeking refuge in a tenant's home in the middle of their patrols? There's no time to talk. The thing is coming.
Han Fei's voice distorted from desperation. When he looked down the gap in the stairwell, the twisted arm had reached the 8th floor. Chapter 314. After 4:44 a.m., the building did change, which was verified by the fact that Han Fei managed to activate 2 Grade F hidden missions within a short amount of time. That was the problem. Patrol and enter room 1244 sounded like simple missions, but the simpler the mission looked, the more worried Han Fei was. He knew how difficult Grade F missions were. The simplicity was often just a disguise.
She's coming.
Han Fei gritted his teeth. The woman jumped down and would kill everything that she saw. She cleansed the building floor by floor, and the only solution was to hide inside room 1244. Room 1244 was one of the 3 most dangerous rooms at Building 1, but now Han Fei had no other choices. It was that or death. Only by completing the mission could he leave the game. For someone who might not even see the sun rise another day, survival was most important. Brother Hua and Xiao Fong originally didn't realize the severity of the situation, but when they saw Han Fei charge ahead, without concern regarding the possibility of opening his wounds, their fear was totally evoked. Fear was a contagious thing. After the horrors that they had experienced that night, they were already at their limits. Even though they still had doubts, their bodies moved involuntarily and ran even faster than Han Fei. They charged all the way to the 17th floor. Han Fei grabbed the banister and looked down again. It almost caused him to lose his soul. The arm, which was originally at 8th floor, was now at 11th floor. She was moving faster and faster. As if realizing her prey was getting away, she sped up.
Don't just charge ahead blindly. We're not supposed to go to the higher floors.
Brother Hua said anxiously. When he reached the landing between 17th and 18th floor, he tried his best to stop Han Fei and Xiao Fong.
If the safety door on the 18th floor is open, we'll have to go down the corridor and continue our ascent using the other stairwell.
Xiao Fong was too busy running to pay attention to him. Han Fei did hear him, but he couldn't afford to stop now. The voice-activated lights on the 17th floor went out, and the flashlight rays flickered in the dark. When the rays lit up the 18th floor, the three guards saw that the safety door was left wide open. The safety door of the 18th floor was different because it was filled with all kinds of strange talismans.
Stop. We need to stop.
When he saw the open safety door, Brother Hua shouted urgently, but Han Fei and Xiao Fong, who ran ahead of him, had no intention of stopping. They soon blasted through the 18th floor, but just as they attempted to run towards the 19th floor, they discovered a thin, middle-aged man standing in the middle of the stairwell. The man was dressed in white mourning clothes, and a pile of paper money crowded around him. Xiao Fong had never seen this man before, so he halted, but Han Fei couldn't care less. He spread the red dress wide.
Brother, let me give you some red in your life.
Holding the red dress with both hands, Han Fei continued his charge forward. He was risking his life. As long as he could exit the game, he'd do anything. As Han Fei barreled forward, the middle-aged man stepped to the side, but when Xiao Fong ran past him, the man suddenly reached out to stop him.
Quick, give him something.
Brother Hua shouted behind him, but it was already too late. The man had reached his hand before Xiao Fong's chest. The man didn't do anything, but Xiao Fong suddenly crumbled like wet laundry. When Brother Hua saw this, he pulled out a stack of paper money and threw it into the air. As the middle-aged man lowered his head to pick up the money that dropped to the floor, Brother Hua dragged Xiao Fong and ran. As his head bumped into the sharp corner of the step, Xiao Fong finally woke up. He asked in a shaking voice,
Why am I on the floor? A greedy businessman once lived in room 1184. He found a sensei who told him that the room would bring him so much wealth that he'd die from it. And a few days after he moved in, he did die. Then people kept seeing him in the stairwell.
Brother Hua helped Xiao Fong up from the ground.
If you don't give him money, he'll follow you home and take your life instead.
Xiao Fong shivered. When he turned back to look, the middle-aged man had disappeared, but the paper money was still there.
Room 1184 is very haunted. According to rumors, the sensei who recommended the businessman the room was room 1184's original owner, but he was already dead when the businessman met him. We all believe the businessman ran into a ghost and was made into a scapegoat.
Brother Hua said. He was worried that Han Fei and Xiao Fong would tumble into more troubles.
You guys have to be careful. Now is not the time to be careful. If you're too slow, you'll lose your life.
Han Fei was the first to reach the 19th floor. The red dress helped him scare away the middle-aged man, but the thing inside the dress seemed to sense it and was awakening. When she knew she had been used as a prop by Han Fei, she'd kill him. There was a jumper ghost chasing after him. He was holding the red dress, and there were unknown threats upstairs. Everything turned for the worse too quickly. As Han Fei raced for his life, his brain processed all the info, while paying attention to his surroundings and the red dress status. The jumper ghost was rapidly approaching. Based on this speed, I do have a chance to reach room 1244, but the grade F mission wouldn't be so easy. Have I missed out on something? The sound of the jumper ghost crawling could now be heard inside the stairwell. She was moving on all fours. Her limbs were all twisted. She was climbing up the banister like a giant bug. This game has always been an Iyashikei game for the ghosts inside it. The core of the mission should be on the ghosts. Han Fei's expression paled as the possibility entered his mind. The mission requires me to enter room 1244, which is on the top floor, and the woman jumped from the top floor as well. Based on the nature of the system, It's highly possible that room 1244 might be related to the jumper woman. She might even have jumped out from that room. Wait. This thought almost froze Han Fei's brain. If room 1244 is locked, and there's a high chance that it is, I will need a key. If she's the owner of the room, it's totally logical for her to have the key. Han Fei's face turned ashen and his eyes twitched. Now this was the grade F mission's difficulty he was familiar with. There has to be other solutions. It's too early to give up now. Holding the red dress open with both hands, Han Fei charged towards the 12th. If this was a normal neighborhood, if the tenants saw someone running up the stairs in such a manner at midnight, they probably wouldn't dare to stop him as well. Chapter 315. A person like Han Fei was rare even at the ziggurat. At least Xiaofang and Brother Hua had not encountered a colleague like him before. Han Fei had figured out a new way to use the red dress. When others found the red dress inside the toilet, they'd figure out a way to remove or destroy it, but Han Fei saw it as a treasure. He held it close to him, not willing to part with it even for a moment. But that was only because the red dress had not awakened. Han Fei didn't forget how the red dress took revenge on Xiaofang. How he treated the red dress. The red dress would repay him in double. Han Fei, who was dying several hours ago, was now racing at top speed. His wounds opened, but that didn't slow him down. The appearance of this medical miracle was all thanks to the jumper woman downstairs. Inside the stairwell, every spot that she passed would be covered in blood. The resentment and curse on her was so strong that one had to wonder what had happened to her before death.
Brother Hua, why don't you put me down?
Xiaofang had not fully recovered. He had no idea what the businessman had stolen from him, but he was unable to summon any energy now.
Do you know what is that downstairs?
Brother Hua lowered his head. He was old and his stamina was worse than the younger generations. He had been running all night, and it was almost to his limits already. He didn't say he'd give up, but his speed had conspicuously slowed, and his forehead was covered in sweat.
Brother Hua, don't think that it'll be over after you're dead. There's so many things worse than death.
Brother Hua squeezed out the following. He seemed to know something.
As long as we're still alive, we shouldn't give up.
Brother Hua carried Xiaofang, so both of them had to slow down. The shadow, which looked like a giant bug, was getting closer. The dense smell of blood drifted into their noses. The blood stains contained pieces of meat that had words written in black. They could already hear the woman's crazy mumblings.
Who is up there? Who is in the stairwell? Stop running. Let me touch you and die. You won't be able to escape. Where can you escape to? I will catch all of you and push you all down the stairs. Die, die, die.
The voice was like chains, slowing them down even further. When they reached the 21st floor, Brother Hua's legs were already shaking. He couldn't carry on any further, but he didn't want to leave Xiaofang behind. He seemed to have been in similar situations before. If only a person could live, should you take the opportunity or give it to others? At Ziggurat, no matter the choice, there was no right or wrong, and no one would blame him because everything could be blamed on the ghosts. Xiaofang was not Brother Hua's first junior, and Xiaofang never asked Brother Hua what had happened to the guards that came before him. They had a tacit agreement to not bring up the horrible past. However, certain things could not be avoided forever. His legs were giving out. If he didn't let go, both Brother Hua and Xiaofang would die.
I have to make this choice again.
Brother Hua knew that Xiaofang would not blame him, but that made things so much harder. The emotions in his heart collided with each other. The collision created beautiful patterns like a flower blooming. His fingers that held Xiaofang slowly loosened. He tried to hold on a little bit longer, but he was already at his limit. Brother Hua's grasp lightened. Just as Xiaofang was about to trip and fell down the stairs, another hand reached over to grab Xiaofang by his shoulder.
Run.
As Han Fei turned to study the jumper woman's location, he noticed the two guards were lagging behind him. He didn't hesitate and turned back to help them. Perhaps for others, the two guards would be the perfect bait to buy time. As long as it could raise one's survivability, it was fine sacrificing others. When Brother Hua was making a choice, Han Fei also made a choice. However, Han Fei didn't follow the rules of Ziggurat. In other words, the choice that he made was the kind butterfly wouldn't want to see. The butterfly liked to toy with kindness and humanity. In the human jigsaw case, it purposely told the drifter the truth and personally watched the drifter go and warn the others, and thus ended up being treated as a madman. Humanity was worthless in Butterfly's eyes. It was a tool to create butterfly patterns. But in Han Fei's eyes, humanity was also the strongest and prettiest flower. Even in the depths of the abyss, it could still bloom.
Don't stop.
Han Fei picked up Xiao Fong and carried him on his back. The bandage soaked with blood. Xiao Fong and Brother Hua didn't expect Han Fei to come back for them. After all, they had shared less than 10 sentences.
By Sinian. Xiao Fong branded the name in his heart. At this stage, saving others meant risking one's own life. He made a silent decision. When the ghost was about to get them, he would grab the monster and roll down the stairs to help Han Fei buy some time. Circling the red dress around his neck, Han Fei used both hands to carry Xiao Fong. He didn't have much planning. He just wanted to get to the top floor.
I can see you. I can see you.
A grating voice echoed. When Han Fei reached the 22nd floor, the jumper woman appeared behind them. Blood dyed the steps. The minced body was mushed together. The smashed body was carried by twisted limbs as it continued to climb.
I will drag you down with me. Let me touch you and die.
Knowing there was a ghost, and seeing an actual ghost behind them was two distinct experiences. Brother Hua, who had been pretending to be calm, finally broke down when he saw the jumper woman. Black and red pattern appeared on the back of his neck. The more fearful he was, the brighter the color of the pattern. His steps weakened, and Brother Hua's face filled with despair. The twisted arm cracked noisily as she reached for Brother Hua's back.
Be careful. Chapter 316. Han Fei kicked several times at the lock, hoping to use brute force to gain entry, but that was not possible at Han Fei's current power level. The steel door didn't budge, but Han Fei's leg did feel the pain. He had no key and the door remained unlocked, but Han Fei did gain some progress. As he kicked at the door, a begging sound came from inside the room.
This is all my fault. All my fault. Please let me go. I'm begging you.
There's someone inside. Han Fei's hope was ignited when he heard the voice.
We're the building's security guards. Please open the door. I will compensate you, anything that you want as long as you do not come back again. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
There was indeed someone inside, but it appeared to be someone mentally unhinged. He only knew how to repeatedly apologize and plead like a wind-up toy. Han Fei had no key, so his only hope of gaining entry into room 1244 was the madman inside the room.
I'm here to help you. If you open the door, we will help you, and the thing that is haunting you will never return again.
No matter what Han Fei said, there was only pleading and no footsteps.
Open the door.
The scent of smell was approaching. Han Fei turned to Brother Hua.
Have you been to room 1244 before? Who is the tenant staying here? I know there are people staying here, because occasionally I'd hear sounds of conversation coming from inside at midnight, but I've never seen them before.
Brother Hua's eyes were red and his face was carved in despair. His back bent over, and he gasped hungrily for air.
What kind of conversation? They were doing some kind of activity. I couldn't hear them clearly, but I remember hearing the term spirit summoning, something to do with being a spiritfarer. A spiritfarer?
Han Fei's eyes narrowed.
When the old guard retired, he did bring up the family living in room 1244. Apparently they are all crazy, but they didn't start that way. They weren't particularly well off, but they were doing fine. However, one day, for some unknown reason, their oldest daughter jumped down from the top of the building. And they did the summoning to call her back?
Han Fei looked at the door of room 1244. There was burnt paper money and some pictures on the ground. They scattered the dark corridor.
Yes, the whole family appeared to be involved in the daughter's death. Due to guilt, they turned to this kind of alternative ritual. But I believe they might have summoned something else instead.
Brother Hua spoke as fast as he could.
Actually, that monster which is chasing after us looks like the oldest daughter mixed with something else.
After hearing what Brother Hua had to say, his brain spun quickly. He was reminded of the tester who was forced insane inside Perfect Life's surface world. Based on Feng Ziyu's statement, the tester first noticed the problem when he was conducting a mission related to spiritfaring and summoning. The mission involved an old man who missed his wife too much and thus conducted a spirit summoning ritual. Similarly, he summoned something else, and that something murdered his whole family. It was through this mission that the tester came into contact with the cryptic world and ended up massacring an entire neighborhood. Coincidentally enough, the neighborhood that he massacred was the counterpart of Ziggurat in the surface world. The Spiritfarer mission was like a thread that bound the surface and cryptic world together. Incidentally, Han Fei himself had Spiritfarer, this extremely rare talent that allowed him to bridge the connection between the surface and cryptic world. The tester who was made mad by the spirit summoning mission massacred a whole neighborhood. Han Fei now, who had the spirit farer talent, was forced into Ziggurat, and his goal was also to destroy the Ziggurat. Everything was interconnected, and this made Han Fei question. Based on the map, one of the previous manager's memory fragments is here. Could this all be part of Fu Sheng's plan? What kind of secret is still hidden inside the talent of Spirit Farer? Han Fei obtained the Spirit Farer talent when he inherited the managerial position of Happiness Neighborhood. In other words, Fu Sheng would have this talent as well. Room 1244 is the scariest room at Building 1, and this room is related to the talent of Spirit Farer. Could the other 3 buildings have rooms that are related to this talent as well? Han Fei believed he was slowly approaching the truth. If he managed to survive Ziggurat, then many of his questions would be answered. The people inside refused to open, but Han Fei didn't know that was because they were unwilling or they were unable. For all he knew, they could have been tortured until they couldn't move anymore. The glass on the 24th safety door cracked and blood dripped in the corridor like rain. Framed in the empty pane, the face of the jumper woman appeared. Her cheeks were sunken and her eyes bloody. Her protruding eyeballs stared at the 3 guards. The hatred within her intensified. The wooden safety door slammed against the wall. The door was covered in blood. The jumper woman's slanted body slouched forward. This was the first time Han Fei saw her in person. Her clothes were mixed with her flesh and blood. White bones protruded out from her skin, but the thing that attracted Han Fei's attention the most was a black key that was pierced into the woman's heart. The number written on the key was 1244. The key represented home, but clearly it didn't represent warmth and belonging to the woman. Instead, it was like a sharp knife that punctured her flesh. It was her source of constant pain, powering her resentment and curse. Han Fei didn't expect the game system to be so incredulous. The most difficult part of this mission was not to escape the jumper woman and locate room 1244, but to remove the room key from her heart, which in essence would be to defeat the woman or to alleviate her pain. After knowing that, Han Fei cursed under his breath.
This sure is an Iyashikei game, all right.
While the 3 guards were stunned by her appearance, the woman crawled into the corridor. Shredded pieces of red dress littered around her.
Let me touch you. We will fall together.
Her body dissolved into a bloody web. As she charged at them, the scattered red dress stitched back together, but different from before. The redness of the dress became even more intense. Among the sea of redness, a pale arm reached out without warning to grab at the jumper woman's neck. The red skirt carpeted the long corridor. The angry red dress and jumper woman, dominated by hatred, lost control at the same time. The battle between the 2 impossibly strong spirits continued. All the doors and windows inside the building buzzed. The corridor was instantly dyed red. Han Fei could feel the earth moving. He looked at the walkie-talkie that still dangled from the skirt of the dress, and his face was blanched.
This has nothing to do with me.
Backing away, Han Fei had the sense to realize that the Grade F mission, Night Patrol, should be easier. He decided to hurry to finish that mission while the 2 spirits entangled with each other.
What are you standing there for?
Han Fei tapped Brother Hua on his shoulder as he carried Xiao Fong and raced down the other side of the corridor.
Run.
Chapter 317. The stairs shook as blood vines crawled up the walls. The livid, large, lingering spirit fought with the lingering hatred. The peace of the night was shattered. The black mist outside the building stirred, and Han Fei could hear a fleeting song being carried in the wind. Before this, the black mist secluded the building from the outside world, but the commotion caused by the 2 spirits was so big that even the black mist couldn't hide it anymore. The singer hasn't left. It is also in the neighborhood. Han Fei's prediction was correct. The black mist had eclipsed his presence from the singer. The singer failed to find him, but it had not given up. Other than the song, there was scream coming from the black mist. It sounded like the singer had encountered some adversaries of its own. When something as huge as a fight between the 2 strongest ghosts at Building 1 occurred, Ziggurat's manager should show itself to settle the conflict, but the manager seemed to have something more important to do at the moment. Part of Butterfly's consciousness has been split out to deal with Huang Yin, and now his servant at the Ziggurat is dealing with the singer. This is the perfect time to explore this place. Han Fei ran towards the other stairwell. He took a few steps forward and noticed Brother Hua hadn't moved.
Brother Hua?
The appearance of the 2 spirits at the top floor shocked Brother Hua. His expression became less lively. only fear and anxiety remained. The more fearful he was, the clearer the pattern that crawled out from the back of his neck. His memory and self-consciousness were being siphoned away by the butterfly pattern. The security guards hired here were pots that fitted the butterfly's requirement. Fear was the fertilizer used to make the seeds inside the pots grow and bloom faster. All the guards' memories had been edited by the butterfly. No one knew what Brother Wa did for a living before this, but from his instinct and actions, he was not a bad person.
I have a headache and my head is spinning. There are memories in my mind that I've not seen before, like Brother Wa's shoulders were shaking. Black splotches appeared on his skin, the image of my own death.
His face twitched as his hands reached tremblingly towards Han Fei.
Aye. Using the rubber baton, Han Fei whacked at Brother Wa's palm. The pain immediately had Brother Wa retract his hands, and his mutating face grimaced with confusion. Why did you hit me? Was it painful? Of course it was. Then you're still alive. Now is not the time to talk about this. We need to leave this floor now.
If not for the worry that a blow to the head might knock him out, Han Fei would have aimed at the man's head. The rubber baton wouldn't have injured any ghost, but since Brother Wa could feel pain, it meant that he was still living inside the memory weaved by the butterfly. He hadn't fully collapsed yet and could still be saved. Living in a cryptic world, Han Fei had to use this kind of method to formulate his decision. It was barbaric but effective. If he allowed Brother Wa to continue spiraling out of control, he would eventually be controlled by the pattern. So this was the best Han Fei could do for now. The three guards ran towards the other staircase. Even though he was carrying Xiao Fong, Han Fei moved faster. As time approached 4:44 a.m., the modern decor inside the building was turning old with a speed observable to the naked eye. The white paint peeled to reveal the strange bloody paintings and incoherent statements underneath. The fight between owners of room 1044 and 1244 sped up the change of the building. Red hue appeared on the bricks and the gap between them. It was like blood was spreading. The other tenants were coming alive. Various noises entered their ears. It was like everyone had gone crazy. As he left the 24th floor, Han Fei turned back to look. The shredded red dress scattered everywhere, like it was snowing blood in the corridor. But no matter how many times the jumper woman tore apart the red dress, she could recover, and with each recovery, the stronger the resentment on the dress. It was as the guards said, no matter how hard you tried to remove the red dress, it would always return. However, the scariest thing which Han Fei witnessed was that while they were fighting, the two monsters were also moving towards Han Fei. Both of them appeared to possess the desire to kill the three guards themselves. Other than to vent resentment and hatred, their fight was also to decide the right to kill for the three guards. I shouldn't have come here at level 12. Pulling his gaze back, Han Fei charged into the stairwell. He needed to complete a full round of patrol before he could quit the game. However, the mission required him to do more than just running around in circles. Based on the patrol rules inside the guard room, they had to check the camera and fire devices on each floor and record all the damaged objects if there was any. If they ran into a tenant that needed help, they were also required to provide necessary aid. As Han Fei made his escape, he also paid attention to the surveillance devices and his surroundings. With his superb memory, he memorized the cameras which were damaged and the severity of the damage. The real difficulty was the tenants. A guard's responsibility was to protect the tenants. If the tenant required it, then he would have to provide help, like Brother Wa did earlier. After completing the night patrol mission, there was a chance for him to acquire the hidden profession, Ziggurat security guard. That was exactly the thing Han Fei needed, something for him to access Ziggurat more easily. As he passed by the 23rd floor, Han Fei saw a human face at the safety door. When he brushed by the door, it was creaking open. With a flying kick, Han Fei sent the safety door bouncing back.
The building is haunted. People are injured. Stay at home for your own safety.
Han Fei's passionate heart was brimming with concern and love for all the tenants. The steps became more slippery and the lights flickered on and off. When they passed the 22nd floor, a child's crying came from the corner. It was a boy with a flowery shirt. His body and arms were bruised. He was calling for his mother. Under this circumstance, Han Fei definitely couldn't stop to help him search for his mother, but it was inappropriate to leave the boy there as well. When he passed the boy, Han Fei grabbed the boy by his collar.
Come with me. I will help you find your mother.
Being grabbed by Han Fei, the child cried harder. While he was struggling, The boy was handed over to Xiaofang. Now Han Fei carried a second person on his back.
Brother Bai. Soothing the boy in his arms, Xiaofang gained extra respect for Han Fei. Even when they were in such danger, he still had concern for others. That was truly admirable. This world needs more people like Brother Bai. The moment Han Fei carried the boy and ran, the safety door of the 22nd floor blasted open, and a woman covered in energy rushed out, holding a syringe. Her face was disfigured, and a clear butterfly pattern could be seen on her arm. She was just hiding behind the door earlier. If Han Fei hesitated, he would be injected by that syringe already. The child was just a bait to make people stop. What kind of tragedy the woman had gone through to use her own child as a bait. But none of these mattered now. Her ambush failed, and her child was kidnapped. After living for so many years in this building, this was the first time she encountered something as unlucky as this. When the woman charged through the door, Brother Wa was passing through. He was stunned in immobility, and then saw the woman run down the stairs. The boy's cries echoed in the stairwell. Han Fei could hear the movement coming from behind him, but he knew he couldn't stop.
Brother Bai, I believe the boy's family is behind us.
Ignore them. We need to keep on running.
Han Fei swore he was saying this to protect everyone.
The ghosts are fighting upstairs. If we return to her the child, she might run directly into the two ghosts. She has a better chance at survival if we lure her away from them with the child. We're only doing this for their safety. Brother Bai, you have a point. After all, we're this neighborhood's security guard.
In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had already arrived at the 20th floor. The even-numbered floors had no lights. The safety door of this floor was left open. Before they even got near, Xiaofang already got a bad feeling about this. When they passed by the open door, a wet arm reached out from the dark. The slick hair stuck to her face, and a pale face looked at Han Fei and Xiaofang.
They left me alone in that cold place, all twisted and folded up. I only had myself as company as I counted the knife wounds on my back to pass time. Before she finished, Han Fei reached out to grab her by her wrist and pulled with all his might. When the woman came to, she was already lying on top of Xiaofang. The dripping hair stuck to Xiaofang's forehead. This was the most intimate contact the single 20-plus guard had with a woman, but he didn't dare to turn around.
Brother Bai.
Xiaofang's body chilled. The senses that the businessman deprived him of were slowly returning, but the first thing he felt was a spine-chilling cold. Han Fei was hunched over due to the weight of 3 people on his back, but still he didn't slow down. He ran past the 19th floor safely, but as he passed the 18th floor with the littered paper money, the businessman in mourning materialized from the darkness. However, he immediately halted when he saw Han Fei and the load that he carried. The expression on the businessman's face froze. Han Fei saw the businessman at the same time. He no longer had the red dress, but he was not afraid. Instead, he shouted directly at the man, "Want to come with?"
The businessman was rich. Han Fei wanted to bring him along, but the man probably mistook Han Fei's meaning. He immediately shook his head with despair. The businessman spat 3 times at them. This was a very superstitious way of chasing away bad luck, similar to how some people would touch wood after saying something unseemly.
"It's haunted upstairs. You better go back home,"
Han Fei warned before he left. As he turned away, footsteps echoed down the stairs. Just as the businessman turned his greedy eyes around, a large syringe almost plunged into his head.
"Get out of my way."
The woman with the syringe barreled forward. After the businessman evaded the attack, he turned back and closed the safety door behind him. He looked like he was going home to rest from all the excitement he had had that night. Han Fei powered down the stairs, and the amount of thing on his back increased. When he only had 1 or 2 people on his back, the other tenants might target him, but now no one dared to come close to him. However, this placed a lot of pressure on Xiaofang. The young man was surrounded by layers of protection. Brother Wa, who ran at the back, was shocked as well. By now, the things that Han Fei carried had fully eclipsed the man. From behind, he looked more like a moving human mountain. Han Fei created a miracle by finally reaching the 1st floor, but the mission was still not yet over.
"There are 2 lingering spirits fighting at the top floor. I've already tried my best to save all of you."
Han Fei was not saying that for the tenants. He wanted to tell the system this was his way of helping the tenants.
"Brother Wa, do you have the key for the front door? We better send the tenants out for safety."
Han Fei shouted as he ran. Brother Wa could not see Han Fei. He could only hear his voice coming out from inside the mountain.
"To avoid accidents, All the public safety doors keys are inside the 4th floor's guard room.
Unable to leave and unable to shed off the mountain of tenants, Han Fei didn't know what to do. At that moment, footsteps came from the other side of the corridor. A delivery man carrying a giant box appeared. As per his habit, he leaned on the anti-theft door and peered through the peephole.
Is anyone home? Your delivery is here. If there's no one home, I'll be coming in.
His nail scratched on the door. Pairs of hands reached out from the delivery box, and they grabbed at the door handle.
Hey, delivery boy.
As the door wiggled, Han Fei charged at the delivery man carrying almost half of the tenants on his back.
It was you who killed the red dress. It was you who had been sneaking into people's homes. This time, we finally caught you red-handed.
When Han Fei saw the delivery ghost, a light bulb came on in his mind. It was the guard's responsibility to help the building's tenant, but there was a ghost here which didn't hold a tenancy. If there was someone who could allow these tenants to vent their hatred and anger, wasn't the delivery ghost who killed the red dress the perfect choice? Justice might be late, but it would never be absent. With that in mind, Han Fei carried everyone and bulldozed his way towards the delivery ghost. The ghost who leaned against the door was flummoxed. He was always the one who did the delivery. This was the first time someone came to him with a delivery, one that he was definitely unable to accept.
Xiaofang, hold on tight.
When Han Fei passed the delivery ghost, he turned and dropped everything on his back into the giant delivery box. He hauled up Xiaofang. Before he continued to run, he launched a punch on something inside the box. Screams and wails echoed everywhere. Curse and resentment exploded, and thus began the most chaotic night at Ziggurat. Leading Xiaofang and Brother Hua, Han Fei raced towards the other stairwell. The space behind them was consumed by darkness and curse. The poorest victim was definitely the delivery ghost who was caught in the epicenter. Even his delivery box was shattered and out tumbled many things he had stolen from the tenants. Han Fei had run through 24 floors in one breath. Even Han Fei couldn't take it much longer. His legs felt leaden. I have to quit soon. My stamina is almost zero. I can't even move anymore. Han Fei felt like he could consider changing lanes to become an athlete if his acting business didn't pan out. He would be able to fly the moment he channeled the feeling of being chased by ghosts in real life.
I have no idea there are so many ghosts hidden in this building, Brother Hua said between breaths. He appeared to look better. Mainly it was because Han Fei had literally shouldered all the scarier ghosts. His shock had overwhelmed his fear.
Brother Bai, how did you come up with this idea anyway?
Xiaofang looked at Han Fei with admiration. Instead of Bai Sinian, he called Han Fei Brother Bai.
I was just mimicking what my senior did. He was the guard who taught me everything I knew.
Han Fei was referring to O Li, the guard at Yiming Private Academy. Compared to him, Han Fei was nothing. With halting steps, the three guards finally reached the guard room before 4:44 a.m. But just as they were about to open the door, static suddenly came from Brother Hua's walkie-talkie.
We can finally contact the guards from the other buildings?
Xiaofang was excited. It was like the sun had finally arrived after a long night. Brother Hua sighed in relief too. He moved the device to his ear and was about to speak when a woman's voice came out from the speaker.
How could you leave me here all alone? Chapter 318. The tone was crisp, but carried with it an undertone of resentment and confusion. Just the voice of it caused Han Fei's skin to crawl with goosebumps.
Why is it a female voice? The neighborhood doesn't employ a female guard. Brother Hua was flummoxed. It only took a moment to fall from heaven to hell. Naturally, Han Fei wouldn't tell Brother Hua that he had stuffed the walkie-talkie into the red dress due to desperation. But as a responsible guard, he would not let others take the fall for his actions.
Give it to me.
After he accepted the walkie-talkie, Han Fei matter-of-factly lifted the speaker to his lips.
I know who hurt you the most. I do not know if there's anything I can say to alleviate your pain, but I will help you destroy the person who injured you the deepest. No, destruction is too simple an end for them. We'll make them suffer thrice the pain that they have unleashed upon you.
From the way Han Fei was talking, you'd think he was catching up with his old friend, so much so that Brother Hua and Xiaofang wanted to ask, "Are you two friends?" The static echoed in his ear, and Han Fei spoke again. I have to stress that I didn't mean to leave you behind. Tell me your current location. I will go fetch you now.
After a long time, the woman's voice surfaced among the shrill static.
You want to come fetch me?
The red dress had been dumped again and again. This was the first time she heard someone was offering to come fetch her.
I've been torn into pieces, some are on the 23rd floor, others on the 24th floor. Got it, wait for me.
After Han Fei hung up, Brother Hua, Xiaofeng and himself entered the guardroom. Before they started the patrol, the building was quiet. It was no different from a normal building, if a little bit eerie. But after the patrol, the whole building was covered in red. The top and ground floors were almost shattered. The building kept shaking. Even the black mist around it stirred like they were hit by an earthquake.
And that ends the first patrol of my life.
Han Fei picked up the patrol form that hung on the wall. Using his superb memory, he noted down all the broken devices and strange occurrences that they had encountered during their patrol. Xiaofeng and Brother Hua stood dumbly beside him as Han Fei wrote crazily on the form. Those who didn't know better would assume Han Fei was writing down his will. After he was done, Han Fei still didn't receive any notification from the system. He scanned the form anxiously before his eyes settled on the signature columns. Do I need the signatures of all 3 patrols? If one of us accidentally died, does that mean I would never finish this mission? With no other option, he had Xiaofeng and Brother Hua drop their signatures. When Brother Hua finished the last stroke of his signature, Han Fei finally received the notification from the system.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed Grade F Hidden Mission, Nighttime Patrol. You've successfully completed your first patrol with the guidance of your 2 seniors. There are many firsts in our life. Only by taking on new attempts will our life become more colorful and interesting. Mission completion rate is 20%. You've gained the approval of your 2 colleagues, but the tenants have some opinions regarding you and your actions. You've obtained 3 free skill points and the set of Ziggurat Guard uniform, basic attire with no buff. Due to the low completion rate and the complaints from the tenants, you were unable to unlock the unique profession, Ziggurat Guard. Warning: if you are able to gain the approval of all the tenants at Building 1 within the next 3 days, you will immediately unlock the hidden profession, Ziggurat Guard.
Han Fei gave a long sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. He collapsed on the couch. As the building trembled, he fixed his eyes on the exit button, which had finally lit up. He could always try again for the reward, but to be able to exit the game was more important. If I can gain the approval of all the tenants within the next 3 days, I'll directly unlock the hidden profession. The hidden profession, Midnight Butcher, had helped Han Fei greatly. If he could get another hidden profession, even as a part-time job, Han Fei believed it would benefit him greatly. It won't be easy to gain the tenants' approval, but it's not impossible either. I should make that my goal for the next 3 days. Holding the walkie-talkie, Han Fei stood up. He radiated confidence.
Brother Hua, Xiaofeng, you should stay here. I'm going to go fulfill my promise. You're leaving now? When the whole building is lurking with monsters.
Brother Hua couldn't understand Han Fei. Earlier it was Han Fei who ran the fastest, but now he wanted to leave again.
I only came back here to ensure that the 2 of you can be safe. Now that that is accomplished, it's time for me to go do something else.
Han Fei shook the walkie-talkie.
Do you know whose voice that was?
Xiaofeng and Brother Hua shook their heads. This was their first time hearing that voice.
That was the red dress. We shouldn't leave her out there all alone. Wait, the red dress that can't be destroyed and removed?
Brother Hua stared at the walkie-talkie Han Fei was holding. Xiaofeng silently took out his own walkie-talkie and dropped it at the table far away.
Yes, she has saved us. We can't leave her behind. We have to have morals.
Han Fei picked up the walkie-talkie and ensured that his exit button was lit up again before he opened the guardroom door. The scent of blood drifted into the room. After hearing the door open, several footsteps came from the stairwell. Ziggurat had never been as lively as it was that night.
I have no idea if I can return safely. If I don't come back in the next 24 hours, then most likely something has happened to me. Han Fei glanced back into the room. Stay here and don't wander off. Take care of yourselves.
The footsteps from downstairs became more frenetic. Han Fei closed the guardroom door and headed up the stairs with determination. The chaos had spread through the entire building. Blood crawled. All the tenants had lost their minds. But the key issue was they seemed to have realized that their manager appeared to be missing. Their suppressed anger and despair were unleashed. This was also the first time Han Fei experienced a massacre on this scale. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. There were broken spirits and monsters everywhere. It was hell. At 4:44 a.m., 4 hours after Han Fei joined the security team at Ziggurat, he came to the 23rd floor, wearing his red uniform, stepping over the dried blood. The walls of the staircase near the top floor had been engulfed by curse and blood vessels, but Han Fei paid them no mind. He picked up the pieces of red dress and stored them in his uniform pocket. Following the trail of the shredded dress, Han Fei finally arrived at the top floor. The jumper woman had disappeared. Only pieces of red dress remained on the corridor. When he reached the door of room 1244, Han Fei found his walkie-talkie. It was covered by a large piece of the red dress. Each time the red dress was torn apart, she would become stronger with each recovery, but her recovery speed slowed down and the connection between the shredded pieces weakened. A large lingering spirit was scary, but it was not like they had no weaknesses.
I'm a man of my words, so here I am.
Han Fei picked up the scattered dress pieces. When he had a pile of them, Han Fei realized it was not threads that bound the dress together, but bloody lines. The bloody lines near the edges twined together to weave out a more alluring and arresting pattern.
Only those who were kind and special in life could be so beautiful in death.
Treading through blood and curse, Han Fei collected the pieces of fabric. Even the red dress didn't expect him to return. She couldn't understand this man at all. She had already planned to take revenge on the 3 security guards after she healed herself. But things had developed in a completely different direction. A living human was willing to take such a huge risk for a lingering spirit? Was his heart made from steel?
The 3 of us would be dead without your help. You're important for the 3 of us. We will not leave you behind.
Han Fei included Xiao Fong and Brother Hua in his words because he was worried that the red dress might harm his colleagues after he logged off. The dress slowly regained its form. Han Fei had almost reached the end of the corridor when a sudden wail and howl came from inside room 1244. Following that, the sound of limbs skittering came from the stairwell. The jumper woman was tipped off, and she was rapidly ascending back to the top floor. The broken face appeared beyond the safety door. The woman's body had expanded several times in size. Her eyes filled with death fixed on Han Fei, who was picking up the fabric pieces. Her fingers covered in black symbols pushed open the safety door. Her large body was imprinted with the death curse that looked as black as ink.
I see you. If I touch you, you'll die? So die, die, die?
Han Fei had escaped several times from the jumper woman. Her hatred towards him was almost palpable. Even through the distance, Han Fei could feel the curse prickling his skin. The wall started to crack. Every spot that the woman touched crawled with the character of death. Being in the presence of such a dangerous ghost, Han Fei patiently picked up the last piece of red fabric. The red dress was completed. The lines on the dress connected back together, but it still needed some time to fully recover. But Han Fei and the red dress knew that the jumper woman wouldn't give them that time. For Han Fei, tossing the red dress at the jumper woman was his only chance to escape. The jumper woman came from the left stairwell, and Han Fei was close to the right stairwell. There was a long corridor between them.
Actually, I just want to tell you that I meant you no harm. I'm the security here, and it's my responsibility to help you.
Han Fei said as he tested the tensile strength of the red dress. After he made sure the dress wouldn't tear apart, he wrapped the dress around the walkie-talkie again. Just as the red dress thought she was about to be used as bait again, Han Fei held her beyond the banisters of the stairs.
This time, I'll stay behind to stop her. If I manage to survive, I hope we can be friends.
Then Han Fei let go. The red dress fell, pulled by gravity and the weight of the walkie-talkie. A pale face surfaced among the fabric. The hatred in her eyes was slowly overwhelmed by confusion. In this building dominated by death, someone was willing to give up his life for her? Han Fei didn't stay to watch the red dress fall. Instead, he reached into his inventory to grab a cigarette and lit it. After the manager died, his 3 sons left 3 cigarettes for him. These 3 cigarettes were one of the earlier mission rewards he obtained. The 3 cigarettes had the presence of the manager's 3 sons, and they could be used as protection talismans. Han Fei used one when he first left the happiness neighborhood, and now he was using another. The smoke rings rose into the air. Wailing souls could be heard from the dropping ashes. A pair of eyes appeared to open behind Han Fei. The black mist outside the building stirred harder. The presence of the manager's son caused some changes outside the building, but Han Fei didn't have the time to care about that now. His eyes were following the heart of the jumper woman, specifically the key which was stuck there. If Han Fei just wanted to survive, then he could have quitted the game now, but that wouldn't solve the problem. The next time he logged in, he still wouldn't have access into room 1244, and he'd still be chased by the jumper woman. To solve this conundrum, Han Fei came up with a crazy idea. He allowed the smoke to envelop him. Han Fei stared at the heart of the jumper woman and suddenly charged forward. Neither party slowed down. Just as the collision was immediate, Han Fei's hand reached towards the key. Activating Soul Depth Touch, Han Fei pulled out the key and shoved it into his inventory. The moment he heard the system notification, Han Fei logged out.
Notification for player 0000. You've successfully obtained the key to Heart Room 1244. Notification for player 0000. You've been afflicted by the death curse of room 1244.
Blood froze the world. His eyes flew open and Han Fei removed the helmet and eased out from the hub.
I did it.
Han Fei slumped to the ground, his heart still pumping from adrenaline. He had been the security guard at Ziggurat for only 4 hours, but he had not only completed a patrol, but also gained the key to the most dangerous room at Building 1. Next time he logged into the game, he could attempt the Grade F hidden mission directly. Laying there on the ground, Han Fei didn't look like someone who had just finished a satisfactory gaming session, but that was indeed the case. Chapter 319.
I've obtained the key to room 1244. The next time I log in, I only need to get into room 1244 and stay inside for 3 hours.
For Han Fei, living another day was worth celebrating. Life had never been so precious.
When I quit the game, I believe I heard the system mention a Heart Room 1244. Why did it have a special name for room 1244? Is it symbolic or literal?
Han Fei considered it, when suddenly his heart trembled like someone had kicked at it. His hand went involuntarily to his chest, and his head turned to the clock on the wall. It was 4:44 a.m.
What is so special about 4:44 a.m. to Ziggurat? Will Brother Hua and Xiao Fong survive the night?
The heartache disappeared as sudden as it came. Han Fei crawled up from the ground. He called Li Shui on her phone because he needed her help to investigate 2 individuals. Han Fei didn't know their names, but he knew what happened to them. One of them was an optimistic female live streamer who wanted to share beauty with the world, but was forced to commit suicide due to the ugliness of humanity. The other died from falling from the rooftop of a building, and she was the eldest daughter of a family. After the police were told these 2 victims might be related to the butterfly, they launched into a quick investigation without much urging from Han Fei. After doing all that, Han Fei left his rental and headed towards Pear Blossom neighborhood. The Ziggurat game at Zhuang Ren's home was deeply related to the Ziggurat in the cryptic world, so clearing the game in real life would help Han Fei immensely in his exploration of the Ziggurat. There was a murder at the set of Thriller Novelist. Even though the victim was the killer himself, it had caused some bad press. Rumors flew everywhere and the public's attention was drawn to the meat packing factory and its compound where Spider once lived. To avoid the press, Han Fei was told to stay away from the set for a few days. This presented him with the perfect time to play the game. When the sun rose, Han Fei had already appeared at Zhuang Ren's home. He knocked on the door lightly, and soon footsteps came from inside the house. Zhuang Ren with bloodshot eyes opened the door hurriedly. It appeared like he had been waiting for Han Fei.
Zhuang Ren, don't tell me you haven't slept. I wanted to try to clear the game myself, but I couldn't get to the actual Ziggurat map. Go to sleep. I'll help you. If I see your family in the game, I'll wake you immediately. It's fine, I'm not sleepy.
It was clear that Zhuang Ren really cared about his family. He hurried back to the couch, poured drinks for Han Fei, fluffed the pillow, and even polished the controller for Han Fei. It was rare for a former big director to treat an actor like this. Han Fei didn't waste time on pleasantries. He started the game and began to play. The most difficult part about the game was with each character death, the player would have to start over from the first map. It felt like the game designer never intended for people to finish the game. This mechanic had almost made Zhuang Ren lose his mind. Random objects were thrown against the wall out of anger, but Han Fei handled this with serenity. Humans only had one chance at life. There was nothing after death, but the game only required you to start over. That was already kind enough. After taking half an hour, Han Fei finished all the requirements and successfully entered Ziggurat. This time, he didn't choose a random room or stay standing there. Instead, he had a clear goal. He controlled his character to move to the 4th floor. When he turned the corner at the stairwell, the deliver man appeared behind him. Han Fei allowed the man to chase after him until he reached room 1044, the guard room. He opened the door and went inside to hide. For NPC in guard uniform were seated inside the dark room. They appeared to be the only normal NPC at Ziggurat.
There are 4 of them.
Going close to them would trigger conversation and mission. Through the conversations, Han Fei noticed that the 4 guards were actually sharing ghost stories about the building. The building was already strange during the construction phase. There were many strange events that had happened here, especially on the April 4th of each year. There would always be new tenants moving in on that day, and some abandoned rooms would suddenly be occupied. April 4th was also the day when the guards were the most nervous all year. The 4 guards consisted of 2 seniors and 2 juniors. The 2 seniors were sharing their wisdom with the newbies. There were rules that shouldn't be broken and taboos that shouldn't be challenged. Only by not listening, not asking, and not thinking that one could have a long career here. Han Fei was focused on the game when his phone rang. After he realized it was from the police, he walked out of the room to answer it.
Have you found anything? The female streamer that you mentioned was quite famous. She died 14 years ago on April 4th by cutting her wrist. She was found inside her own home's bathtub wearing a white dress. When she was discovered, she had already lost all vitals.
Li Shui said on the phone.
She was mentally unsound, and she was under great mental pressure before she died. People faked her chat transcripts and posted them online. Others photoshopped her face into horrible videos and pictures. Why would people do that? Perhaps they didn't believe someone as pure as her could exist in the world. That's why they wanted to ruin her, to bring her down to their level. Have the culprits been caught? That's the strangest part. After we reopen the investigation, we realize all the criminals involved in her crime have mysteriously disappeared.
Li Shui seemed to be flipping through files as she spoke.
The most recent disappearance happened to the main culprit behind the harassment. He was once a chef, but was fired because he added dirty ingredients into the food. His mind is incredibly dark and twisted. After he lost his job, he took up making deliveries for a living. That was how he met the victim. Online harassment, attempted murder, food poisoning. He was sentenced to many crimes and was jailed for a long time. These people would have to report back to the law enforcement at regular intervals after they were released back into the public, but one day, he just disappeared. There was no body found either.
Li Shui's words got Han Fei's attention. He saw the Deliverer Man in the cryptic world. Only Butterfly could do something like that. But why would Butterfly do that? If it wanted to help the red dress take revenge, it would trap the Deliverer Man inside the guard room, just like how Han Fei helped you. But Butterfly didn't do that. Instead, it used the man as some kind of bargaining chip to control the red dress. Humans are pawns, and everything is a tool in Butterfly's eyes. The Deliverer Man is a tool, and the red dress is probably just a stronger tool for the Butterfly. Butterfly and Han Fei could retain absolute rationality at the craziest moment, but there was a basic difference to their essence.
Li Shui, other than the streamer, did you find anything on the other woman? There are quite a number of people who committed suicide from jumping every year, but there is only one who fits your description. Similarly, something happened to her on the night of April 4th, 14 years ago.
Chapter 320.
It's April 4th again?
Han Fei felt like every tenant at Ziggurat was trapped on that day, repeating the nightmare loops, waiting for a dawn that would never come.
The woman's name is Zhuang. The reason behind her death is very complicated.
Li Shui looked at the files and sighed.
Her biological mother was a D-list horror film actor. Her name was Yuan Shuang. She was pretty, but her acting was not that good. The films that she was in had very low reviews. Just as she planned to switch to another film genre, something broke her mind. Apparently, she was scared witless. She stopped acting altogether and disappeared from the entertainment industry. Soon she was found with a young girl, marrying a poor and ugly exorcist. The girl was Zhuang. An exorcist? Yes, the exorcist lived in his own world and insisted on using his own method to cure Zhuang's mother. They lived together for 5 years, but Yuan Shuang's conditions didn't improve. Instead, she passed away after leaving the exorcist with a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Zhuang was there to witness and hear everything. The fanatic statements of the exorcist and the rituals performed on her mother. That made it so that Zhuang was different from other children. She couldn't fit in. After Yuan Shuang died, the exorcist was heartbroken. For some reason, he blamed her death on the little girl. At the exorcist's home, only Zhuang had a different surname. As the twins grew older, they started to ostracize Zhuang, treating her as an outsider. Because of that, Zhuang's personality became unpredictable and hard to read. One day, The exorcist suddenly announced that Zhuangwen was haunted and that she was carrying a ghost with her. She was going to have her mind broken like her mother. Zhuangwen assumed that those were just the exorcist's incoherent ramblings and no one would treat him seriously, but she soon realized how wrong she was. The family of 3 saw her as a monster that was dangerous and needed to be exorcised. That pushed the girl further. She was a normal person but was labeled by the people around her to be a possessed human. The atmosphere at home was just eerie. Without the girl's permission, the family of 3 started their rituals of exorcism on Zhuangwen. The girl didn't know if she was possessed or not, but even if she was, the ghost possessing her was much kinder than the exorcist and her half-brother and sister. Zhuangwen grew up in tragedy. She was just waiting for the day when she could leave home. But her living environment had molded her personality in such a way that she wouldn't fit in normal society anymore. Soon, even her neighbors started to treat her differently. This was because Zhuangwen had a bad EQ. But by then, shouting and howling were the only things she could do to prevent the exorcist and his children from harming her further. If she didn't grow a spine, they would trample all over her. The conflict between them escalated. The exorcist didn't hate Zhuangwen. He believed unconditionally that the ghost which had possessed Yuan Shui had now moved to inhabit Zhuangwen's body. To exorcise the ghost out from Zhuang Shui, the exorcist locked Zhuangwen up at home and forbade her from leaving. That deteriorated Zhuangwen's mental and physical conditions, but it was 1 year later that she finally committed suicide. However, no one knew what happened in that last year because the neighbors never saw Zhuangwen outside her home anymore. Even her shouts had stopped. The things that happened in that year became a complete mystery. After Zhuangwen's death, the exorcist's family of 3 died one after another, and they died in the same manner as Zhuangwen did.
Li Shui added.
That's all we can find for now. I can send you the details, but are you sure their deaths are related to the butterfly? I noticed their deaths fit the butterfly's MO, but beyond that, I cannot be sure. However, I believe they are connected. The same feeling came to me when I was investigating the human jigsaw case.
To increase his persuasion, that was what Han Fei said.
Sounds like the butterfly is a challenge that you're destined to face in life. I think so too.
After hanging up, Han Fei received the info from Li Shui. It had the record of everyone who had hurt the red dress and the jumper woman. After going through the files, Han Fei entered the room. He glanced at Zhuang Ren on the couch, and he asked casually,
Director Zhuang, have you heard of a girl by the name of Zhuangwen? I have not. Then do you know Yuan Shuang? She is Zhuangwen's mother. That name sounds familiar. I believe she has starred in a few of my projects. Oh, yes, I remember her now. She doesn't have much talent. No matter how hard I try to give her pointers, she can't pick up the acting.
Zhuang Ren did know the woman.
No offense, but what is the nature of your relationship? Why would Yuan Shuang give her daughter the same surname as yours? We had a purely professional relationship.
Zhuang Ren said firmly, so Han Fei didn't press further. He turned his attention back to the game. When he went out to take the call, he died because he stayed idle for too long. The 4 security guards became ghosts after they finished telling the ghost stories. They were the final ghost story and they worked together to kill the character. Han Fei started from the top and entered Ziggurat the second time. This time, Han Fei memorized all the ghost stories that the guards told. Han Fei frowned when they brought up the red dress. He stared close at the screen. He noticed that as the red dress story progressed, the toilet door would open wider. Han Fei's experience in the cryptic world was immensely helpful. He controlled the character and left the guard room. He calculated the time in his heart. Several minutes later, he entered the guard room again. Of the 4 guards, 3 were dead. The remaining guard sat in a pool of blood, and a red dress stood behind him. Looks like the guards were just repeating the stories the butterfly implanted into their minds. After the red dress showed up, Han Fei's character triggered the death curse inside room 1044. If you sleep, you'll die. Both the security and the red dress went berserk and charged at the main character. Han Fei watched as he got brutally killed. The security guards are the normal NPC inside the building. They seem to serve some kind of purpose. Looks like I'll have to find a way to save them. As Han Fei became more familiar with the mechanics, he could now finish all the previous maps in under an hour. Zhuang Ren watched Han Fei control the character, and he was flummoxed. Han Fei had an unimaginably perfect memory. He used it to memorize the sequence of the buttons and the frequency necessary to tap them. He didn't even need to consult the maps anymore. It was like Zhuang Ren was watching a fast-forwarded video. Han Fei returned to the guard room. and instantly he charged into the toilet and pulled down the red dress. After obtaining the sleep-related death curse, he carried the red dress and hurried to the first floor. He left the red dress alone with the delivery man, and after the murder was over, he picked up the delivery box and returned upstairs with the red dress. He sold the box to the businessman. As the businessman carried the box with the red dress inside home, Han Fei controlled the character to wait in the corridor. Just as Han Fei thought the businessman would be killed, the man's door suddenly opened and he ran out. Han Fei entered the businessman's room and stuffed everything within sight into the delivery box. Then he swiped the stack of paper money and slipped them into the rooms which he had not personally visited in the cryptic world. When the businessman sneaked back to his room, he realized his savings had been stolen by his neighbors. The businessman came up with ways to enter his neighbor's room and through this process, inadvertently earned their ire. Han Fei controlled his character and followed behind the businessman, memorizing the situation and the tenants of each individual room. Chapter 321. To be frank, Han Fei had underestimated this businessman's gut. To get back his money, he would do anything, as long as there was a small ray of hope. Even if it was up against a neighbor several times more powerful than he was, he would try his best again and again. It was quite inspiring. What exactly happened to this man? His obsession is clearly money. He died for money and has returned in the afterlife also for money. For him, money seems to be the best medicine. Following behind the businessman, Han Fei saw many tenants he had not seen in the cryptic world. He realized Ziggurat in the game and the cryptic world still had some differences. In the Ziggurat game, all the rooms were occupied, but in the cryptic world, most of the tenants lived inside rooms with the number 4. Han Fei had a feeling a big cleansing had happened at the Ziggurat in the cryptic world, and only the most key tenants were allowed to stay. It was the same at Happiness Neighborhood. When the previous manager was around, there were a lot of tenants, but when Han Fei took over, there were very few tenants left. Carrying the red dress and following the businessman, Han Fei carefully checked all the rooms inside Ziggurat, and soon he noticed something. Following the trail of paper money, the businessman came to the 6th floor. When he saw the sleepwalking child behind the 6th floor safety door, the businessman hesitated before finally leading the boy to knock on the door of room 1064. The boy's mother stopped at the door. Han Fei saw her face, and perhaps he was projecting, because he swore she looked just like the woman with the syringe on the 22nd floor. To verify his suspicion, Han Fei controlled his character to run up to the 22nd floor. He found the boy with the bruises beside the safety door. The child was sobbing quietly while the woman with the syringe hid behind the safety door. Han Fei slowly approached before his character scooped up the boy and raced down the stairs. What happened next was similar to the events in the cryptic world. The woman with the syringe blasted through the door and chased after Han Fei. Through the screen, Han Fei studied the syringe woman's face carefully. She really did look like the woman on the 6th floor. They could be twins. But the strangest thing was when Han Fei's character reached the 6th floor and planned to leave the boy with the businessman, the syringe woman stopped chasing after him. She didn't come into the 6th floor corridor. She kept knocking her head against the 6th floor safety door instead. The door is not locked. Why did she stop? While Han Fei was confused, a loud noise came from upstairs. It sounded like window breaking. Then Han Fei saw a woman fall through the floors. That's the jumper woman. Han Fei glanced at the time. The jumper woman appeared about half an hour after Han Fei entered Ziggurat. It was the same as when he was in the cryptic world. If the outsiders aren't killed by the death curse within half an hour, the jumper woman will appear. Several seconds later, the jumper woman's horrid cries came from the stairwell. Han Fei was on the 6th floor. He was dangerously close to the woman. Soon, the disfigured jumper woman appeared on the 6th floor. The corridor behind her was covered in blood and bones. Han Fei didn't panic when he saw her. Instead, he focused on the woman's barely recognizable face. Wait a minute. This jumper woman, the mother on the 6th floor, and the syringe woman have similar faces. Are they 3 personas of the same person? One consciousness has been forcibly split into 3. The more Han Fei thought about it, the more credible the theory was. This was because the jumper woman was completely dominated by hatred. She only had murder and death on her mind. She didn't even have any human memory, much less humanity. That was very unnatural. Is it possible that Butterfly has split the woman's consciousness into 3 separate parts to better control her? And these 3 women represent 3 distinct memories. As the jumper woman approached, Han Fei was reminded of something else. He put down the controller and allowed the jumper woman to tear his character into pieces. With Zhuang Rin watching on with confusion, Han Fei took out his phone and searched for the info of the female live streamer who died 14 years ago. At the time, the issue was huge on the internet, so info gathering was easy for Han Fei. When he saw her picture, Han Fei's eyes widened because his suspicion had been verified. The live streamer who died 14 years ago looked similar to the female live streamer who lived in room 1084. In other words, the red dress in room 1044 and the girl in room 1084 should be the same person. However, the girl in room 1084 retained her curiosity and optimism that defined her life. That was probably the persona which was removed from the red dress. This proved that the manager was even more powerful than the red dress and the jumper woman because they could tamper with their memories. Their consciousnesses had been spliced. Han Fei didn't know why the manager did that for now, but he believed that if he wanted to help the red dress and the jumper woman regain control of themselves, he needed to help them reunite their memories first. The girl in room 1084 is very interested in what happened to the live streamer in room 1044, and she remembers some details of it, but she thought it was another person's story. She moved to Ziggurat out of curiosity and concern. The connection between the red dress and the live streamer is clear, but what is the connection between the syringe woman, the jumper woman, and the divorced mother with the sleepwalking child? Zhuang Wen died from falling, so it had nothing to do with the syringe. She was too young to have been divorced. But the 2 women's children do have similar childhoods as Zhuang Wen. Han Fei believed there was a greater story behind the jumper woman. She was the scariest and strongest ghost at Building 1, a monster who failed to overcome her hatred. If Han Fei could get her to side with him, it would help increase his survivability at Ziggurat by a lot. Perhaps this game can give me the answer. Picking up the controller, Han Fei continued the game. He was speedrunning the game now. Soon, he once again reached the Ziggurat map. The earlier steps were the same as before, but after he got the red dress, he didn't bother the businessman, but instead hurried to room 1084. The tenant of room 1084 was the only person who treated Han Fei well. She didn't harm Han Fei. She was just like that dead live streamer, full of positivity and joy. That made Han Fei confirm his thought. He attempted to have the girl put on the red dress, but the moment she did, she turned into a monster and strangled Han Fei's character. Why didn't it work? What did I miss? Han Fei frowned, but Zhuang Rin beside him was completely lost. He wouldn't have thought to do these things Han Fei had done. Han Fei's frame of thinking and this game's design was completely unfathomable. With the next retry, Han Fei planned to do everything at the same time. He first carried the child and lured the syringe woman to the 6th floor. While the syringe woman was held inside the stairwell, Han Fei carried the boy who hid behind the safety door on the 6th floor to the 8th floor. Calculating the time, just as the jumper woman was about to show up, Han Fei knocked on the door of room 1084 and had the girl put on the red dress. While she was in the bedroom to try the dress on, Han Fei picked up the 2 boys and ran. After the girl turned into a monster, she chased after Han Fei to the 6th floor. At that moment, Han Fei knocked on room 1064, but the divorced woman didn't seem to want to leave the room. Just as she reached for her child, Han Fei leaped away from her and charged towards the syringe woman instead. The divorced woman rushed out to ensure that her boy wasn't injured. At that crucial moment, the jumper woman joined the party. Han Fei planned for the divorced mother, the syringe woman, and the jumper woman to meet together, and then something unexpected happened. The jumper woman, who was dominated by hatred, actively stayed away when she saw the divorced mother, the syringe woman, and their boys. I knew there was some kind of connection between them. The red dress arrived from the other stairwell. As Han Fei predicted, the red dress fought with the jumper woman. Han Fei put down the boys in the chaos and ran to the top floor. The door to room 1244 was locked. He had to have a key. With no other option, Han Fei returned to the 6th floor. He wanted to see if he could get a chance to grab the key from the jumper woman's heart, but whenever his character got close to the fighting ghosts, he would die instantly. After dying in the same manner for 3 times, Han Fei finally calmed down. Every time he died, he needed to start over. He had to enter the cryptic world again that night. He didn't have that much time to waste. There should be another way. The moment I get close to the jumper woman, I die, but she won't come close to the divorced mother and the syringe woman. Perhaps they're my openings to get the key. Han Fei changed his tactics. He led the boy on the 6th floor to somewhere safe, and then told the boy's mother that her child had been captured by the jumper woman and kept in her room on the top floor. To save him, they had to have the key. The divorced mother agreed to help Han Fei out of concern for her boy. Then Han Fei led the red dress over. After the jumper woman paid a heavy price for killing the red dress, the divorced mother plucked the key out of the heavily injured woman's heart. But the moment she touched the key, the Black Death curse appeared on the divorced mother's body. The curse originally was only on the jumper woman. They ran upstairs, but halfway there, the divorced mother suddenly stopped like she was ravaged by some scary memory. She was morphing into the second jumper woman. Han Fei reached for the key. The moment he held the key, his life already started its countdown. When the curse spread all over his body, he'd die. Not wasting any time, Han Fei's character rushed to the top floor. He pushed the black and red key into the lock and successfully opened the door to room 1244. The heavy black anti-theft door was pushed open. The back of the door was covered in blood-red talismans. More strange talismans and carvings decorated the room. The walls were written in some kind of spell. Pages of unknown scripts and eerie pictures littered the ground. There was also blood everywhere. Han Fei's character neared the bedroom door. As if hearing his footsteps, crying came from inside the room. He opened the door to reveal an old and ugly middle-aged man who was tied to the ground. Paper money as well as traditional ceremonial tools for spirit summoning sat around him. He kept mumbling his apologies and penance. Han Fei approached the man, and the speech bubbles popped up. It was from them that Han Fei got to know the scary things that Zhuang Wen had experienced. Whenever she was sick, be it real or just imaginary, Zhuang Wen would be locked inside the storage room. The more pained and inconsolable she got, the more confident the man was of her state of being possessed. To cure her, he forced her to drink various concoctions, draw symbols on her body, and even tried to beat the ghost out of her. Seeing the words that rolled on screen, both Han Fei and Zhuang Ren's hearts chilled. After exiting the middle-aged man's room, Han Fei entered the storage room. A single bed was squeezed into the limited space. It was dirty and messy. A shackle was left on the bed which was stained with blood and excrement. There were also needles and syringes in the room. The room used to trap Zhuang Ren was now the prison for the middle-aged man's son and daughter. They were scared until their minds broke, and all they knew how to do was to cry. Han Fei ignored the twins. He looked closer at the bedsheet and mattress. It was filled with curses. It recorded all the pain and despair Zhuang Wen had experienced. Just reading them brought Han Fei goosebumps. Zhuang Wen hated everything and everyone, including her mother. Zhuang Wen's mother used her as a bargaining chip to threaten the director of her movie, Zhuang Ren, when she was very small. Not long after that, Zhuang Wen's mother lost her mind. It was then that the seed of hatred was planted. Zhuang Wen hated her mother, Zhuang Ren, her adopted father. The whole world was an oppressive, hateful black. To use her child as bait, the syringe woman beat him up. The same thing happened to Zhuang Wen. Zhuang Wen's mother also used Zhuang Wen to threaten the horror film director, Zhuang Ren. The divorced mother's child was trapped at home, similar to how Zhuang Ren was trapped by her stepfather's family. Her biggest hope then was probably to find the elusive key and run away forever. Similarly, the dream-walking boy could always find the key no matter where it was hidden, and escape from home. All three memories were connected. Han Fei's hands that held the controller shivered as much as his heart did.
How could a person be like this?
When Zhuang Ren saw his own name written in blood on the bed in the game, his hands couldn't stop shaking.
It's all because of this child. It was she who trapped my family inside Ziggurat.
Zhuang Ren's tone was changing. He took rapid breathing. His hand pressed against his chest, and his face grimaced from pain. He grabbed the pills on the table and tossed them down his gullet. Then his condition leveled out.
Han Fei, please, you have to check the other rooms. My family might be inside this crazy house.
Chapter 322 The pain that eased due to the medicine returned. Zhuang Ren scrunched up his face in pain.
Why would your name be among Zhuang Wen's curses? Is there really no relationship between you and Zhuang Wen's mother?
Han Fei continued to control the character, but his voice was turning ugly.
Really, there's nothing between us. When she was in my movie, her mental condition was already fraying. She often returned to the set alone at midnight. No one knew what she was doing, and I definitely did not have a child with her.
Zhuang Ren pleaded with his hand on his chest.
She returned to the set alone at midnight? Based on what I know, you've only worked on horror movies. Wasn't she afraid? The last movie that I shot was called Dreaming. After I have enough money, I plan to shoot a real horror film to prove myself, but the shooting got halted due to various reasons.
Zhuang Ren forced himself to stand up.
I still have some of the recordings from back then. It was also at that moment that I started to ruminate over what the director of Immortal Pharma said. I can show you all the recordings. All I beg of you is that you open the other room doors and see if my family is trapped inside room 1244 by Zhuang Wen.
Zhuang Ren's body shook from emotions. Han Fei didn't say anything and turned his attention back to the game. Room 1244 was like a hellhole, covered with curses and talismans. Han Fei opened all the rooms and found no trace of Zhuang Ren's family. Eventually, only the main bedroom was left.
This is the last room.
Zhuang Ren's heart rose. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The bedroom door opened to reveal not Zhuang Ren's family, but a little girl. She sat beside the window with her legs crossed. She had innocence on her face, unaffected by her environment.
A girl?
Zhuang Ren stared at the screen, and the fight went out from him. He appeared to grow old in mere moments. He stood flummoxed for seconds before he sighed and turned towards the bedroom. It sounded like he was searching for the tapes for Han Fei to prove his innocence. After Zhuang Ren left, Han Fei's character approached the girl and initiated the conversation prompt. The girl didn't seem to have a name. She didn't know who her parents were, but she did know that this was not her home. Her home was under the balcony bricks. When he obtained the key to room 1244, Han Fei's character had already been affected by death curse. He didn't waste time and hurried to the balcony. The balcony door was covered with talismans, and the balcony itself was painted with ritualistic symbols. Han Fei controlled the character to check the brick one by one. When he reached the brick in the middle of the balcony, the game hinted at him that he had found something. He selected for his character to interact with it. He peeled it loose. At that moment, the dawning sun shone into the space underneath the brick. There was a corpse of a baby under there. The moment the corpse was discovered, every talisman in room 1244 was dyed red. The screen turned red like all the hatred was triggered in that moment. The death curse on Han Fei's in-game character was forcibly triggered, and he melted into a pool of blood. Why was there a nameless, parentless girl inside room 1244? And the source of all the hatred is a baby corpse. Bad omen rose in Han Fei's heart. Han Fei put down the controller and called Li Shuez again.
Did you find anything else? I hope you can help me investigate something. Zhuang Wen, who died 14 years ago. Can you still get her coroner's report? I want to know if she has given birth before she died. Okay, there's one more thing. Do you have the right to compare Zhuang Wen's DNA with a living person? I suspect Zhuang Wen might be the horror movie director, Zhuang Ren's daughter. I hope you can look into the citizenry database for me. I'll need to submit a request for that. I'll reply to you in 10 minutes.
Then Li Shuai hung up. At that moment, Zhuang Ren came out from the bedroom. He fixed all the equipment and played the tapes for Han Fei to see.
We suspected someone was sabotaging us because problems kept happening at the set. Therefore, we decided to put security cameras around the set, and these were the things we caught.
Zhuang Ren pointed at the aged computer screen, and the videos that came on were quite creepy. A very beautiful female actor walked into the set alone. She appeared to be talking to someone, occasionally flirting and showing some skin. The someone appeared to know the presence of the camera because they hid at the blind spot. Then we could see clearly, Yuan Shuang was dragged away by some force deeper into the set.
Where did you shoot the movie? It was at the building in this neighborhood, which was bought by Immortal Pharma. At the time, they hadn't made the purchase and the building wasn't yet sealed.
Zhuang Ren pointed at the screen.
She lost her mind after that. She kept telling me many strange things, but I had no idea what she was talking about. Wait, the same building where the director of Immortal Pharma spent his childhood? Yes, but when we made the movie, he had long since moved away. Now that you mention it, that is quite a strange coincidence. In fact, not long after the actor went insane, Immortal Pharma bought the building with a fee way above the market price. They sealed off the place, and no one was able to enter it since.
Zhuang Ren had something else to say, but Li Shui's call came in then. Han Fei picked up his phone and walked out of the room.
Zhuang Ren and Zhuang Wen have no blood relationship, but we did find something weird. According to the database, Zhuang Wen's biological father is unknown.
Li Shui had helped verify Zhuang Ren's statement. Perhaps Yuan Shuang did run into someone back then, and he had been staying in the building where the director of Immortal Pharma grew up.
Have you checked Zhuang Wen's coroner's report? She wasn't pregnant when she died, but she did give birth before. After her death, her family was investigated, but they all soon died in the same manner as Zhuang Ren did, so the case ended there. The house they owned is a famous haunted apartment and has been left empty until now. Can we go over there to look? I've discovered some disturbing details, and I hope to verify them in person.
When Han Fei first encountered the Jumper Woman, the system told him that she was a monster who failed to overcome her hatred. Just what had to have happened to a person to morph into something like that? After getting Li Shui's permission, Han Fei returned to the game. Room 1244 appeared to be a dead end. No matter how hard Han Fei tried, he couldn't clear it. His progress was stuck. 3 hours later, Li Shui and her colleagues who got the key to Zhuang Wen's former home arrived. They brought Han Fei to a rather high-end neighborhood at Xianlu. With the landowner leading the way, they came to the top floor of the building. The moment they opened the door, they were shocked by the dusty, innumerable talismans inside the room. As they entered the room, everyone including Han Fei had to take a moment. The room was similar to room 1244 in the Ziggurat game. The walls were painted with strange curses, and there were many grotesque and eerie objects.
This place is haunted, and no one dares to rent it. I hear the last family all jumped to their deaths. It's a horrifying place.
The landowner didn't dare to even enter. After a moment of observation, Han Fei pushed open the door to the storage room. There was a small bed with a shackle sitting on it. He walked out from the storage room and entered the main bedroom. He pulled off the layer of talismans on the balcony door and forced it open. The sun shone on the ground. Han Fei's eyes wandered to the brick in the middle of the balcony. Li Shui ordered,
"Someone put on the gloves and pry this brick loose."
As the brick was shattered, a box which was wrapped in strange talismans appeared. It was painted with inexplicable patterns. After removing the talismans and ropes, the box cracked and shattered to reveal the bones of a baby inside. Chapter 323. The baby's bones were buried in the middle of the balcony. It was wrapped in talismans. The owner of the house saw this small creature as some kind of monster, the source of all the tragedy, and thus had contained it with layers of talismans.
Why would someone treat a baby like this? Based on the size, it should be only several weeks old.
Li Shui had her colleagues take the bones back for analysis, while she took out her phone to report the findings to her superior. Walking back into the living room, Han Fei glanced into the narrow storage room, and all the info started to link in his mind. The exorcist locked Zhuang Wen up at home for a whole year to cure her. But why must her movements be limited? What happened to Zhuang Wen in that year? Was the baby under the brick her child? The baby inside the balcony was the source of her hatred. It was because of the baby that the Jumper Woman possessed enough hatred to break through the limits of a lingering spirit. Even if her memory was spliced, she could overpower the red dress. Hatred was the source of her power, her everything. The hatred had grown beyond the Jumper Woman's control, and she became the janitor at Building 1, cleaning up all the living creatures that she saw. She would appear half an hour after an outsider entered the building. From these observations, it was clear that Ziggurat's manager had greatly manipulated the Jumper Woman, or rather, the Jumper Woman became the thing that she was, due to the deliberate planning of the manager. The Jumper Woman was one of Butterfly's creations. Taking in the smelly mattress and the shackle, Han Fei was chilled to his core. Being in this house, the line between the cryptic world and the real world blurred. The house radiated an oppressive feeling. Han Fei couldn't imagine how Zhuang Wen managed to spend a whole year inside that suffocating storage room. The cryptic world is the reflection of the real world. How horrid it is here is how terrifying it will be there. Han Fei and the rest waited for an hour before Li Shui's colleagues came back with the news. After analysis and comparison, the baby's mother was Zhuang Wen and the father was the exorcist's son. As they investigated deeper, something surprising popped up. The exorcist's son had crossed paths with the killer of the human jigsaw case 14 years ago. No one expected these two completely different men to have known each other. With the citizenry database as well as the photon computer, as long as it had been recorded, such information could be found easily by law enforcement. 14 years ago, before the exorcist's family died, exorcist's son often visited and donated to the orphanage run by Weep's father. Around the same time, The young Ming Chang'an often frequented that orphanage as well. This might be a coincidence, but when dealing with the butterfly, there were no coincidences. The police immediately launched an investigation into the private orphanage. The goal was to check who was there 14 years ago. When Meng Chang'an and the exorcist's son appeared there, who else was there as well? Meng Chang'an was molded by the butterfly. It was probably the same case with the exorcist's son. While the police exchanged information, Han Fei felt his limbs go numb. If the exorcist's son was Butterfly's follower, then many things could be explained. With Butterfly's cruelty, it would have done anything to achieve its goal. Han Fei had played the ziggurat game and had seen what was inside room 1244. The exorcist's family of 3 were all detained and trapped. They were punished the same way Zhuang Wen was. They most likely had done something incredibly horrible to Zhuang Wen.
The exorcism on Zhuang Wen was just a manifestation of human sin. Based on the baby in Zhuang Wen's time of death, Zhuang Wen was pregnant about a year before she died. She was trapped inside the storage room after her baby bulge couldn't be covered up anymore. That was the real reason behind the exorcism.
Li Shui concluded.
Their sins might be deeper than you dare to imagine.
Han Fei said under his breath. He knew the female live steamer and Zhuang Wen died on the same day. April 4th wasn't a coincidence. The butterfly had arranged this. But how to make 2 victims choose to commit suicide on the same day? Han Fei didn't know much about the female live streamer, but he had a guess about Zhuang Wen's situation. Based on Zhuang Wen's circumstances, it was not hard to imagine that the poor girl would have sought death as an escape, so why did she wait until April 4th? Perhaps the exorcist used the baby to keep her alive. He probably told her that she would be able to see her child once the ghost was chased out of her. Since Zhuang Wen was young, all she had was her sickly mother. She didn't have a good childhood. Understandably, she wouldn't want the same to happen to her child, so she held on to hope for her baby. But on April 4th, the exorcist's family told Zhuang Wen the truth. Her baby had been killed a long time ago because it was the source of all tragedy. A ritual had been performed on it, and it was buried for everyone's safety. After finding that out, Zhuang Wen's lingering hope turned into hatred. Now that she had lost everything, she chose death. The world lost that poor girl, and the cryptic world gained a new lingering hatred, the Jumper Woman. Considering the butterfly's involvement, Han Fei believed this was the truth.
However, even after everything she had been put through, she ended up as a failed product. All of her pain and torment were for nothing. Even her despair was just a tool.
To the butterfly, the Jumper Woman was a failure, or else it wouldn't have progressed to the creation of Little 8. Han Fei's fists closed as his hatred towards Butterfly intensified. If the butterfly is not apprehended, more tragedies like the one that happened to the Jumper Woman would continue. The creature that condescended on humanity would do anything. After knowing everything that happened to the Jumper Woman, Han Fei parted from the police. He returned to Pear Blossom neighborhood to try to complete the game while he still had the time. But just as he reached the ziggurat map again, Huang Yin's call came.
Han Fei, Feng Ziyu has gone missing. Missing? Have you contacted the police?
Han Fei was definitely not expecting that.
I have. They're investigating it.
Huang Yin said in a worried tone.
I have a very bad feeling about this. I believe the butterfly might have Ziyu. On the night before he disappeared, he sent me some messages about this repeating dream he had been having. He felt there was something beside his bed, and he reminded me to be careful of my own safety. Forward all the messages that he has sent you to me. Do not miss out on anything.
Feng Ziyu was close to the tester who went insane. He was also the only surviving human being who had been to the surface world ziggurat. He knew how to protect himself. He had been keeping a low profile, and very few people knew about him. Huang Yin sent the messages to Han Fei. When the latter saw the first message, he sucked in a cold breath.
I have been having this repeated nightmare recently. I dreamt that I was walking out from darkness. A voice told me that the exit was not far ahead. I couldn't wake up. I could only keep on walking. Eventually, I did see a door in the darkness. The door was connected to an apartment building. All the room numbers in this building start with 4, and the room that I just walked out of was room 4444.
Chapter 324. The messages left behind by Feng Ziyu would be incomprehensible to most but Han Fei.
Room 4444?
Han Fei noticed that the room numbers at Ziggurat had a certain numbering rule to the first number was the building number, the second and third numbers were the floor number, while the fourth number was the room tally. However, if all 4 buildings at Ziggurat only had 24 floors, then there wouldn't be a room 4444. When I accepted the Death Curse mission, the hint given to me was room 4444, and now Feng Ziyu is missing and he dreamt that he was in room 4444. Based on my earlier prediction, there should be an opening connecting the cryptic and surface worlds at Ziggurat. Could that opening be room 4444? It was how Butterfly managed to keep sending non-locals into the cryptic world and turn Ziggurat into its lair. When I obtained the key to room 1244, the term used by the system was unique. It said I had obtained the key to Heart Room 1244. Looks like it might be more symbolic than I thought. Every room at Ziggurat might be the heart of an individual, containing their past and secrets. If that is the case, whose heart did room 4444 correspond to? The butterfly or Fu Sheng? Han Fei memorized every word in Feng Ziyu's messages because he might see the man at Ziggurat that night. If I can find Feng Ziyu and rescue him, I'll get to know the secrets of room 4444. That might help me get to know the butterfly better. Feng Ziyu's messages showed that he was at Building 4, and that was the most dangerous building at Ziggurat. Not only the butterfly, but the singer was there as well.
Han Fei, do you think it was because of me that the butterfly came after Ziyu?
Huang Yin's voice came from the phone.
The butterfly appears to have the ability to look through people's memories when it is in their dreams. It should know everything about me, but it didn't come after me, but instead it was Ziyu who has gone missing.
Huang Yin's memory was too normal, and that was abnormal for the butterfly. Therefore, its first target was not Huang Yin. Of course, Han Fei didn't tell Huang Yin that. Cluelessness was the best shield for Huang Yin.
I'll handle things with Ziyu, but what about you? Did you still dream about your mother at night? Not only in dreams, she appears to have stepped out into reality. It's hard to explain. For example, I've dreamt about her pouring a glass of water for me, and then when I woke up, there would be a filled cup of water on my bedside table. Perhaps it was the butterfly who infiltrated your mind during REM sleep and made you pour the water yourself. After you woke up, you wouldn't have any recollection of it. Perhaps, Brother Huang, butterfly's influence will slowly move from the dreamscape to reality. You can use it to lessen your guilt towards your mother, but remember this, it is ultimately a madman pretending to be your mother. You mustn't ever forget about that.
Huang Yin's words concerned Han Fei. When Butterfly went all out on Huang Yin, it would be the moment when Huang Yin's true vulnerability would be exposed. Butterfly would take the wildest revenge on Huang Yin for fooling it for so long.
Understood.
After hanging up, Han Fei pondered many things, but the speed by which he controlled his character didn't slow. He cleared the maps again and again to reach Ziggurat, but always ended up dead inside room 1244. This series of endless death was like some kind of omen. It was quite unsettling. At 10 p.m., Han Fei woke up Zhuang Run, who had fallen asleep. He reminded the director to be careful before he left. As he exited the neighborhood, he was greeted by the large virtual screen in the sky. The number had dropped down to 4, meaning there were 4 more days to the OB of perfect life. There was a celebratory atmosphere in the air as the public discussed this game, which would change the era. As the countdown approached, many players couldn't rein in their excitement anymore. Han Fei stood out against the ecstatic crowd. Under the shadow of the virtual screen, he walked into the darkness. After he got home, Han Fei picked up the books on his table to read. In this era, there were not that many readers left. Han Fei didn't like to read in the past either, but after starting Perfect Life, he fell in love with this obsolete form of entertainment. Only with a real book in his hand could he find some peace.
Psychopathy is hard to define. The general consensus is that psychopathy originates from trauma and pain, or the malfunction of hormones. At midnight, Han Fei took one glance out the window. He put down the book, crawled into the gaming hub, and put on the gaming helmet.
Time is counting down for me. Playing the game with my life on the line, it's quite exciting.
Han Fei, who fell back into the cryptic world, was not only fighting for himself, he also wanted to save everyone from the evil clutches of the butterfly. The story of the jumper woman affected him deeply, and the sad thing was hers was not an exception to the rule. The smell of decay crawled into his nostrils, and Han Fei's eyes flew open. The top floor of Building 1 was crawling with blood vessels, and the walls cracked. While Han Fei was away, the conflict appeared to have escalated. Without wasting any time, Han Fei rushed towards his destination. He remembered where he stood when he logged off and his location in relation to room 1244. Several seconds later, Han Fei found himself standing before room 1244. He took out the key and stuck it into the keyhole. Han Fei could only leave the game after he completed a mission and stayed for 3 hours. Therefore, everything came second to completing a mission. Han Fei had a clear assessment of his situation. Only when the exit button lit up could he explore the building more fearlessly. The key covered in black curses slowly turned. As the blood-red anti-theft door opened, the black curse on the key crawled onto Han Fei's palm. But to Han Fei's surprise, when the black curse came up to the blood-red pattern on the back of his arm, it stopped. The bloody pattern is similar to the ones on Big Sin. Is it helping me? In any case, now was not the time to ponder that. Han Fei pushed the anti-theft door open and walked in. The yellowed talismans slipped from the door. As Han Fei entered room 1244, the notification from the system came.
Notification for player 0000. You've completed grade F hidden mission. If I touch you, you'll die? Obtained 3 free skill points. Obtained unique mission reward. Welcoming present from Heart Room 1244.
Welcoming present from Heart Room 1244. Every object inside room 1244 contains the memory of its owner. You can choose one and take it away with you. Warning. Selecting the right object will help you increase friendliness level with the owner of room 1244, but if you select the wrong thing, then she might chase after you forever. Notification for player 0000. You've successfully reached level 13, obtained 1 free attribute point.
Ziggurat was a grade E hidden map. It was highly dangerous, but the missions here also provided a lot of EXP. Of course, it also helped that Han Fei was severely underleveled. After all, a normal level 12 player would still be at the happiness neighborhood. So after completing 2 consecutive hidden missions at Ziggurat, Han Fei earned enough EXP to reach level 13. Even though his overall level was low, thanks to the buff from Midnight Butcher, his stamina was passable. After adding the new attribute point to stamina, Han Fei now had 19 stamina points. The increase in strength was good, but the important thing was now he could run faster. Chapter 325. The yellow talismans were written in bloody words. The peeling paint hid black symbols. Burnt paper money littered the living room, and various pictures scattered the ground. Han Fei picked up a picture closest to him. It had a woman in shackles. The shackles around her ankles were tied to chains. Her stomach was bulging. She kept her head lowered, so her hair covered her face. With one hand supporting her body, her other hand reached towards the camera, as if to snatch it away. The blackened mattress, the fair skin, the thick shackles, the thin arms. The model didn't want to be on camera. The photographer clicked the shutter endlessly. It was just a picture, but everything was exposed so clearly and brutally. The sound of metal clashing came from the bedroom. The thin thread tied to the axle moved, causing the bells that strung from it to jingle. A man's croaks came from inside the room. Underlining the man's voice was a woman's scream. It was so gut-wrenching that the pain couldn't be measured by normal standards anymore. Holding the picture in his hand, Han Fei slowly moved around the living room. He couldn't be sure if the jumper woman was inside the room or not.
This place is bizarre.
Strange and incoherent sentences were written all over the walls. The walls were also covered with talismans. The doors of the furniture were all left open. They looked like open caskets in the dark. Han Fei had been to room 1244 in the Ziggurat game and in real life, but neither places were as oppressive as the room in the cryptic world. The moment he stepped through the door, Han Fei immediately noticed the difference about this room. Every single object in this room was leaden with something scary. The horrifying wails were still ongoing. The jingling of the bells was maddening, and the man chanted faster and louder. Avoiding the pictures on the ground, Han Fei slowly approached the main bedroom. A voodoo doll made from human hair dangled above the door. The bedroom door wasn't fully closed, so Han Fei stood outside and glanced through the gap. The main bedroom was decorated like a ceremonial altar. The picture of Zhuang Wen's mother hung on the wall. Zhuang Wen, who was just a child, knelt on the ground, crying. Her head was pressed to the ground by an extremely ugly man. The man was writing some kind of strange characters on her back. As he wrote, he mumbled incoherently on his lips. His wording was unusual, but Han Fei got the meaning for part of it. The gist was that the ghost who possessed Zhuang Wen's mother had now moved to Zhuang Wen, and she had to be purified. What happened next was suffocatingly inhuman. Han Fei saw the man take out a carving knife. He knew this was a virtual recollection of Zhuang Wen's memory, but he still pushed open the door to stop the ceremony. As Han Fei opened the door, a girl's voice came from behind him.
Who are you?
Han Fei, who was incredibly tense, was startled, and he whipped his head around. A little girl stood behind him. She was very cute, especially her eyes. They were bright and soft. They showed interest towards everything in the world.
I'm going to save the girl being bullied in there.
Han Fei answered honestly. The girl scrunched up her face in confusion.
Is there another girl here? Wasn't she? Han Fei turned back to the main bedroom. The picture on the wall no longer featured Zhuang Wen's mother, but Zhuang Wen herself. The portrait of Zhuang Wen in the bedroom was different from other pictures of her that scattered the living room. Zhuang Wen in the black and white portrait looked relatively normal. Underneath the portrait were two human-sized paper dolls. They were covered in symbols and words. Before the paper dolls knelt a pair of male and female. A middle-aged man who was extremely ugly was carving something into their flesh. The words he carved were similar to the ones on the paper dolls. The middle-aged man was probably performing some kind of ritual to transfer the two children's tragedy onto the pair of paper dolls. The man mumbled things that he once said to Zhuang Wen. The middle-aged man dipped the tip of the carving knife into the cinnabar and slowly carved the evil wording words on the man and woman's bodies. The pair kept screaming in pain. The man's ugly face was filled with heartache, but he had to do this. Seeing the exorcist's children being punished, Han Fei's expression hardened. The girl beside Han Fei was confused. She assumed Han Fei didn't know about the details, so she explained, "They are all bad guys. Don't feel sorry for them." "I'm not feeling sorry for them. I just felt unsettled because that woman was also once treated like this."
Han Fei silently closed the main bedroom door. As he chatted with the girl, he roamed around to explore the other rooms. Soon he discovered something interesting. Behind every door was Zhuang Wen's painful memories. Han Fei could see the many horrible things that Zhuang Wen had been put through. But whenever the little girl came close, the events inside the room would change, and it would instead show the exorcist's family being punished. The room at Ziggurat was an anchor for its tenant's memory, but Heart Room 1244 didn't seem to want to show those bad memories to this little girl. After taking a tour of all the rooms, Han Fei stopped before the balcony. He was reminded of the conversation he had with the girl inside the Ziggurat game. He turned to study the innocent girl. Han Fei's lips opened, but he couldn't bring himself to follow the script written in the Ziggurat game. He ruffled the girl's hair.
"Are you really happy staying here, watching these things day in and day out?"
Blinking her eyes, the girl didn't seem to understand Han Fei. She thought for a long time before shaking her head.
"Since you're not happy here, why not leave this place to see the world outside? There are many things that you haven't seen before outside the door. I cannot guarantee that they will all be good, but at least some of them will be able to bring you true happiness."
Han Fei couldn't change what had already happened in the real world. All he could do was to comfort the little girl in the cryptic world.
"Leave this place?"
The girl hesitated. As she pondered that, the talismans on the balcony door started to tremble before they started to peel off and fall. Han Fei knew the source of the jumper woman's hatred was outside in the balcony, so this reaction was probably due to what he said. He immediately grabbed the girl's hand and backed away. The bells that strung all over the room jiggled crazily. The normal-looking balcony door started to vibrate like it was about to shatter.
"This room is too dangerous. I will bring you somewhere safe."
Picking up the girl, Han Fei didn't go out into the balcony, but started to run out of room 1244. As he left the room, the notification sang in his head.
"Notification for player 0000. The mission reward that you've selected in room 1244 is Zhuang Wen. After Zhuang Wen's child died, unable to accept the truth, she manifested the last of her humanity as a little girl, and perhaps this little girl is the real Zhuang Wen. This is Zhuang Wen's motherly instinct kicking in. Even though she has become a monster dominated by hatred, she was willing to give up everything pure and good within her to her child. Warning: you've taken the last piece of Zhuang Wen's humanity. You will be forever haunted by Zhuang Wen until you die."
Before the system even finished, the talismans on the balcony door were reduced to ashes, and an eerie voice announced from behind it.
"If I touch you, you'll die?"
Chapter 326. Han Fei didn't expect the jumper woman to show up so soon. He also didn't expect to pick Zhuang Wen's last humanity as his mission reward and brought it out from the room either. "She's going to chase me until I die?" Blood seeped out from the gap in the door. As the balcony door was about to explode, Han Fei immediately picked up the girl and ran downstairs.
Let me touch you and die. Die. Die.
With the shriek, all the bells inside room 1244 shattered. The blood trails crawled through the room like snakes. The seal in this scariest room was being forcibly broken. No outsider had been able to enter room 1244, much less take something out from it. The jumper woman was mad. Her key was stolen, and now even her last piece of humanity was taken away. Han Fei had done things Butterfly both dared and did not dare to do.
What to do now? I thought you were the soul of Zhuang Wen's child. I didn't expect you to be Zhuang Wen herself.
Holding the innocent girl in his hand, Han Fei raced for his life, even though he had just literally started the game. A normal person wouldn't be able to relax in such an intense Iyashikei game.
Give me back my child.
The loud voice echoed out from the abyss of room 1244 and reverberated all over Building 1. It had not been half an hour, but the jumper woman appeared to have shattered some kind of binding. She dragged her broken body covered in curses and crawled out from room 1244. This time, she didn't fall from the balcony, but instead used the front door to chase after Han Fei. Perhaps for the jumper woman, this didn't mean anything, but the little girl in Han Fei's embrace had seen everything. A glint entered her clear eyes. Leaving that room appeared to be the wish once buried inside her heart, and Han Fei had accidentally helped her fulfill that wish. The jumper woman was trapped inside her room when she was alive, and she had never really left her room after death. After she was trapped at Ziggurat, Butterfly never gave her the opportunity to leave from the front door either, because every time there was a new outsider, she would have to fall from the balcony again and again. Room 1244 was locked, and the jumper woman had to pull the key out from her own heart to unlock it, but that was easier said than done because whenever she tried to touch it, her horrible past would come back to haunt her. The jumper woman was trapped inside room 1244. If someone wanted to help her, they had to risk their lives to pull the key out from her heart, but obtaining the key was just the first step. Furthermore, it was already hard enough to survive at Ziggurat. No one would be dumb enough to save a lingering hatred. Even at the cryptic world, they were treated as monsters. So it was the jumper woman's fate to be forever trapped in room 1244 and became the manager's tool to clean up Building 1. But the miracle arrived in the form of Han Fei. He plucked away the woman's key for the sake of his mission, but it was pure coincidence that he grabbed the little girl and ran. With the stars lining up, Han Fei accidentally helped the jumper woman fulfill one of her biggest wishes. She managed to walk out from the house of evil, which entrapped her. Complicated emotions entered the girl's eyes, and her body was changing. However, Han Fei was too busy running to save himself to notice all these. The jumper woman was the scariest presence at Building 1. Only a perfect red dress could stop her. Han Fei didn't know what happened at Building 1 after he left yesterday night. His safest bet now was to hurry towards the guard room. Zhuang Wen has been split into different parts. The jumper woman, the divorced mother, the syringe woman, and this girl from room 1244. To have her regain her consciousness, I'm afraid I'll have to reunite all of her split consciousnesses. Han Fei had attempted that many times in the Ziggurat game, but he failed every time. But the cryptic world was different from that game. Here, he didn't have the chance to start over. If he died here, it would be truly over. The live streamer lives on the 8th floor, but it's too early to go find her. My main goal should be the red dress inside the guard room. Noisy footsteps echoed in the stairwell. With literal death chasing after him, Han Fei couldn't care less about subtlety anymore. When Han Fei rushed past floor 18, the safety door suddenly opened. The businessman in morning attire looked into the stairwell and immediately turned around.
A gentleman makes money the right way.
Han Fei continued his escape. After Han Fei passed by, a waterfall of redness swallowed the stairwell. The shattered bells, paper money rolled inside the storm of curses and talismans as the jumper woman careened downwards. The businessman who saw this from inside the safety door was stunned speechless. The jumper woman's only target was Han Fei, and because of that, the businessman was spared. After Han Fei and the jumper woman disappeared, he picked up the scattered paper money on the ground and hurried home. Han Fei created a large commotion as he hurried downstairs, but there were not many tenants who were willing to come out to check on the situation. Practically no one dared to stop Han Fei. Han Fei reached the 4th floor, when he was worried about whether there were still people inside the guard room. He saw the door open and Xiao Fong walk out.
Brother Bai, I knew it was you from the sounds of footsteps.
Xiao Fong said happily. Brother Hua poked his head out too. His face was pale, but he sighed in relief after he saw Han Fei.
It's great that you're still alive. Quick, come in. We have many things to tell you. There's no time for that. Toss me the red dress. Now.
Han Fei didn't have time for a reunion.
The jumper woman is following behind me.
Thankfully, Xiao Fong and Brother Hua were already used to Han Fei's scale of doing things. They ran back into the room and came out with a red box.
The red dress is inside this box. She has stitched herself back together, but there's something wrong with her. Give me and close the door.
Before Brother Hua could finish, Han Fei snatched the box with his free hand and raced past the corridor. He still had the girl in his embrace. The horrifying wails soon followed. Brother Hua and Xiao Fong didn't have the time to close the door, and so they saw the crazed jumper woman crawl past them. The stinging smell of blood almost made them faint.
My God, what has Brother Bai done to the jumper woman?
Brother Hua and Xiao Fong looked at the blood-dyed corridor, and they shivered. They didn't dare to imagine the possible answers. Chapter 327. Han Fei didn't have the time to care about Xiao Fong or Brother Hua. His mind was only filled with the image of the jumper woman's broken body chasing after him. Calm down. I've already led the girl out of the room. This is a rare opportunity. I should make use of that. Yes, be calm. To help Zhuang Wen regain her sensibility, I need to attempt to reunite all of her separate consciousnesses. But first, I need to get to the 8th floor to find the female live streamer and have her put on the red dress. Only a completed red dress will be able to help me stop the jumper woman. While she is preoccupied, I need to find the divorced mother and the syringe woman as well as their children. After that, the howling wind drilled into his ears. The scent of blood instantly enveloped Han Fei like a wave. The jumper woman had caught up to him. Different from resentment, the presence of the jumper woman was darker and colder. That should be her hatred. To evolve from resentment to hatred, there was a gap that one had to cross. Even though the jumper woman failed the evolution, she was still a lingering hatred. Unable to avoid it, Han Fei raised the wooden box above his head. Bang! Wooden chips scattered everywhere. The blood-red box was shattered by the jumper woman's twisted arm. The hand covered in death curse reached towards Han Fei, but it found resistance. Blood coagulated, and a bloody wind gathered in the corridor. The red dress, which had the brightest crimson Han Fei had ever seen, appeared to block the death curse. In the narrow corridor, two forces collided.
Give me back my child.
The death curse on the jumper woman was boiling. The cursed black characters stuck together, morphing into new shapes. After her last piece of humanity was taken away by Han Fei, ironically enough, the jumper woman no longer just had death and destruction in her mind, as evidenced by the fact that she had demanded something else for the first time. The jumper woman who had been under the butterfly's control started to possess her own wants. Compelled by extreme anger, her wounded heart started to beat again. Han Fei had no idea how big of a trouble he had caused. After all, not even the butterfly dared to approach the jumper woman's child. But Han Fei directly stole away the jumper woman's most important thing, causing the door to room 1244 to be shattered as a result. If Butterfly didn't come to Building 1 soon, this place would eventually be demolished by Han Fei and the jumper woman. Both the jumper woman and the red dress were not the complete version of themselves, but their conflict was already large enough to overwhelm Building 1. Normally, the manager would have come to intervene, but until now Han Fei had not seen the manager. Blood-red cracks appeared on the wall. The nearest doors were torn apart like they were made of paper. The red dress once again bought precious time for Han Fei. He carried the little girl and ran down the corridor to reach the other stairwell.
Open up. I found your child.
Han Fei knocked on the door of the divorced woman. The boy who hid behind the safety door poked his head out confusedly. He was perfectly hidden, so why would this strange man say that he had been found?
Open the door.
The footsteps came and the divorced mother opened the door. She looked afraid.
Here, this is your child.
Han Fei hugged the girl and ran into the room.
But my child is a boy. The divorced mother still had more to say, but suddenly the girl in Han Fei's embrace reached out to caress the mother's face. When her tiny finger touched the woman's cheek, the divorced mother was stunned, and a tear leaked out from her eyes. She didn't even realize she was crying. She couldn't remember anything, but the tears wouldn't stop.
Impossible. My child is a boy. He always goes around to find the key and leaves the room when I'm asleep at night. I love him dearly, so why does he insist on leaving me?
The divorced mother kept wiping away the tears on her face, but the tears wouldn't stop.
Your memory has been tampered with. You are Zhuang Wen. And this little girl is your humanity, your most precious thing.
Han Fei used his free hand to grab the divorced mother by her shoulder and shake her violently. Please remember it. For the sake of your child.
Han Fei screamed louder. The divorced mother's face changed. The place where the tears touched gave birth to a new layer of skin. She was going through unbearable pain until she finally shrieked.
Stop lying to yourself. It's time to face your real self. You represent Zhuang Wen's spirit of maternity. You are her most important, inseparable part of her consciousness.
Han Fei's voice echoed in the living room. Zhuang Wen's mother swung her head low and her hair covered her face. The transformation had already begun, but she didn't radiate too strong of a presence. Just as Han Fei thought this divorced mother was just an animated regret and attempted to drag her away with him, the bedroom door opened. A pale face poked out from inside the door. Then the face rippled to form a tiny ghost. Soon, another face appeared, followed by another and another. The army of tiny ghosts was forming. For so many years, the divorced mother had brought back a small ghost home every night and took them as her dead child. The oppressive negative energy came out from the bedroom. Han Fei's hand on the divorced woman loosened.
Forgive my rudeness, but I was only concerned about you. You represent Zhuang Wen's spirit of maternity. Before he finished, the divorced mother lifted her head to stare at the little girl. Her lips trembled as she said, "Give my child to me. You're still hung up on that? I can return you the child, but not now."
Staring at the tiny ghosts that started to fill up the house, Han Fei decided to exit the room and rushed upstairs.
Stop chasing after me. I'm trying to help you.
The divorced mother's front door was rammed through by the tiny ghosts and innumerable children handprints appeared on Han Fei's back.
No way. A memory with just a motherly instinct can be so strong.
Without any opportunity to rest, Han Fei gritted his teeth and raced to the 18th floor. Before he got there, he heard the businessman's helpless sigh.
It's you again? I've already moved from the left stairwell to the right stairwell. Don't you need to sleep at night? Get out of my way.
Han Fei growled at the businessman as he charged up to the 22nd floor, where the syringe woman was. Seeing the state that Han Fei was in, the businessman took a silent step back. He grumbled sadly.
A gentleman should never raise his voice for no reason. I've already tried my best to avoid you. How is my fault that you keep running into me?
Chapter 328. The businessman was feeling helpless. He had a few words of complaints when he heard rustling footsteps coming from downstairs. Turning to look, his already bloodless face paled further. Endless ghosts of children were rushing up the stairs, carrying a maddened woman between them.
Another one?
The businessman hurried back through the safety door.
Who the hell was that man? I know the security guards here don't last long, but I've not seen a guard who is chased by so many ghosts before. How many guards were there already?
The businessman counted on his finger and occasionally looked through the safety door. Ignoring the other tenants, Han Fei finally arrived at the 22nd floor. The crying of children drifted into his ears. The bruised boy this time didn't stand inside the stairwell, but instead beside the safety door. The syringe woman had learned from her lesson. To prevent her boy from being stolen away too easily, she had the boy stand closer to the safety door. To her surprise, Han Fei returned. The face of the crazy woman peeked through the window on the safety door. She had the syringe raised. The moment Han Fei laid his hand on the boy, she would plunge the syringe through Han Fei's brain.
Wake up, please. This little girl is your real child, not him.
Han Fei rushed past the wounded boy, shoved the safety door open, and grabbed the syringe woman's wrist. Using soul depth touch, Han Fei became more attuned to the syringe woman's emotions. The syringe woman was also a manifestation of Zhuang Wen's maternity instinct, but it had been corroded to a different form. The divorced mother was the version of motherhood Zhuang Wen strove towards, while the syringe woman was a reflection of Zhuang Wen's own mother. She couldn't shake the reliance on medication, believed too easily into the exorcist's words, used her child as a bargaining chip. She was crazy and unreasonable. With Han Fei's hand around her wrist, the syringe woman's eyes slowly widened. Last time you kidnapped my child, and this time you wish to kidnap me. Before the raised syringe reached the intended target, A chilly hand touched the syringe woman's face. The madness on her face softened. Some kind of instinct awakened in the broken heart. The syringe woman was prepared when the safety door was blasted through. She had already raised the syringe to poke at Han Fei, but her hand froze as the pair of confused eyes stared at the little girl.
Where is my child?
Her lips mumbled. Something appeared to have returned to her.
We'll run as we talk.
While holding onto the little girl, he grabbed the wounded boy and continued to run. The syringe woman stood there stunned until the divorced mother came with a group of her children. The syringe woman's chest rose and felt like something was crawling out from her heart.
My child, they have stolen my child. That is my child.
Her pupils shook as her limbs morphed. Her nails became as sharp as knives. She dropped the syringe and joined the chase after Han Fei. The jumper woman who was trapped inside room 1244 has voluntarily left the room of nightmare. The divorced mother who never left her home to search for her child is now outside. The syringe woman who has always been tormented by medication has abandoned her syringe as well. All three of them have transformed. Some kind of limitation the butterfly put on their memory has been shattered. Han Fei's intention was good, but the problem was there were now even more people chasing after him. He wasn't sure the red dress could hold back so many people. Either way, I need to find the female live streamer to have her reunited with the red dress. With the plan made, Han Fei raced down to the corridor to enter the other stairwell. When he played the ziggurat game, Han Fei had tried forcing the three separate consciousnesses of the jumper woman together. They wouldn't attack each other, but they wouldn't help each other either. It appeared like there were more conditions he needed to meet to make them reform into one. Han Fei assumed the specific condition was the little girl, but now he realized that might not be the case. Han Fei hadn't played the game for that long that night, but the amount of exercise he got from this Iyashikei game was already larger than most other games. As he ran down and down, the walls and floor that Han Fei passed would be imprinted with red children's handprints. Han Fei was like the harbinger of tragedy. All the tenants could now recognize the sound of Han Fei's footsteps because he wasn't trying to hide them. Then again, whenever the tenants heard Han Fei now, most of them would stay obediently inside their room. I'm getting close. With bloodshot eyes and two children in his embrace, Han Fei shouted the female live streamer's name. As the door opened, he squeezed his feet into the gap.
How can I help you?
The girl raised her eyes and saw Han Fei. Before she could say anything else, Han Fei practically shouted at her.
Haven't you been curious about the dead woman in room 1044? I'll bring you to go meet her. I forgot to tell you, but I am too interested in everything supernatural. You haven't left the room since yesterday night, haven't you? No, I haven't. Is there a problem? No problem, just come with me.
Han Fei could hear the sounds coming after him. He picked up the two children and ran downstairs. The female live streamer represented the positivity and kindness of the world, but even someone like her had a hard time keeping a positive outlook when she saw the army that chased after Han Fei. The mountain of ghosts rushed down the corridor. It was too late for the girl to regret her decision now. The ghosts had blocked her way back home. The moment she stopped, she would be crushed under the wave of ghost children. The upper floors were like scenes of tragedies, but the lower floors didn't fare any better either. After a whole night, the red dress had managed to fix herself. She was able to do that thanks to Han Fei's fearlessness. When she was in the most dangerous situation, he risked his life to save her and created a chance for her to escape. She awakened from the wooden box, and the first thing that she saw was the jumper woman who injured her the day before. No matter how generous she was, she couldn't suffer this offense anymore. The fight between the two became more intense than before. The red dress dissolved into threads, and each of the threads possessed unsolvable pain and resentment. The jumper woman was desperate to find the little girl, so she too didn't hold back. She poured her death curse into the red dress. The red dress would get stronger every time she was destroyed. But she had the same problem as the jumper woman. She too wasn't complete. The red dress was like a weapon, missing some key parts. Underneath the folds of the red dress, a fair woman slowly appeared. Her face had no expression and her skin was fair and flawless. But underneath her flawless skin was endless scars and wounds. The horrible rumors and words couldn't harm her appearance, but they sank right into her flesh. They pierced through her heart. The powerful death curse entered the red dress. With each black character on her body, the wound inside her would deepen. The red dress could be stitched back together after it was shredded, but the woman herself could not. All the wounds remained inside her body, including the ones from 14 years ago. Facing the pressure from the whole world, she could no longer hide behind the red dress. She had to face them herself. But she was not complete. She was missing the most instrumental part of her consciousness. How could she be expected to face the darkness of the world when she had no light within her? A long time ago, there was a light in her, but she appeared to have lost that light. To ensure that no accident would happen, the manager at Ziggurat dismembered any ghosts who might pose a threat to it. It only needed tools to heed his orders. And now Han Fei was doing the complete opposite. He was piecing the individual tools back into complete characters.
Quick! There is now only one way for us to survive.
Han Fei was close to the point of conflict between the jumper woman and the red dress. He turned back to the female live streamer. She no longer looked as collected as she usually did.
What is it? I'll find a way to distract the jumper woman, while you take that opportunity to approach the woman in the red dress. If possible, put the dress on yourself. What?
The girl didn't expect Han Fei to say something like that. She was interested in the woman from room 1044, but she was not going to fight her for her dress.
Believe me, after you put it on, many things will clarify. The dress is yours to begin with.
What Han Fei said confused the girl until she laid her eyes on the woman in the red dress. Her heart skipped a beat. An invisible line seemed to connect her and the red dress.
Do not hesitate. You are her, and she is you.
After saying that, Han Fei turned to the jumper woman with the little girl.
Your humanity is here. Your most treasured thing is here.
To help the girl by some time, Han Fei taunted the lingering hatred. Only Han Fei would dare to do something like that. The jumper woman's original target was Han Fei. Since he had returned, she disengaged from the red dress immediately. The tattered red dress was covered in death cover. The black words were like venomous bugs, eating into the red dress, arresting patterns. Under the flawless skin, the soul was heavily damaged. The woman in the red dress held her heart. She could feel the pain which was much harder than the physical pain.
You must be very tired. You've already done the best you could.
The red dress turned to look behind her. The live streamer stood several steps away.
Pain and disappointment tear at your heart. You couldn't wait to say goodbye to the harsh world. But you still have things holding you back, like your parents' love. You never got the chance to thank them and really apologize to them.
The female live streamer looked at the woman in the red dress. Her face twisted from pain, and suddenly she cried.
It shouldn't have gone like this. The cold heart beat inside the red dress. The live streamer studied the wounds under the thin skin, and she raised her hands towards them.
This is never our choice, was it? Chapter 329. The death curse on the red dress traveled onto the live streamer, but she didn't let go of the woman in the red dress. Rumors and horrible comments turned into knives and pierced out from the red dress woman's skin. The female live streamer was heavily cut, but she still didn't let go. The incurable disease became a poison and seeped into the live streamer's body. Her beautiful face paled and her skin shriveled like a wilted flower. She lost her health and beauty, but yet she didn't let go.
Nothing will make me let go. I know I have an incurable disease. My parents and doctor never told me when I would die, so I was born in the company of despair. But it was also these people who gave me hope to keep on living. I wish to share this hope with more people, to have them see the light.
The wilted bodies melted together. The patterns on the red dress came alive as they washed away the death curse.
Even if I am doomed, I will use my own blood to paint out the world's most vibrant red dress. I will keep my head held high as I walk through the darkness to embrace the dawn.
The red dress was like the brightest flower blooming in the dark. At that moment, all the red in the world paled in comparison. Resentment, pain, and despair were blinded by hope and positivity. The death curse was cleansed. The red dress appeared to have shattered something inside her. Her body and presence were madly growing. Red dress was slowly approaching Little Eight's state, but different from Little Eight. She had absolute control of her own resentment. The red dress fluttered among the weakening death curse. The woman wearing the dress turned to Han Fei, who was fending off the jumper woman. A temporary yet impactful image appeared in her mind. The scattered red dress pieces were picked up one by one, and then the man's kind face slowly faded away as she was dropped to safety. How could you leave me here all alone? Wait for me, I'll go fetch you. You've saved us earlier, so now I'll help you stop her. If I survive this, I hope we can be friends.
You were in the trenches of despair yourself. but you insisted on bringing home to others. You remind me of me.
Hugging the little girl, Han Fei was cornered. When he found himself backed against the wall, a set of footsteps echoed from the other side of the corridor. Before he could turn to look, his sight was dominated by the red dress. An unimaginably large, lingering spirit rammed into the jumper woman, almost shattering her body. The death curse was knocked away before they crawled out from the jumper woman's body again. As long as she was still alive, the death curse would keep on coming. The red dress was rapidly approaching the limit of large, lingering spirit. She was now different from the other ghosts. While the jumper woman was distracted by the red dress, the divorced mother and the syringe woman approached Han Fei. They shared some kind of connection. They could feel each other's emotions, but couldn't bind with each other. It was as if there was a needle stuck in their hearts which prevented that from happening.
Why won't this work?
Han Fei turned to the girl in his embrace.
Can you turn them back to normal?
The girl shook her head.
They treat you as their child, meaning humanity is still very important to them. They should be able to understand each other, but there are some problems in the way.
Han Fei frowned. Zhuang Wen's actual child is dead, and it was buried on the balcony in real life. This girl is manifested out as a replacement to that child. So who is currently buried in the balcony of room 1244? Han Fei locked onto the key problem. When he was playing the ziggurat game, he would die instantly if he dug out the dead body on the balcony. With the red dress buying him time, Han Fei carried the little girl and ran back to the top floor. Pushing open the balcony door, everything he saw was sticky blood and scratch marks. Han Fei took out Rest in Peace to pry open the brick slathered with guts and blood. A wooden box covered in talismans appeared before Han Fei. The box looked the same as the one in real life, so much so that Han Fei had a fleeting suspicion that he was back in real life. Carefully taking out the box, Han Fei removed the layers of talisman and eased the lid open. What he saw made Han Fei speechless. The wooden box housed a dead baby. Its entire body was painted with the death curse. Other than that, there was a piece of broken butterfly wing in its heart. All the death curse originated from that butterfly wing.
This is the source of Zhuang Wen's pain and hatred. The butterfly went after even a dead baby?
The soul of the baby had already departed. It was now only a vessel to cultivate the butterfly wing.
Perhaps destroying it will help Zhuang Wen's bodies reunite.
Holding Rest in Peace, Han Fei glanced at the girl beside him. He had no idea whether this was the right solution or not, but he didn't have other choices.
Wait a minute.
The girl suddenly stopped him. She grabbed the box.
Show this to them. They will understand.
The girl represented Zhuang Wen's lingering humanity. Before Han Fei said anything, she picked up the wooden box and ran. When the talismans on the box were peeled off, the bond between the jumper woman and her other consciousness started to shift. Han Fei and the girl returned back downstairs. Ignoring Han Fei's warning, the little girl ran towards the berserk jumper woman with the box.
Give me back my child. Your child is already dead.
The girl stumbled between the blood and despair, a reflection of Zhuang Wen's childhood in the exorcist's home.
It is here. It is dead. It won't be coming back.
The girl's words attracted the jumper woman's attention. As the jumper woman turned to her, she picked up the dead body from inside the box.
You have to stop acting like this. It wouldn't want its mother to do these crazy things in its name. You should know this better than anyone because you've lived through that horrible experience yourself.
Zhuang Wen's own mother was blinded by a ghost and brought Zhuang Wen into the exorcist's home. As the girl pleaded, the syringe woman and the divorced mother slowly calmed down. The jumper woman was the opposite. She became even crazier instead. She kept repeating the promises of death and murder. She would kill everything she saw. She would drag all the happy people and fall down the building with her.
If I touch you, you'll die? Die?
The jumper woman's death curse intensified. She refused to acknowledge her other consciousnesses. In fact, she started to regard them with hatred too.
You won't be able to persuade her with words.
Han Fei walked to the girl's side.
After you destroy the body and we still can't bind together, then she'll chase after you until you die.
The girl made a difficult decision and opened her palm towards Han Fei.
Give me the knife. I'll chop up this poor dead body.
Han Fei looked at the girl in shock, but he didn't give her Rest in Peace. After she carried the girl out from room 1244, the system already told him that the jumper woman would chase him forever.
Let me do it.
Shaking his head, Han Fei raised Rest in Peace.
You wouldn't be able to wield this knife.
Chapter 330 If possible, Han Fei didn't want to get the girl's hands bloody. Picking up the dead baby, the ghost tattoo surfaced on Han Fei's body. His arms turned red as his fingers closed around the hilt of rest in peace. He was a butcher. Killing was his job.
The pain of the world is too heavy on someone so small. I will set him free.
The hands gathered around the hilt, and the brilliant blade became the only light inside Ziggurat. The power of the blade sliced through the dead body. The warmth of humanity embraced the young soul, which was trapped within the deepest depths of despair. The thin blade sliced through the baby's chest. The dark characters melted like snow. The cursed threads that bound around the body were severed. The blade eventually reached the broken butterfly wing. The jumper woman who was not far away radiated the death curse out of her body. Her pupils turned black. She was dominated by hatred. Every inch of her skin was painted with death and its ugly scent. She charged at Han Fei. At the same time, a shrill wail came from outside of Building 1, like someone was crying as a sharp blade punctured into its heart.
Why have you become the kind of person you despise the most?
The little girl moved to block before Han Fei. She opened her arms and regarded the ghost, which was at least 10 times larger than her. Controlled by some kind of malignant power, the jumper woman slammed her broken palm on the little girl and Han Fei. At that moment, rest in peace melted through the death curse and severed the broken butterfly wing. The macabre yet beautiful butterfly wing was shattered, and so did the lock that it represented. As the butterfly wing vanished, the heart of the jumper woman, the divorced mother, the syringe woman, and the little girl bled. The shackles around their hearts broke. The death curse stopped appearing on the surface of their skin. The connection which was suppressed started to emerge in their memories. The bloody palm halted above the little girl's head. The jumper woman's arm was disintegrating. She howled in pain and bloody tears leaked out from her eyes. She was the scariest ghost in Building 1, but at that moment, she was powerless like a child. The death curse was rebelling inside her body. The little girl grabbed the jumper woman, but her tiny body was immediately flung away. When the girl crawled up from the ground, the syringe woman and the divorced mother came to help her. Their bodies started to change. A wounded ring appeared around their ankles. A horrible stench leaked out from their unkempt hair. Their eyes were dull, their souls already numb to the pain in their hearts. The hands reached out to steady the jumper woman's muddled body. The death curse traveled to everyone. Anyone touched by the jumper woman would die. That was her death curse. The death curse infiltrated into the divorced mother and syringe woman's hearts. Instead of saying they were killed, it was more like they sacrificed themselves for the jumper woman. When their memories collapsed, the death curse that surged into their bodies became dyed with their blood and memories. When the death curse returned to the jumper woman, the fractured memories reunited. Her broken body and face was slowly recovering.
You are never alone. You have to know that.
The little girl opened her arms wide and ran into the jumper woman's embrace like a child running towards her mother. As she was enveloped by the death curse, she melted into the jumper woman's body. The last piece of the memory puzzle was found. Underneath the jumper woman's death curse, a woman's face surfaced. She didn't inherit her mother's ethereal beauty, but she had an arresting presence. Her young face twisted from extreme pain. When the dead baby dissolved into ashes alongside the butterfly wing, the hatred exploded out from the jumper woman. It shook the entire ziggurat. The death curse melted into black water and dripped to the ground. The jumper woman's body reformed itself, and the broken face slowly returned to normal. The cleaner of Building 1 officially stepped down from her post. Zhuang Wen with intense hatred had returned to the cryptic world. The lowered head lifted. Zhuang Wen stared at the window at the end of the corridor. Her black eyes stared at something. Moments later, bloody liquid leaked out from her skin. Her penetrating hatred twisted the whole corridor.
Father, what have you done to me?
The windows on every floor of Building 1 shattered, and each room number bled. Zhuang Ren ignored everyone else in the corridor and strode downstairs. Every spot that she walked past would be stained black. She came to the first floor and placed her bloody palm on the locked building entrance. A beautiful butterfly pattern traced out on the previously white door. Zhuang Wen cackled shrilly. Her bloody hands caressed the beautiful pattern.
Mother lost her mind because of you. I was tortured like an animal because of you. My child died because of you. I lost everything because of you. Father, I really want to kill you.
Hatred blasted at the door. Now Zhuang Wen was a true lingering hatred. She was different from any of the ghosts Han Fei had encountered before. Her hatred was sharper than any knife at Cattle Alley. Nothing would be able to stop her. The butterfly pattern on the door cracked little by little. The locked door eventually caved. Zhuang Wen didn't hesitate and walked out into the black mist. The mist rolled into the building. Han Fei held rest in peace. He wanted to stop Zhuang Wen, but he couldn't find the chance. The father Zhuang Wen mentioned doesn't sound like the exorcist. Could her biological father be the butterfly? If that's true, I can trace the butterfly's real identity in real life through Zhuang Wen. Butterfly had always been a mystery, but now Han Fei had slowly cornered it. What followed next would be extremely dangerous. If Han Fei survived, he would have the chance to kill the butterfly. Chapter 331. The door to Building 1 has been opened. The black mist can bring with it the singer too. Next I'll have to find a way to other buildings and search for Feng Ziyu. But before that, I need to obtain the hidden profession of ziggurat guard first. In the cryptic world, every step Han Fei took had to be careful. Han Fei planned to stay for 3 hours at Building 1 first before he left. Zhuang Wen probably has gone to find the butterfly. Hopefully she'll get her wish. Han Fei tried to close the entrance door, but the lock had been broken. Even if the door was closed, the mist kept leaking through the gaps. While Han Fei was fiddling with the lock, a black arm suddenly reached out from the black mist. Han Fei jumped back, holding up rest in peace and defense, but before he did anything, the arm was bound by blood vessels and then shredded. The blood pooled around the red dress who had arrived at the first floor. She studied Han Fei closely. This was such a fragile person. Where did he find the courage to meddle in the business of a large lingering spirit and a lingering hatred?
Thank you.
Han Fei put away the knife and walked towards the red dress.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but you wouldn't have any problem with me being the guard here, right?
The red dress nodded because she couldn't find a reason to say no.
Then can you help me convince the others? I wish to stay here and help more tenants regain their selves. I know I am weak and have no special power. Many times, I can't even save myself.
Han Fei smiled faintly.
I don't even know when I die, but I still wish to tell more people that there are people like me who are still working hard even in this dark world.
Han Fei's every word hit the red dress hard. That was exactly what she believed in the past. The red dress fluttered, evoking the resentment inside the whole building. She nodded again.
They will agree to it.
With the red dress following him, Han Fei was no longer as scared as before. He planned to knock on the door one by one and get all of the tenants' approval. Han Fei personally didn't want to make things so complicated, but this was the system's requirement. If he wanted to gain the hidden profession, he had to get the approval from all the tenants. First, Han Fei came to the room of the bride. Earlier, he had been too busy running for his life to locate her. Han Fei realized that the bride was considered powerful in comparison to most of the tenants here. The most important thing was that she could leave ziggurat freely. That was highly valued by Han Fei. Han Fei knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Han Fei turned to the red dress for help. The red vessels on her dress snaked into the keyholes, and every door in Building 1 surfaced with mysterious, arresting patterns, similar to the ones on her dress. The red dress appeared to misunderstand Han Fei's meaning. Not only the bride's room, but all the rooms in Building 1 had been unlocked. The doors slammed against the wall. The bleeding room number looked like they were crying. Looking into the room, Han Fei noticed the decor of the room was similar to the one in the ziggurat game. As he entered the bedroom, his eyes traveled to the wedding picture above the bed.
I run my business with honesty. I will live up to my promise to you. It's just that I've come sooner than expected.
Han Fei appeared to be talking to himself. No one answered him. There was not a trace of Yin energy inside the room. It looked even cleaner than most rooms in real life.
I know you're here.
Han Fei took out the bride's veil from his inventory. Just as he prepared to hand the veil over to the red dress, the woman inside the wedding photo started to cry tears of blood. Pale fingers clutched at the frame, and a woman over 2 meters tall crawled out from the photograph. Her eyes wandered between Han Fei and the person behind Han Fei. Her cracked lips slowly opened, but after a long hesitation, she decided to say nothing. I just want a small favor from you. You didn't need to bring this building's scariest ghost into my house, did you? You planned to destroy me on your first visit. Her heart was deeply conflicted. The bride didn't dare to speak out of place because she might not have the chance to survive to speak again.
Recently, the situation here is not that peaceful. We can delay our mission until much later. It's fine now. The jumper woman on the top floor has already left. Currently, the most powerful tenant in Building 1 is standing behind me. The top floor?
The bride looked at Han Fei with disbelief.
You are responsible for the chaos in the building for the past 2 nights? I wouldn't say responsible, but I was part of it. But this is all thanks to you for recommending me a job posting here.
Han Fei smiled at the bride. The bride had the urge to escape, but she didn't dare to make any sudden movements.
Haven't you been meaning to enter one of the rooms at Ziggurat? We can go now. I am a man of my words.
Han Fei repeated several times before the confused bride finally said,
I need to enter a room at Building 4. My husband's eyes are hidden there. Building 4? You know how to get there? I was once a tenant there, but my room has been taken over by something else.
The bride tore off the human skin around her neck. There was a blood-red key hidden in her throat.
You only need to buy me around 5 minutes away from that thing. Deal. But before that, I need to visit the other tenants here. Why don't you follow me for now?
Thus another member joined Han Fei's team. The bride maintained a very far distance from the red dress. Along the way, almost all the tenants approved of Han Fei. They gave Han Fei very high reviews. There was a ghost whose lips were sewn shut who showered Han Fei with praises in sign language. As a guard, Han Fei was glad to be approved by the tenants. He came successfully to the 14th floor. Han Fei, the 2 other guards, and the red dress stopped before room 1144. Before they knocked, an old lady appeared in the stairwell beside them. She wore black clothing, and the butterfly pattern was barely visible on the back of her neck. Han Fei had met this old lady before. She liked to wander around at midnight, looking for the way out. She seemed to know some things.
Young man, I'd advise you to not knock on that door. You've done very well, but you won't change anything. During the next midnight, everything will revert back to normal.
The old lady looked at Han Fei coolly. It seemed like she had been hiding on the 14th floor.
How would you know without giving it a try?
Han Fei walked to the old lady.
Granny, you're a tenant here too. Are you satisfied with my job so far? If you have any suggestions for improvement, feel free to tell me. I wish we can change for a batch of more obedient guards. That way we can all live longer.
The old lady with the hunchback looked at Han Fei like he was some kind of cursed object.
Granny, did you mishear me?
Han Fei took out a cigarette from his inventory.
I was asking for your suggestion. I didn't ask you to make a wish.
Chapter 332. A suggestion could be made possible. A wish was pure hopeful thinking. There was a great difference between them. Han Fei didn't light the cigarette, but only took it out as caution. Most tenants only had praise for Han Fei when they saw the red dress, but this old lady dared to say otherwise. That meant that she was not afraid of the red dress, and thus the reason why Han Fei had to be careful around her. The old woman heard the threat in Han Fei's words. The butterfly pattern on the back of her neck rippled as she took several steps back. She advised,
You will kill all of us. You think you've saved them? You've only made things worse for them. Only in that form could they survive at Ziggurat. You've sent them to their death. Just assume for a moment that you are the jumper woman or the live streamer behind me. Would you rather live aimlessly being used by your nemesis as tools, or would you fight for that bit of hope?
Han Fei didn't want to harm the old lady. He always loved the children and cared for the elderly. The old woman was stumped, but she still stood before the door of room 1144 and refused to move.
Admit it, you're not thinking about them. You're just worried that you might get caught in the crossfire.
Han Fei might be young, but with masterful acting skill, he could easily read through people's hearts.
No one wishes to die. Everyone is trying their best to survive. They have merely been given another option of living. It's pointless. You're just wasting your time. That is my time to waste. Haven't you been searching for the way out? The front door on the first floor is already open, but once you leave this building, you're no longer a tenant here.
Han Fei agreed to let the old lady go, but he didn't say when. If she really did choose to leave, then he would capture her, force out all of her secrets before he considered what to do next.
You have no idea how scary the manager is. If it enters Building 1, everyone except the tenants in room 1044, 1144, 1244 will die.
The old woman pointed at the door behind her.
Before you make a bigger mistake, repent. Now that you mention it, I'm curious. I've met the tenant inside room 1144 before. He looks rather weak in person. Why does the manager value him so much?
It was then that the old lady realized she had said too much. As conflict was about to occur, the door to room 1144 suddenly opened. The bald madman leaned on the door and looked out in caution.
Dead woman, why are you here again?
The madman glared at the old lady in black as he waved his hands at Han Fei, telling him to come closer.
I'm saving you also. My name is Annie Jia.
The old lady was irked whenever she saw the madman, but she couldn't do anything about it.
I don't care what your name is. I only care that you're a ghost.
The madman screamed, but the strange thing was as offended as the old lady was. She didn't do anything to harm the madman.
Since we're all here, then we should just be direct and open.
Han Fei put away the cigarette and took out Rest in Peace.
Tell me everything you know.
Seeing Han Fei threaten the ghost with a knife, the madman's expression slowly changed. Are all the recent guards so imposing? Han Fei alone was not that scary, but when he pulled out the knife, the red dress, and the bride walked over. The corridor was covered in red, cutting off the old lady's escape route. After weighing all the options, the old lady raised her hands to remove her scarf and throw it on the ground. The butterfly pattern was now plainly visible.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth. This man inside room 1144 is the body the manager has prepared for itself. If its current body is ruined, it can revive in this man's body through some kind of method.
The old woman tore off the madman's shirt.
The hell?
The shirt tore apart, and the madman's painted body was revealed.
He is the manager's backup plan. If he leaves room 1144 for too long, or if something happens to him, then the manager will arrive here immediately.
The old woman hoped Han Fei would understand the severity of the situation.
In other words, we could use him to lure the manager here? Set up traps to apprehend it here? I didn't say that. Speaking of which, Han Fei pushed through the door of room 1144. This time, his attitude was completely different from last time.
Brother, why are you siding with them? They are ghosts. They are all ghosts.
The madman pleaded as he stayed near the door.
There are good people and bad people. The same applies for ghosts. Think of it this way. They are also victims like you. Innocent souls who are tortured by the manager. They are not our enemies. In fact, we have the same enemy.
After he heard that, the man slowly calmed down. His eyes were injected with confusion, like he found some reason in Han Fei's persuasion.
Last time you said you have to return to your bedroom before 4 a.m. or else something bad would happen. I'm curious, what exactly is inside your bedroom?
To get the hidden profession, Han Fei had to obtain the approval of every tenant at Building 1, so he had to make sure there was no one else hiding inside room 1144.
I can't really explain it. Why don't you come take a look at it yourself? This bedroom appears to be connected to someplace else.
The madman glanced at the clock and pulled the bedroom door open. When the door was open, the madman's body leaned into the bedroom like there was something pulling him into it. Without wasting time, Han Fei slashed at the door. The brilliant light of Rest in Peace cut through the black and red doorboard. A wail came from inside the bedroom. An arm which was disproportionately long snaked back into the dresser which sat at the corner of the bedroom. Picking up the madman, Han Fei looked into the bedroom. The room had a table and bed. Most furniture looked normal except for the dresser, which radiated death. The dresser appeared to have a life of its own. The cupboard doors were decorated with capillaries and butterfly patterns. It was fixed at the corner of the room and faced the bed in which the madman slept.
The dresser is a very rare cursed object. The manager can enter room 1144 through it. This is one of the backups it has left for itself.
The old lady said darkly. At this point, it was too late to leave anyway.
The manager can come here through this dresser? This means that this dresser is connected to Building 4?
Han Fei walked towards the dresser out of curiosity, but he was immediately stopped by the red dress. Blood vessels weaved out beautiful flowers to form a cage around him.
Other than the manager, no one knows where the dresser is connected to and what is inside it. There were a few idiots who tried to look inside it, but we never heard of them again. Chapter 333.
Shall we enter it together? Aren't you guys curious about the manager's secret?
Han Fei asked while holding Rest in Peace.
No, it's too dangerous.
The bride spoke. Han Fei had to be one of the few who would force a ghost to speak.
You're right. It's dangerous. So how about we find someone to scout ahead for us?
Han Fei took out the cursed chain from the pet store. It was stuck with animal fur.
As the guard, I have the responsibility to protect the tenant here. But we can capture someone who is not a tenant, tie this around her, and send her into the dresser.
Han Fei didn't explicitly mention the old lady in black, but she had a feeling Han Fei was talking about her. If she remembered correctly, Han Fei did say that she wouldn't be a tenant here after she walked out of Building 1.
That should work. But why would you carry a chain around with you?
The madman squatted beside the bed and wrapped the bedsheet around him. He was seen as mad by the other ghost tenants, but he was not dumb.
A normal chain wouldn't be of any use. I've entered that dresser before. You'll faint after taking a few steps for no reason. When I woke up, I was already lying in bed outside of the dresser. You've been inside the dresser? Random broken body parts would appear inside room 1144. At the start, I had no idea where they came from, but I was afraid, so one day, I crawled into the dresser to hide. It was only then that I realized the dresser was connected to somewhere else.
The madman tried to think back to it.
It is very hard to describe. It's like there's a nightmare living inside the dresser. Once you fall asleep, all kinds of stuff would crawl out from it to inspect whether you were really asleep. They would wander around the bed and sometimes even crawl into the bed with you. If you feel a chill beside you, do not look under the comforter. I was given the fright of my life once before.
The tone used was easy, but the scene described was horrifying. The madman sat cross-legged on the bed. He looked at Han Fei and the other people inside the room. After a long time he said,
The dresser would only open at 4 a.m., but for the past 2 days, there has been something wrong with it. What do you mean? From the day you arrived as the new guard, the dresser door has been unable to close fully.
The madman's words reminded Han Fei of something. The madman was the backup body the manager prepared for itself, and the dresser was the shortcut used to access this backup. After Han Fei arrived, the path door had been left open, which meant that the ziggurat manager felt threatened enough that it had the need to keep the passage open for a quick escape. The day I arrived, the singer entered ziggurat as well. The threat probably came from it. Now that I think about it, it was wise for me to lure Singer here with me. Han Fei wanted to know the inner workings of the dresser. If possible, he wanted to set up an ambush inside it as a way to eliminate the heavily injured manager. Han Fei was brave. He was not afraid of any manager. In fact, the reason he was here was to find a new manager for Ziggurat. His eyes wandered subconsciously towards the old lady. The chain in his hands rattled.
Now who shall be our first volunteer? This is not the manager's only backup. There is more than one such dresser in the neighborhood. Even if you enter it, you might not encounter the manager. If anything, you might expose yourself to extreme danger.
The old lady had figured out how to communicate with Han Fei. The man was not afraid of danger and death. Only by speaking facts could he be persuaded.
Haven't you been meaning to leave Building 1?
Han Fei narrowed his eyes at the old lady.
So why haven't you left? Even in my dreams, I wish to leave this place, but not in this kind of manner.
The old lady touched the butterfly pattern on her neck.
After what you've done here, you're completely capable of becoming Building 1's security guard or even its new building manager. However, we are different from you. You are a complete soul. We are just pots used to cultivate seeds.
Han Fei was not an unreasonable person. Since the old lady was willing to share the building's secrets, he listened patiently.
I've lived here a long time already and have seen too many things that you might not even believe.
The hunchbacked lady sighed.
Every single room at Ziggurat represents a heart. These heart rooms trap the tenant's memory and pain. It's not that we've moved into the Ziggurat, but we are part of the Ziggurat. The previous manager of the Ziggurat was an old man. He had no more hope within him. It was his rotten heart which became the foundation of this place. One day he walked deeper into the city and was never seen again. About 10 years ago, a new manager arrived at the Ziggurat. No one knew where it came from, and no one understood where its heart was hiding. No one was able to really kill it. From that night onwards, the rules at Ziggurat changed. All the hearts and memories became the manager's toy. It never kills and would not use its power to destroy any of the spirits. But don't take that as its kindness. Those who fell into its grasp all wished for a quick death.
The old lady shivered, as if remembering something awful.
Do you know why it never kills?
Han Fei was curious. The butterfly in real life was someone like that too. It had done all the bad things possible, but it would never bloody its hands.
There's a legend about this manager, but I'm not sure whether it's true or not.
The old lady hesitated before saying.
The last pure hatred at the Ziggurat left behind this hint before it perished. The manager's talent has to do with dreams. It saw its own death in a predictive dream. A predictive dream? Yes, the manager dreamt that it was chopped into pieces by a knife. The blade was very unique. The bloodier the target's hands, the sharper it would be.
When the old lady said that, no one in the room reacted to it. But different from others' non-reaction, Han Fei had to use his masterful acting to suppress the emotions in his heart. The blade in the manager's dream sounded like rest and peace.
The manager has been searching for that blade, but it is to no avail.
The old lady's eyes filled with pain.
Perhaps because it had foreseen its own death, its action became even more inexplicable. It started to conduct crazier experiments. He turned all of the tenants into fertilizers to cultivate a different version of itself, so that its replacement could die on its behalf.
The old lady helped Han Fei understand many times. Previously unrelated things were now connected. Things like why the butterfly never personally murdered anyone, and why Spider's cattle alley was filled with so many butcher's knives. Chapter 334. All the coincidences aligned into necessity. The battle between Spider and Butterfly continued. From the result, it appeared like Spider had won by a hair. Han Fei listened to the old lady patiently. She told him everything about the manager, things he had done inside the neighborhood. For the manager, all the tenants, outsiders were just tools. Those who had the butterfly tattoo on them were the manager's victim or people who managed to survive its torture. They knew firsthand how horrific the manager was.
There are 4 buildings at Ziggurat, and the manager mostly stays at building 4. It rarely leaves it. But some of the tenants suspect that there is a special room in building 4 that allows the manager to teleport to any location inside Ziggurat. The room is also the manager's heart room. If you really want to kill the manager, you have to locate that room first.
The old lady never even fathomed resisting the manager, but now to survive, she had to give Han Fei everything he wanted.
No one knows where that room is, but it is rumored that the room number is 4444. Theoretically speaking, no room at Ziggurat should have that number. Therefore, it must require a special method to arrive there.
Han Fei turned to the dresser. He felt the need to give it a try. After some thoughts, Han Fei came to a decision. To get other tenants' approval, he would persuade everyone to see the same goal, and then he'd attempt to enter the dresser. Having the bride stay inside room 1144, Han Fei led the others to visit the other tenants. Using his own personal charm, he won over the remaining tenants. After getting all of their approval, the system provided Han Fei with a notification.
Notification for player 0000. After endless hard work, you've obtained the hidden profession, Ziggurat Guard. Are you going to set this up as your main profession? No. Notification for player 0000. You've obtained the side profession, Ziggurat Guard. Randomly acquired 2 talents from 4 of Ziggurat Guard's talents. Profession Talent 1, Death Immunity. When Death Curse is triggered, there is a 10% chance that you'd be immune to its effects. Profession Talent 2, Patrol. After midnight, your running speed will increase. Warning. It will take longer to upgrade pastime professions and side professions. Upgrading these professions' talents require 3 times normal express. Now that you own 2 professions, you've slowly familiarized yourself with the working life. You have seen more and learnt more. Your perfect life became more colorful because of it. All I've seen so far is red. How is that colorful?
Han Fei tried to run in the corridor. The side profession of Ziggurat Guard was far more useful than he thought. Just the effect of patrol alone was worth it. After returning to room 1144, Han Fei sat beside the bed and stared at the dresser. His eyes were calm, like he was pondering something important. No one dared to disturb him. When the exit button lit up, Han Fei stood up and walked towards the dresser.
We mustn't lose this opportunity. We'll all go together.
Han Fei picked up the chain. He stood with the madman and red dress while his eyes turned coldly towards the old lady.
Surviving here is already hard enough. Why the insistence to court death? Can you complete something even a pure hatred cannot?
The old lady unwillingly headed towards the dresser. Just as her hands touched it, the capillaries on the doors bulged, like they were coming alive. The capillaries crawled onto the walls. The gap between the dresser door emitted a horrible smell. Before the old lady even opened the door fully, an arm reached for her and pulled her into the dresser. A person disappeared just like that. The madman scurried backwards to hide.
You're the manager's backup, so it won't hurt you. You have to know how to make use of that to your advantage.
Han Fei explained to the madman. At that moment, it was hard to tell who was the mad one. The closer it was to 4 a.m., the more changes occurred inside the bedroom. Han Fei opened the dresser with the red dress. There were many clothes hanging inside the dresser. They were drenched in blood. The red dress entered first. Then she waved at Han Fei to follow. Han Fei grabbed her wrist and the madman. They entered the dresser together. He parted the clothes before him, But to his consternation, there were more and more clothes, and the blood stains on them became heavier. It looked like dead bodies hanging around them. The dresser looked small from the outside, but inside it was like a maze. There were bloody clothes everywhere. The only person who could provide security to Han Fei was the red dress. But as they walked, Han Fei noticed something was wrong. Even though the hand that he held also had on red clothes, it was not a red dress. Is this an illusion? Since the person didn't stop, Han Fei didn't let go either. He turned back and realized the madman was missing. And when he turned back to the front, he was only holding a red shirt sleeve. Holding the sleeve, Han Fei looked around. Each of the bloody clothes represented a dead spirit. Is this the butterfly's dresser? Since no one knows what it looks like, could these be the appearances that it could put on? Han Fei didn't panic. He knew most cursed objects had special power. I saw with my own eyes the red dress enter the dresser. She is a large lingering spirit. A normal grade F cursed object wouldn't be able to trap her. The most logical thing I should do now is to wait for her to return. Since the exit key had lit up, Han Fei was fearless. Furthermore, he still had one more cigarette in his inventory. If he ran into danger, he would light it up for protection. About 10 seconds later, something disturbed the clothes not far away from Han Fei. They swayed, suggesting that something was moving in the dresser. Putting the paper doll on his shoulder, Han Fei crouched down, holding Rest in Peace. He followed the trail of moving clothes before fixing his eyes in a direction. The thing inside the dresser appeared to sense Han Fei's eyes on it. Gray long arms reached out from the darkness. It rustled through the bloody clothes. The sound was enough to make a normal person's mind go insane. The distance between the two drew closer. Han Fei held his breath. He was ready to kill. Chapter 335. Bloody clothes hung everywhere. Most of them had been worn by someone dead. Every clothes here represented a despairing memory. In this maze made from the dead's memory, Han Fei ran into his first danger. The red dress and the madman who entered the dresser with him disappeared. Han Fei, who was stranded, was discovered by something inside the dresser. The slender arms were of varying lengths, so they clearly belonged to different people, but they appeared to grow on the same body. The bloody clothes were pushed aside. The hands snaked into the pockets. They searched for any remaining objects, derived from them the wearer's last memory, and then feasted on them like snacks. There was no wind inside the dresser, but all the clothes swayed slightly. More arms reached out from the mysterious direction. The pale fingers appeared to have noses and ears because try as Han Fei to hide, he was inadvertently discovered. The arms became more brutish as they shoved the bloody clothes out of the way. One of the arms seemed to sense something. Like a snake, it suddenly slithered towards Han Fei. Pulling out Rest in Peace, Han Fei prepared to activate Ghost Tattoo, but at that moment, a music box several meters to his left was toppled over. A strange yet familiar music echoed inside the dresser. The moment the music started, the pale arm instantly changed direction. From the angles Han Fei didn't even notice before, several more arms appeared, crawling towards the music box. There were so many of them. Han Fei honestly only saw one arm, but in reality, there were 5 of them which were silently approaching him. The bloody clothes behind him touched Han Fei's cheek. A weight fell on his shoulder, and Han Fei sighted a bandaged hand pressed down on his body. Turning back, Han Fei saw a 30-plus woman standing behind him. Her right arm was bandaged, and she held a fruit knife in her right arm. Without saying anything, the woman used her eyes to signal Han Fei to follow her. They crouched low and silently retreated. The woman appeared to know the closet very well. Through the location of the blood stains on each clothes and the size of the blood stains, she was able to tell her direction. After leading Han Fei for a few minutes, she stopped.
Why did you enter this place?
With her body still crouching, the woman finally spoke. Her voice sounded like grating glass. It was a torture on the listener's ears.
I keep feeling there is something wrong with my dresser. I have this recurring dream that I am inside the dresser. Honestly, at this moment, I can't even tell I'm in a nightmare or in reality.
Han Fei's expression was flawless. Fear, panic, forced calmness, and the barely suppressed anxiety. It was hard to imagine a face could express so many emotions so naturally.
This is not a nightmare. We're somewhere worse than a nightmare. Everything you experience is real.
The woman curled into the bloody clothes and tried to hide herself among them.
Then how did you get here? Looks like you've been here for quite some time already.
Han Fei studied the woman. She was of average build, but she had great upper body strength. Her biceps and triceps were toned.
I'm here to search for my son.
The woman whispered.
I can't remember when I came in here. Back then, my son used to cry at night. One night, he ran to my room to tell me there was someone watching him from inside the dresser, and he was very scared. You didn't think too much of it at the time? I went to his room and checked the dresser. There was nothing inside.
The woman's voice was raspy.
In any case, I decided to sleep with him that night, but during late midnight, I was woken up by a noise. I opened my eyes and discovered my son standing before the dresser all alone. He was mumbling something on his lips. I couldn't really hear him that clearly, but I believed he was saying, "She is my mother now. Please don't come back to find me. It's too dark inside the dresser," or something like that. The bedroom's light was off. I was so scared, so I didn't move. The dresser door slowly opened, and I saw the clothes hanging inside. When I thought everything had returned to normal, and my boy was just sleepwalking, the clothes parted away to reveal a woman's face. She looked 90% like me. But the scariest thing was, she appeared to be looking at me, and the more she stared at me, the more she took on my face. I sat up from bed and switched on the light. But that didn't make things better. I saw my son still lying in bed, while the boy in front of the dresser had disappeared, but the dresser door was left open. I shook my son awake. He rubbed my eyes and asked me innocently, "Mom, what's wrong?" When I heard him call me Mom, my heart chilled. There was an instinct in my heart that questioned, is this really my son? From that day onwards, I felt like I had gone insane.
The woman gripped the knife, and when she spoke, she looked around with alertness.
When my son was at school or out playing with friends, I would hear his voice inside the room and see his shadows run across the house. I knew I had to investigate the origin of the dresser. I bought the dresser from a flea market. The workmanship was exquisite and the price was cheap. At the time, I thought I had a steal. When I went back to ask, only then I was told, someone had once died inside the dresser. I was ready to go home to destroy the dresser. My son, who was supposed to be home, had disappeared. The only possibility I could think of was that the dresser had stolen away my son.
The woman's hand that held the knife burst with veins.
I didn't dare to damage the dresser because it might steal my son forever away from me. From that day onwards, I guarded beside the dresser every night. I slept during the day and stayed beside the dresser at night, but nothing happened. That continued for a long time, until one time, I was too tired and accidentally drifted off to sleep at night. When I opened my eyes again, the closed dresser door opened. The clothes appeared to be hiding something behind them. I pushed apart the clothes and grabbed the fuel and matches which I had prepared. As I poured the fuel, I crawled into the dresser. I was ready. If I couldn't find my son, I would return before the fuel ran out and burn the damn dresser. But to my surprise, this dresser appears to exist between reality and dream. I didn't take that many steps before the smell of fuel dissipated. I noticed the trail had gone dry. I tried the matches, but none of them would light. To make matters worse, there are all kinds of monsters living inside the dresser. They started to hunt me. I was lucky that I was able to survive until now.
Chapter 336.
Monsters? What kind of monsters have you met here?
Han Fei didn't fully trust the woman. It was impossible for a normal housewife to survive inside this monster-infested dresser with just pure luck.
The monsters with many arms that we encountered are the most common one. They are like parasitic moths commonly found inside dressers. They rustle through the clothes to find leftover objects to feed on the wearer's memories. I call these multi-limbed bugs the scavenger. Other than these scavengers who feed on memory fragments, there are humanoid monsters, or rather they used to be humans. They have lost their identities, so I call them the Lost. A long time ago, I had a partner who roamed this dresser with me, but one day, he suddenly disappeared. The spot where he occupied turned into a set of bloody clothes. They were the exact same set he was wearing before he went missing. I believe he had joined the Lost. The scavengers and the Lost normally wouldn't come after us. There are far more dangerous monsters here. One of them will disguise themselves as the dresser door. If you open them, you'll not find the exit but a gaping maw waiting for you. The other kind of monster looks just like humans, and they are the most dangerous. They will morph into clothes and melt into the surroundings. When you get close to them, they will bind and slowly consume you.
The butterfly's dresser was a space between nightmare and reality, dominated by people and monsters lost in it. This creepy dresser might have to do with Butterfly's talent. Han Fei knew that Butterfly's favorite tactic was to enter people's minds and then use their dreams to slowly influence reality.
It's amazing that you have managed to survive here for so long.
Han Fei said sincerely.
Can you remember how long you've been here? There is no day and night cycle here, so I really can't tell. At first, I did try to keep a track of time, but time eventually runs away from you. Now I can't even tell whether it's day or night outside this dresser. Then how did you manage to take care of your everyday needs? Is there food and water here?
Han Fei regarded the woman with suspicion. This was a suspicion a normal person would have. Although to be honest, Han Fei already had a guess in his heart. The woman was probably already dead. She was just a ghost who had not yet fully forgotten about her past.
Water. The woman was silent for a long time before she lifted her head.
I didn't want to tell you this early, lest I scare you away. But since you've asked, then I shall not lie to you. Come with me.
The fruit knife in her grasp shook. She was very nervous, like an inexperienced hunter. The blood stains on the clothes around them thickened. After evading a few more scavengers, the woman led Han Fei deeper into the dresser. Strange voices whispered into his ears. It was like the lingering spirits on the clothes were talking to him. The deeper he went, the more unsettled he felt. The clothes were getting bloodier. Some were so fresh that the blood was still dripping. If he leaned closer to the clothes, he could even hear groans of pain.
We're here. I call this place the canteen.
After a half an hour of trekking, the woman finally stopped. She picked up the clothes beside her, and after apologizing to it, she placed it in her mouth. The blood flowed into her body, and her eyes turned crimson. After she had her fill, she turned to Han Fei. Blood dyed her lips and teeth red. Blood splattered down her face. She looked just a monster, different from the housewife that she presented herself as earlier.
I have scared you, haven't I? Don't forget that I've also saved you earlier.
The woman put down the clothes.
This is the only way if you want to survive here. Initially, I was very against it too, but I have no other choice. I have to save my son. To do that, I am willing to do anything.
You are a great mother. Don't patronize me. When hunger and thirst catch up to you, you'll make the same choice because it is the only choice.
After the woman drank the blood, her own capillaries started to bulge and her face paled. Whenever she spoke, two voices emitted from her throat, but the other voice was extremely weak. Han Fei now understood why the woman's voice was so unique. To survive, she had literally absorbed countless people's blood.
Other than me, have you met anyone else here? I have, but most are at the edge of madness. Some have turned into the losts. Others would become part of the hanging clothes soon.
The woman looked at her skin, which was turning red.
Actually, that is the other reason why I've saved you. What is it? I feel like I won't be able to resist for much longer. If I turn into a set of clothes, I hope you'll bring me with you instead of leaving me here among the hanged.
The woman didn't force Han Fei. She negotiated with him.
And if it's possible, help me look for my son. When he disappeared, he was wearing pajamas with bare print. If he's still alive, please take care of him for me. If he has been changed into clothing, please put me next to him. Okay? Don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps we can find him and leave this place together. I hope so.
The woman clearly didn't believe Han Fei.
I am serious.
Han Fei was about to ask for more information when the woman suddenly waved for him to bend low. The clothes not far away started to sway, and soon they saw a 40-plus man with balding head and formal shirt tumble out from the maze of clothes. He didn't notice Han Fei and the woman. He was half-crouched on the ground as he moved slowly forward.
What is this place?
The middle-aged man's face was twisted from fear. His mental state was unstable. He didn't dare to make too much noise lest he attracted the monster. He could only rely on himself. The middle-aged man crawled some more, but all he could see was red. Everything was red.
What is happening?
The man's emotions frayed. Before he lost his mind, Han Fei and the woman came out from their hiding spots.
Don't worry. Like you, we're trapped here as well. Don't come any closer. Stay right there.
When the middle-aged man saw the blood on the woman's face and the knife she was holding, he warned shakingly.
I'd advise you to keep your voice down. If you attract the monster's attention, do you think you can run faster than us?
Han Fei already put away rest and peace before he showed himself. Raising his arms in surrender, Han Fei slowly approached the middle-aged man.
Brother, looks like you haven't been here for that long. Am I right? I can't tell how long it has been, perhaps about 10 hours? I stayed still for a long time before I was forced to move because I saw the monsters coming towards me.
The middle-aged man was extremely frightened. Han Fei's calming voice was like a balm to his soul.
Can you tell me how you got into this place? I don't know.
The middle-aged man pulled on the little bit of hair he had.
My upstairs neighbor was making a lot of noise at midnight. I couldn't sleep, so I went to give him a piece of my mind. But when I arrived, his door was left open. And you entered his house? Why didn't you call the police? At the time, I was so angry I didn't think that much. When I got in, there was no one around. Just as I was wondering whether to call the police, I heard a sound coming from the bedroom. I pushed open the door to take a look. And you saw someone inside the dresser? I saw my neighbor lying in bed. He was sound asleep. I believed he was faking it because he was just making all those noises earlier. But when I touched his face, I noticed something was wrong.
The man said with regret.
His face was so cold, there was no human warmth. That means he has been dead for some time already. It was not him who made all that noises, but probably the actual killer.
Han Fei analyzed.
That was what I thought, but at that moment, my brain suddenly went dizzy and I collapsed. When I woke up again, I was already inside this place.
The middle-aged man pouted.
The stock that I bought just had a sharp rise recently. I thought my luck was finally changing, but I guess I was wrong. The person who placed you here probably wanted to get your neighbor, but got you by accident. Can you tell me more about your neighbor?
Han Fei was confused. The middle-aged man sounded like he was just dragged into the dresser not too long ago. The butterfly should have been busy dealing with police and Huang Yin. It wouldn't go after random people.
That neighbor of mine is very strange. We've been neighbors for years, but I shared less than 3 words with him. He was a hermit and avoided all human interaction. I heard from the other neighbors that he used to work at a big company, but due to some trauma, he became like this. Worked at some big company?
Han Fei narrowed his eyes.
Do you know his name? It's Feng Ziyu. He was getting weirder recently. He acted so strangely like he was living in some kind of mysterious world that only existed in his mind.
Chapter 337.
It is him.
When the middle-aged man mentioned a big company, Han Fei already thought of Feng Ziyu. Back when the ziggurat map hadn't been deleted from the surface world, Feng Ziyu and his colleagues were the last to enter the neighborhood, so it was understandable for the butterfly to go after him.
Feng Ziyu kept a very low profile and rarely interacted with people. If not for the sounds coming from his apartment, I would have thought the unit above me was empty.
The middle-aged man frowned with regret.
I should have minded my own business. The sensei already told me that I would face a major hurdle around age 40. I'd advise you to trust in yourself rather than in fate.
Han Fei picked up the middle-aged man.
Has your neighbor acted unusually recently? I haven't seen him for the past few days. I believe he has been staying at home. Oh wait, I kept hearing knocking in the corridor at night. I believe it came from his door. Knocking at night? Yes, it's always around midnight. I thought he was calling some kind of service. After all, he has been alone for so long.
The middle-aged man shrunk away from the clothes and carefully nudged closer to Han Fei.
Other than the knocking, I can't think of anything else. Can you remember the spot where you first woke up?
Han Fei wanted to trace his track to see if he could find his way to Feng Ziyu's place.
I can't, but I believe it's from that direction.
The middle-aged man pointed behind him.
I was too flustered to note the route I was taking. But I did remember one thing. The spot where I woke up was scattered with shredded clothing, and they all had black characters on them.
Feng Ziyu had gone missing in real life. Based on the last messages he sent to Huang Yin, he was probably led by Butterfly deep into the dream in room 4444. Assuming room 4444 was the channel Butterfly used to connect the real world and cryptic world, then Feng Ziyu should be inside the cryptic world as well. The middle-aged man's appearance here was an accident. Butterfly most likely dropped him into the dresser because it had no use for someone like him. Han Fei tried his best to string all the limited information together. Real world, dreams, cryptic world. Is it possible that Butterfly in room 4444 could connect to people in the real world via dreams, and then use the dresser in room 4444 to send these people from real life into a cryptic world? After all, room 4444 technically shouldn't exist in Ziggurat. It wasn't part of the Ziggurat. But in that case, what is room 4444? Is it really a room? With the black box and spirit fair talent, for Han Fei, the entire perfect life game was his room 4444. As long as people logged into the game and fitted certain requirements, he could summon them to the cryptic world. If that was the case, what would Butterfly's room 4444 look like? Looks like I've been fooled by preconceived notions and assumed that room 4444 has to be a room. But one thing's for certain. If room 4444 doesn't physically exist at the Ziggurat, then perhaps this dresser is the only way to get there. With that in mind, Han Fei knew he couldn't waste any more time. While he could quit the game at any time, he needed to locate the exit as soon as possible.
Come on, let's go to find the spot where you first woke up.
Han Fei supported the middle-aged man and turned to the silent woman beside him.
Come along, I have promised to help you find your son.
Han Fei, who used to have social anxiety, now had unconsciously become the core of the group. Before the pressure of survival, he had metamorphosized. Walking through the maze of bloody clothes, time lost its meaning. The despair on the middle-aged man's face thickened, but whenever he thought about giving up, he would see the determination on Han Fei's face. He couldn't find any trace of fear on Han Fei's face. This man, who was much younger than he was, inspired him with power. The confidence and ease came from within, like he already had the solution in his mind and could leave this godforsaken place any time he wanted. Influenced by Han Fei, the middle-aged man and the woman didn't feel as defeated as before. Han Fei had planted a small seed of hope within them. Perhaps they really could find the exit. There were more bloody clothes. After some time, Han Fei, who was at the rear of the group, suddenly tapped on the middle-aged man's shoulder and then whispered into his ears.
Do not look back and maintain this speed. What's wrong? Tell the woman before you that there is a monster disguised as bloody clothes following behind us. Tell her to speed up after a minute to try and see if we can shake it off.
Han Fei used the most peaceful tone to describe something incredibly scary. They had been targeted by the scariest creature inside the dresser. The middle-aged man relayed Han Fei's message word for word. A minute later, the woman suddenly raced off. Han Fei and the middle-aged man who were prepared followed after her. After knowing it had been exposed, the monster revealed its true identity. Two red arms reached out from the sleeves, and a face stitched up with patches of fabric appeared on the clothes. The red pieces of fabric were sewn into the flesh. The clothes had become part of it, and it became part of the clothes. It moved very fast like a red shadow. It quickly caught up to Han Fei's group. After some running, the difference in stamina between the three survivors could be clearly seen. Han Fei ran at the front completely unfazed. The woman followed closely behind him. The middle-aged man, though, was already gasping for air. His legs were weakening. If they abandoned the middle-aged man now, Han Fei and the woman would have an easy escape. With the middle-aged man's size, the monster would take a long time to digest him. Perhaps due to fear, the middle-aged man tripped on a pile of clothes on the ground. When he collapsed, the man's face turned ashen. At that moment, he was consumed by despair, and his previously pristine shirt surfaced with patches of bloodstains.
Give me your hand.
Han Fei kept his eyes open even when he was making his escape. After so many experiences of running for his life, many things had become part of his instinct. Seeing the bloody clothes monster rapidly approach, Han Fei grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and ran at his full power. Buffed by the talent of the ziggurat guard, Han Fei's running speed was ridiculous. If someone saw Han Fei running like this in the middle of the night, they would think he was the ghost. Chapter 338. After obtaining the ziggurat guard profession, this was the first time Han Fei ran at full speed. It felt like something had been pumped into his legs. The more despairing he felt, the faster he'd run, and the faster he ran, the greater the despair which imbued his heart. The talent of this side profession is quite useful. Maybe I've lost out from not making it a main profession. Even dragging an adult, Han Fei's speed didn't slow down. In fact, he had even passed the woman. He ran as fast as he could, but the one who suffered was the middle-aged man. His face bumped against many clothes and his face was tainted by blood.
Eventually we'll be caught up. Does the bloody clothes monster have any weaknesses?
Han Fei shouted at the woman. The latter didn't answer because running already took away all of her breath. When he listened closer, the bloody clothes monster seemed to be saying something. The mouth was patched with cloth. When it spoke, there was only a black hole.
I am you. Save me.
A croak escaped from the monster's lips. Han Fei was about to turn around when the woman shouted at him.
Don't listen to it. Close your ears. Mommy. So painful. My neck is so painful.
The woman had just warned Han Fei when a child's voice came from a piece of clothes beside them. Hearing that, the woman slowed. In just that fraction of a second, her exposed ankle was dragged and pulled. Her body tipped forward. The woman looked at the approaching ground with panic. A slender arm reached out from a set of children's clothes. It was followed by a boy who had a large head. It smiled innocently, while its long arms latched onto the woman's legs like some kind of stubborn vines. The children's outfit stuck to the woman's calves, preventing her from running.
Mommy, don't go. The woman didn't even recognize the boy. She quickly took out her fruit knife and stabbed at the creature. She was ruthless and quick. She didn't care even if she had hurt herself. It was with this fortitude that she managed to survive until now. In other words, the survivors inside the closet all had blood on their hands. The fruit knife did no damage to the children's clothing. She nicked off a small patch, but it was soon stitched together by fabric. The boy cried and refused to let go. At the same time, a dark red shadow appeared behind the woman. Blood and flesh stitched together with fabric. It slowly opened its sleeves to welcome the woman with its deadly embrace.
Come try on these new clothes, you'll love it.
A chilly voice came out from the clothes. The bloody clothes monster enveloped the woman. Blood swam over her vision. All of the clothes inside the dresser seemed to come alive, her eyes filled with despair. She struggled, but it was to no avail. The bloody clothes slowly closed around her. Her vision narrowed like her life was fading away. With my death, they should be able to escape. Hopefully that man will live up to his promise. The spirit that kept her going for so long started to loosen. Fatigue came from every part of her body. The woman's skin started to scar with horrible burn wounds. She didn't notice any of these. At the last moment of her life, all she could think of was her son. She would never forget about her son.
Rest in peace.
The closing red suddenly opened a crack. The bloody clothes that the fruit knife was unable to cut was easily sliced through. The woman saw an arm branded with ghost tattoo reach into the clothes, and then she was dragged out by a powerful force. She recovered her vision and clambered up from the ground. She immediately grasped the chance and ran away from the injured bloody clothes monster. My blade appears to be incredibly effective against these monsters inside the dresser. When Han Fei made the cut, he also made this observation. When the blade touched the bloody clothes, the threads made from sin would instantly melt. The bloody clothes monster probably didn't expect this as well. Red threads sprouted out from its black mouth, and the face patched with fabric filled with shock and fear.
Rest in peace's blade is made from humanity. None of the monsters inside Butterfly's closet appear to be able to face humanity face-on. Butterfly, who toys with humanity, probably didn't expect that one day humanity would morph into a blade sharper than even hatred and sin. While the bloody clothes monster was still in shock, Han Fei charged at it. He didn't plan to let the creature escape. The less who knew about Rest in Peace's secret, the better.
9 lives.
Activating the ghost tattoo, Han Fei took out the paper doll and planned to give it his all. Rest in Peace was sharp, but Han Fei was just a normal person. His level 13 body was fragile and was extremely prone to danger. Therefore, every time he battled, it was like a dance on the high wire. Either his enemy or himself would be heavily injured. There were common, everyday items inside the closet like fruit knives and cleavers, but these blades were unable to harm the bloody clothes monsters. They were the ultimate predator inside the dresser. But now the monster felt threatened by Han Fei. It noticed a strong presence of curse coming from Han Fei. Consumed by anxiety, its first reaction was to run. To find one singular bloody clothes among a maze of them was difficult. However, incidentally, Han Fei had the hide and seek talent. With extreme observational skill and memory, he memorized all the details about the monster and chased after it. The patrol talent of Ziggurat Guard came in useful again. Han Fei tore off a piece of the doll and shoved it into the woman's pocket, and then he chased after his prey without looking back. Like a shark who had smelled blood, he was not going to let his prey go.
Hey, stop chasing after it.
The woman wanted to stop Han Fei, but the latter soon disappeared from her sight. Staring at the bloody clothes around them, the woman crouched beside the middle-aged man. The happiness from having just escaped death dissipated. She knew it was practically impossible to reunite after being separated at this place.
How could he be so rash?
The woman stood there. Han Fei was reliable, but the half-dead uncle was a burden.
Where is him?
The middle-aged man's thought mirrored the woman's. After Han Fei left, his hope was extinguished immediately.
I have no idea. We'll wait for him here.
The woman looked around with caution. About 10 minutes later, the clothes around them swayed. As she held up the fruit knife, Han Fei walked over holding a set of bloody clothes. The security uniform was drenched in blood, but Han Fei wasn't injured.
Where's the bloody clothes monster? This is it. You've killed it?
The woman and middle-aged man looked at Han Fei with disbelief. A normal-looking security managed to kill the bloody clothes monster?
I was merely the aide. I didn't deliver the killing blow.
Han Fei took out the paper from the woman's pocket. The paper was part of the paper doll. Han Fei managed to find his way back because of it.
There is lingering resentment on these bloody clothes, and they dominated and animated the clothes. I've already destroyed the resentment inside this particular set. It has been cleansed.
Han Fei tossed the bloody clothes to the middle-aged man.
It still has the monster's lingering presence. You should be able to fool others with it. That will help you survive here.
The middle-aged man hesitated, but after he heard it could improve his survival chances, he immediately put the clothes on.
Come on, the longer we stay here, the more dangerous it'll be.
The secret of rest and peace hadn't been exposed, but Han Fei already felt the danger closing in. After walking for some time, they finally reached the spot mentioned by the middle-aged man. It was a pile of clothes, rotting and decaying.
When I woke up, I saw these clothes, so I hid inside them. The middle-aged man looked quite scary wearing that bloody clothes, provided that he didn't speak. With a frown, Han Fei studied these clothes. He noticed they were more dead compared to the surrounding clothes. It was like their consciousness had fully been sucked away. The butterfly probably dropped the middle-aged man here among the trash heap. That means that the channel to Feng Ziyu's room might be near. After all, no one would have gone a long distance just to take out the trash. Han Fei silently picked apart the pile of clothes. He wanted to see if they were hiding anything. The three of them worked together. Half an hour later, they found a half-open door deep inside the pile. When they saw the door, three of them were stunned.
A pajamas with bear prints.
Feng Ziyu's shirt. My child's school uniform.
A piece of clothing was wedged between the gap of the dresser door. All three of them saw the clothing, but it appeared differently in their eyes.
No, that should be fake. The clothes are merely reflecting what we want to see.
Han Fei immediately caught on to the trick. After a temporary lapse, the woman held herself back. Only the middle-aged man stumbled towards the dresser door.
Even my child is in here. The damn bastard. How could they go after innocent children?
The middle-aged man said angrily. When he was about 1 meter away from the door suddenly opened on its own. There was no exit beyond the cupboard door, but a giant mouth. The clothes that they saw was not really a clothes, but actually a red tongue. Bad breath and hatred gushed out from the mouth. The red tongue bound around the middle-aged man's waist and swallowed him whole.
There is a mouth inside the dresser?
The middle-aged man was too stunned to resist. Han Fei sliced at the long tongue immediately. But as he got close, several more tongues extended out from the mouth. They were like tentacles. Han Fei was too weak to fight them back. His body lost balance, and he was sucked into the mouth alongside the middle-aged man. The blackened teeth were stuck with rotting fabric. Waving his fingers, Han Fei tried to pick out the cigarette from his inventory and rummaged through his pocket for the lighter. The middle-aged man beside him was flummoxed. At a time like this, you decide to smoke? Holding onto a tooth, the middle-aged man cried for help while Han Fei was dragged deeper into the darkness. Pain came from all over his body. While he fell, Han Fei finally found the lighter. He tried to light it, and the occasional sparks brightened his surroundings. Inside the mouth's stomach, human faces lined the intestines. They looked at Han Fei emotionlessly. When Han Fei brushed past them, they bit at Han Fei's flesh. Just what kind of monster is this? The intestine narrowed. Han Fei was squeezed. The lighter failed, and the wounds on his body increased. Do I need to quit now? But I'll just return back to this place next time. The wounds bitten by the human faces started to darken. It contained some kind of soul poison. The middle-aged man was already unconscious from one bite, but Han Fei was still clear-minded after so many bites. The human faces purposely avoided the arm where Big Sin's pattern is. They are probably victims of the butterfly, so they have an instinctual fear of anything that is related to the butterfly. Han Fei gritted his teeth and put away the last cigarette. He adjusted his posture and stuck rest in peace into the wall of the intestine, and then he shoved his arm with Big Sin's pattern into the wound. Holding onto the flesh and human faces, Han Fei stopped himself from falling. The wall started to shake. The human faces crawled towards Han Fei. More wounds appeared on his body, and his life points dropped. Suddenly words appeared underneath his skin. The words told a complete ghost story, and the main character was Han Fei himself. The story carried a unique power. The destined tale was moving towards a different direction. When the ghost story was triggered, Han Fei's arm started to bleed. Sharp spikes with deep misfortune pierced through Han Fei's skin like something was trying to crawl out from the blood pattern on his arm. When Han Fei entered Ziggurat, Big Sin disappeared. Now Han Fei realized it had morphed into the blood pattern and hid inside his arm. In a way, Han Fei was similar to the tenants at Ziggurat, but they had Butterfly's pattern while he had Big Sin's pattern. Big Sin hadn't reacted to anything before this. But as Han Fei approached death, the excited Big Sin finally awakened from its slumber. It wanted to be by Han Fei's side to accompany his master to welcome death. Han Fei's life points dropped, and the blood pattern on his arm became more vibrant. When the life points dropped beyond a certain point, Han Fei's Midnight Butcher talent was activated. The sense of pain was eclipsed as his physical ability tripled. His eyes turned red, and the animal instinct within him was released. Chapter 339 The Beast Inside the Heart was unleashed. As blood took over his eyes, everything turned red. His brain pounded like someone had stuck needles in it. His forgotten subconscious was waking up through another form. As the animal instinct took over humanity, fragmented memories surfaced in his mind. There was a night in his past which was as red as this. He couldn't tell his eyes were bleeding or the world was painted red. The bodies of familiar faces were twisted into ugly postures. Blood bloomed like flowers at their open wounds. The young Han Fei hid somewhere, while the orphanage under the blood moon was as isolated as an island on the Red Sea.
Notification for player 0000. Your SAN value is at extremely low level. Please adjust accordingly.
The robotic voice pulled Han Fei back to rationality. He took a deep breath, and instantly pain surged through his body. When the talent of Midnight Butcher was activated, my brain appeared to have brought up some suppressed memories with it. Han Fei knew that his SAN value was determined by the system to be at 100, while a normal player only had 10, but even so, the system had to warn him that his SAN value had dropped dangerously low. The black box appeared to have meshed with my own memory. I don't know whether that is a good thing or not. Certain memories were suppressed for a reason, but now they could be triggered in the cryptic world. In any case, Han Fei's action became more feral as his physique improved. With one hand, he pierced rest and peace repeatedly into the walls of the intestines, while his other arm, which was protruding with Big Sin's spikes, reached deeper into the wound. Han Fei had personally tested Big Sin's brand of soul poison before. Other than himself, no one would be able to resist Big Sin's poison. The toxin was powerful and carried with it a heavy scent of misfortune. The poison also spread quickly. The human faces on the wall darkened. They were not that strong. There were simply too many of them. The soul poison spread through the human faces. Initially, the contamination was slow, but as Han Fei swung his fist madly around, the soul poison spread like wildfire. The black faces started to crack. Their expressions scrunched up in pain, and they stopped pressing against Han Fei. The monster with the tongue intended to swallow Han Fei, to turn Han Fei into one of the faces, not knowing Han Fei was as poisonous as they come. The lower Han Fei's life points, the more joyful Big Sin became. Its owner was about to die soon. This was a day worth celebrating. It wanted to be by Han Fei's side, to share this joy with him. The blood pattern on Han Fei's arm brightened. The shape of Big Sin's body became more pronounced. It was trying its best to crawl out from the blood pattern, but probably because it was still in its youngest stage, it didn't know how to fully control its powers yet. Some of its soul poison injected into Han Fei's body. Han Fei could sense the joy within Big Sin, and he didn't know what to say. Not everyone would be able to appreciate the happiness from such a unique pet. As the soul poison made its way through the monster's body, the monster didn't want to consume Han Fei anymore. If anything, it wanted to spit this dangerous object out from its stomach. All the human faces retracted. Han Fei climbed upwards as fast as he could. He tied the red chain around himself and the middle-aged man. Before he lost his energy, he managed to crawl out from the mouth. Bursting through the dresser doors, Han Fei dragged the middle-aged man and jumped out. The two of them collapsed to the ground, covered in wounds. The middle-aged man was fine. With the protection of the bloody clothes and the fact that he was not the monster's primary target, he was only injured slightly. Han Fei was not so lucky. His security uniform became more tattered. The cursed consciousness lingering inside the uniform had become extremely weak. Han Fei turned to his arm. The blood patterns on it looked as fresh as blood. Big Sin's presence could be felt clearly. His life point had already reached rock bottom. Han Fei took out the pig's hearts Su Qin made from his inventory and munched on them hungrily. With the gluttony talent from Midnight Butcher, his life points finally rose back a little. That was too close. Han Fei laid weakly on the ground as Big Sin absorbed the soul poison out from Han Fei's body. Han Fei had a new understanding of Big Sin's persona. The closer Han Fei was to death, the happier Big Sin would be. It loved death and preferred to stay close to those marked by death. However, it didn't want Han Fei to die either because if he did, it wouldn't find a new owner who would face death so often anymore. I don't even know what to say. What a pairing this is. After he recovered somewhat, Han Fei walked towards the monster. Only when Han Fei was out of its stomach did he realize the monster had the appearance of a dresser. All he saw was the insides of the monster earlier. A monster disguised as a dresser inside a dresser. This place was truly confounding.
Stay away from it,
the woman warned. When she saw Han Fei tumble out from the dresser monster earlier, she gained a renewed belief in miracles.
Our friend woke up around this place. That means that the exit is most likely around here. The existence of this monster shouldn't be a coincidence either. There has to be a reason why it was lurking here. Now that I think about it, the human intestine is also a passageway of sorts. Could the exit be hidden inside the monster's stomach?
Han Fei inquired.
You've been here for so long. Have you ever seen an actual exit? No, only monsters. All the more reason to believe that I might be right.
Han Fei didn't want to give up so easily. He used the chain to tie around his body and then reached his arm where Big Sin was hiding towards the dresser door. Thick tongues rolled out from the mouth. But compared to last time, the tongues had blackened and rotted. The tongues wagged weakly at Han Fei. The latter avoided the half-hearted attacks with ease and used the opening to counter. After cutting off 7 tongues, the mouth stopped producing more of them.
It looks like it has been poisoned.
The woman stared at the monster's blackened teeth and gasped in shock.
It's still not enough.
Han Fei neared the dresser and extended the arm with Big Sin into the mouth. He grated his arm against the monster's teeth and fed his poisoned blood to the monster. The dresser monster was unable to move. After being tortured for an hour, the blackened teeth loosened and the whales inside the intestines faded away. Han Fei poked his head through the monster's mouth to look. The walls of the intestines were pustulant with black blood, and the human faces were no longer recognizable.
It should be safe now.
Han Fei took out Rest in Peace and climbed into the dresser monster's stomach again. With the woman and the middle-aged watching on in shock, Han Fei leaped into the mouth. He used Rest in Peace to carve out steps on the wall of the intestines. The dresser monster didn't resist at all, probably because it was already dead. Han Fei successfully reached the depth of the intestine. It was a fully enclosed space, and to Han Fei's surprise, the end of the intestine was another dresser door. This dresser door faced outside. It made Han Fei feel like he was inside an actual dresser. He tried to push the door open, but it was locked. It was sealed with tape as well. Adjusting his angle, Han Fei leaned on the door and looked out. There was a normal-looking bedroom beyond the door. There was a double bed and a table. The dresser was placed facing the bed.
Is this the exit?
Chapter 340. The dresser door was locked and sealed, as if the people outside also knew the dresser was extremely dangerous.
It looks like a normal bedroom beyond this dresser. There is no blood, dead bodies, and strange items. It feels like the real world.
Leaning on the dresser, Han Fei tried to take in as many things as he could while his heart raced. He waited for a long time, and the room beyond the door was extremely quiet. There was no one there.
I wonder what is outside this door. I'll have to take a look now that I'm here.
Han Fei didn't leave on his own, but crawled back the way he came to fetch the woman and the middle-aged man. When Han Fei said he had found the exit, the woman refused to believe him. She even suspected Han Fei had been possessed. But when she saw the doors inside the dresser monster's body, she had to admit that Han Fei wasn't lying.
So the exit was inside the monsters all along. No wonder I was unable to find them.
The woman thought back to her experience, and her fist around the knife tightened.
Does that mean I can go back home?
The middle-aged man asked excitedly. He looked at Han Fei with appreciation.
My wife and child must be worried sick. We should open this door now.
The man looked at the door with anticipation, but this time, he had learned his lesson. Before he made any move, he asked for Han Fei's opinion. Han Fei didn't have the heart to tell the middle-aged man that people who were dragged into the cryptic world were most likely already dead. Even if it was reality beyond this door, The middle-aged man would only return as a spirit which could disperse at any moment.
I doubt it's the real world beyond the door. A normal dresser monster only connects two places. Among the many dresser monsters, only one will be able to lead us out from the nightmare.
Han Fei knew very well that the dresser which connected the cryptic world and this nightmare was most likely inside room 4444. They only needed to look at the room number, and they'd know if this was a normal dresser or not. Poking rest in peace through the gap in the dresser door, Han Fei slowly sliced through the tapes. If someone was outside, this must have been quite scary to witness. The lock was impossible to remove, so Han Fei decided to destroy the hinge of the door. Fluorescent light showered on their faces. The middle-aged man leaned beside the door, as if the light could bring him bliss. The woman, though subconsciously, turned her eyes away. After living for too long inside the dresser, she had gotten used to darkness.
We're back. The nightmare is finally over.
The middle-aged man jumped out from the dresser and kissed the ground.
I promise to live a good life and love my family dearly. Don't get ahead of yourself. The nightmare is not yet over.
After replacing the removed dresser door, Han Fei walked towards the windows and peeled back the heavy curtains. The night sky was oblique. There were no stars or moon, only endless darkness. The black mist blocked the visibility, but Han Fei did make out the shape of 3 other buildings not far away. We are still inside Ziggurat. We haven't left the cryptic world. For some reason, Han Fei sighed in relief when he found out. The dresser is definitely some sort of passage. I've moved from room 1144 to another room inside the Ziggurat neighborhood. His most important task was to find out his exact location. As Han Fei was about to exit the bedroom, the woman suddenly said,
What is this?
The woman found a black and white picture beside the dresser. It featured a thin middle-aged man. It was a portrait of the deceased, but the man was smiling so brightly. His face filled with bliss. He smiled at the camera. It looked like he had cooked a scrumptious meal, waiting for his family to come home.
The victim looks even older than I am.
The middle-aged man commented and handed the picture over to Han Fei. When he saw the picture, Han Fei's expression changed.
Zhuang Ren.
The man in the picture looked younger than the man in real life, but Han Fei was sure it was him. The portrait depicted Zhuang Ren at the happiest moment of his life. His family was still alive, and he had an enviable life. Zhuang Ren said his family is trapped inside the Ziggurat. Am I at Zhuang Ren's family's house? Han Fei took a deep breath.
Where did you find this picture? Beside the dresser.
The woman pointed at the corner. There was a fire basin with remnants of ashes sitting there. Han Fei was familiar with this scene. When he challenged the manager mission at Happiness Neighborhood, he had seen a similar fire basin, but it was Han Fei's own death portrait inside the basin then.
There is something written behind the picture.
The middle-aged man gasped. He turned the picture around and noticed a strange human caricature was drawn on the back. Each part was labeled with ancient Chinese script and bloody symbols.
Can any of you understand these?
Han Fei shook his head. At that moment, he decided to study more on this script when he returned back to the real world.
I can understand some. This seems to describe a ritual to summon the dead soul.
The woman studied the words for a long time. Then her face paled as she stepped away from the dresser.
What's wrong? Based on what is written here, the first step of the ritual is to salvage the dead person's coffin and remake it into a piece of furniture that the living would use. The furniture is to be placed at home so that the presence of the living can mingle with the presence of the dead.
The woman said with a shiver.
This dresser is made from a coffin. A soul-summoning ritual? What are the other steps? After the furniture is placed inside a home for a certain time, you might hear strange footsteps and sounds at night. You have to be careful because the arrival might not be your family, but something else.
The woman frowned. The rest of the script was too vague and complicated for her to translate anymore. Someone had taught Zhuang Ren's wife this ritual, but Zhuang Ren didn't die, but instead it was his family who died in real life. Han Fei frowned with confusion. What would happen to the living when a ghost conducts this summoning ritual every day in the cryptic world? Is this why Zhuang Ren's body has been weakening? Han Fei memorized the symbols and characters behind the picture. When he exited the game, he would show them to an expert. If this ritual worked, he would try to use Spiritfarer himself. If he could summon something interesting at Ziggurat, things would get livelier here. The eerie and scary skill became some sort of a gotcha game in Han Fei's hands. After all, no matter what he won from the game, it would be the butterfly who had to pay for it. Any of the prizes would be good for Han Fei. If the worst happened, all he had to do was to find a corner and quit. Chapter 341. Han Fei silently placed Zhuang Ren's picture into his inventory. He only wanted to give it a try, but succeeded easily.
Notification for player 0000. You've obtained the fragment of a grade E cursed object, Living Sacrifice. Living Sacrifice, fragment of a grade E cursed object. This cursed object is made up of many fragments and the fragments are spread across Ziggurat. They are related to the mission, Death Curse. At your current level, it is suggested that you leave them be for now, or you might end up one of the living sacrifices.
The system warned him due to Han Fei's low level. When he challenged the manager mission at level 10, the system said the same thing as well. Regardless, Han Fei had already kept the picture in his inventory. He was not going to place it back. He'd rather destroy it than leave it with the butterfly. Fragment of a grade E cursed object. The scariest cursed object Han Fei had encountered was the paper doll from the convenience store. But even at its strongest, the boss of the convenience store was merely a grade F cursed object. Living Sacrifice doesn't sound like a good thing. I better keep it for now. Perhaps after I find out more about it, I'll be able to tell what it is really for. Then I'll decide whether to keep or lose it. Han Fei eased open the bedroom door and looked around. The living room looked neat and clean. Han Fei walked out. There was a black and white flyer on the dining table. It described a donation drive among the tenants to repair something broken. Every week the tenants would also have some kind of gathering, and it was compulsory for all the adults to attend.
Someone has written something here.
Next to the flyer was paper and pen as well as an open calendar. Someone had marked out the date, April 4th. It's that damn date again. What is its significance to the butterfly? The woman and middle-aged man searched around the room while Han Fei snuck to the front door. He opened the old anti-theft door. He wanted to check the room number, but happened to encounter the sound of footsteps and conversation coming from the corridor.
Mom, will the dead really come back? Don't question it. Haven't the family in room 4244 been reunited? Your father will be back.
It sounded like a pair of mother and daughter were talking.
Big sister, whenever I fell asleep recently, I would hear the sound of footsteps around the house. The ritual is working. That has to be Dad.
Another female voice said. She sounded like a teen.
Even so, how can you be sure that was Dad? We couldn't see it after all. You should be able to tell that it is your father.
The mother said with some anger. Then she started to grumble.
Your dad is coming back to us soon. Don't say things like that to make him mad. You know he loved you the most. That is the reason why I have to be sure. He is special to me, and I miss him dearly. But he is already dead. Even if he comes back, is he still Dad?
The eldest daughter sighed. This didn't sound like it was their first argument about this. The family of three came closer and closer to the door. Han Fei waved at the woman and middle-aged man. They ran back into the bedroom where the dresser was. The door was fiddled with. As the anti-theft door opened, the bedroom door closed. The middle-aged man was the last to retreat into the bedroom.
Why are you standing there for? Get in.
The mother urged. The youngest daughter stood there for a few seconds and then uttered.
Mom, I believe I saw a red shadow earlier. It ran into the room that you normally forbade us from going into. A red shadow? Yes, it looks like someone in a bloody shirt. When Dad was in the car accident, he was covered in blood as he was dragged away by a truck. Wasn't he? Maybe it was him.
The youngest daughter stared at the bedroom door and didn't dare to enter the house. For some reason, even though she was sure it was her father, she still felt fear and anxiety.
Should we enter the bedroom to check then?
The eldest daughter suggested.
No, it's not yet time. If we do, it'll waste everything we've done.
The mother shook her head. She closed the anti-theft door.
We'll just keep on living like normal. Don't act so surprised that your dad is back. We've been expecting this after all.
That was easier said than done because it was hard to pretend that everything was normal when you knew there was a ghost in the house. The two daughters agreed, but their eyes kept wandering to the bedroom door.
Go back to your rooms and rest. According to the ritual, your dad will return to us only when we're sound asleep. After he has gotten familiarized with us, he'll show himself. Then you'll be able to see him again.
The mother held a wooden holy figurine in her hands. It looked old, but she treated it like a treasure.
I'm actually quite tired from working the whole night. Then I'll go to bed first.
The eldest daughter entered her bedroom. The youngest daughter went to take a shower. The mother snuck into the youngest daughter's bedroom, and when she came out, she no longer had the figurine with her. When the youngest daughter came out from the shower, the mother had already retired to bed. The living room lights were switched off and silence prevailed.
We should hurry and escape. This family doesn't sound that normal.
The middle-aged man grumbled.
We should wait and see.
Han Fei didn't expect to walk into Zhuang Ren's family. He wanted to find out exactly what they were doing here. It was Zhuang Ren's family who died, but they believed that it was Zhuang Ren who died and was trying to summon his spirit back in the cryptic world. But the thing that aroused Han Fei's suspicion the most was the system's identification of Zhuang Ren's portrait. Why was it called Living Sacrifice? About half an hour later, one of the bedroom doors was open and light footsteps approached the bedroom where Han Fei's group was hiding. When everyone's heart was squeezed, the lights in the living room came on.
Zhuangqing, I knew it was you. What are you trying to do in your father's room?
The mother's voice came from the living. She had been guarding there.
It was you who taped the dresser and stole the key of the soul lock, aren't you?
The mother's voice was laced with anger.
I don't get it. Your father loved you so much when he was alive. Why are you so against him coming back? The eldest daughter bit on her lips. She held a cleaver in her hand, looking like she was prepared to destroy the dresser.
Tell me why?
The mother shouted.
Mom, don't believe those people in this building. I feel like there is something wrong with this ritual.
The eldest daughter finally spoke her mind.
Something wrong?
I've been dreaming that this is not the first time we've done this. We've conducted this ritual many times. We are living through the same day again and again. The spirit summoning ritual never worked.
Zhuangqing looked at her mother and explained.
All these because of a dream? That's why you don't want your father to come back to us.
The mother said with disappointment.
Do you know what the meaning of family is? Even if there is only a 1% chance, I will do my best to bring him back, because he is your father and my husband.
Chapter 342. The woman was trying her best to control her anger. She had sacrificed a lot for this ritual, and she would not allow it to be interrupted. But just as the ritual was about to be completed, she realized it was her daughter who was behind all the disruptions. Being betrayed by your own family, that was a bad feeling.
Zhuangqing, you're a grown-up now. Ever since your father passed away, I rarely intervene in your business, so I hope that you will stop meddling into mine, okay?
Her mother's words felt so unfamiliar. This was not how she remembered her mother. Everything started to change since the ritual started. They didn't see their father's soul return, and her mother started to change into this person that she could not recognize. This terrified Zhuangqing. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. There was another secret inside her heart, one that she didn't dare to tell her mother. As if afraid of waking the youngest daughter, the mother kept her voice low, but the disappointment in her voice cut Zhuangqing's heart like knives.
Do not go near your father's room ever again.
With that, the mother snatched the cleaver away from Zhuangqing and left. Silence returned to the living room. After a long time, Zhuangqing said, as if to herself.
But there's another part to this dream. I dreamt that it was not Dad who died in the car accident, but we did. We are dreaming of him. He's also thinking of us. Whenever I see him in my dream, he looks that much older.
Her hand touched the bedroom door as if caressing her father's arm.
We all miss you very much. I have no idea whether we are doing the correct thing or not. I have a feeling that if the ritual is successful, you'll only end up in greater pain.
Zhuangqing didn't open the door and left quietly.
They should have all retired to bed already. We better hurry and leave.
The middle-aged man said worriedly.
If they see me in this state, they'll really think I'm a ghost. We should wait. They said that they had heard footsteps around the house at night. I want to see what the thing that they have summoned to this place really is.
Han Fei promised Zhuang Ren that he would look after his family. Furthermore, Zhuang Ren was still alive in real life, so the thing which was summoned was definitely not Zhuang Ren. If Han Fei wanted to gain the trust of Zhuang Ren's family, the easiest way was for him to use Spiritfarer on the real Zhuang Ren. The manager had edited the memory of Zhuangqing's family and made them suffer in this painful loop. But if they were reunited with the real Zhuang Ren, the loop might be broken. This family also pulled at Han Fei's heartstrings. The father in real life threw himself fully into the death game to search for his family, losing all of his reputation and money. The mother and daughters employed some kind of summoning ritual in the cryptic world to try to save their father and husband. Even though their memories were different, both parties were using their own ways to save each other. For the butterfly, they were nothing but tools, but they were trying their best to resist against their destiny. As an observer, Han Fei was quite affected by what he saw. Zhuang Ren's wife and daughters died many years ago. That was a fact. The only thing he could do now was perhaps to relay the family's memories and emotions to the other party.
When a living person has too much to bear, it'll be hard for them to move on. Many people understand this common sense, but many are more than willing to stay in the past. Perhaps that is the beauty of human foolishness.
At that moment, footsteps came from the living room again. This footstep was distinct from the rest. It sounded like someone was moving on tiptoe. The family of 3 should be asleep already. So who was in the living room? Even a sleepwalker wouldn't make such a curious movement sound. Han Fei eased open the bedroom door and saw something flickering in the dark living room. 10 seconds later, the footsteps came closer. A woman appeared between the couch and the television. She moved around with only her tips touching the ground. It felt like she was being carried by some kind of force as she moved around the living room like a marionette.
Is that a ghost?
The middle-aged man who looked more like a ghost asked with fear. The middle-aged man spoke softly, but even so it still attracted the attention of the woman in the living room. The pale face turned slowly. With her leg dragging on the ground, she charged towards the bedroom. Their eyes met, and Han Fei recognized this woman.
Zhuang Ren's youngest daughter? Why is it her?
Han Fei was familiar with this face, but how did she end up like this? Was it related to the figurine that the mother placed inside her room earlier? So far, Zhuang Ren's family had acted normally. Han Fei had seen their pictures in real life. One could easily imagine that they had been given a second chance at life here. But now something was clearly wrong with the youngest daughter. Her face was blanched, but the scariest thing was her eyes. There were black threads in them, like someone was controlling these threads to manipulate her line of sight. When Han Fei saw the girl, she saw Han Fei as well. Han Fei closed the door and had the middle-aged man block the door with his body. The footsteps outside disappeared. Several minutes later, Han Fei looked out the gap again. What he saw was a curtain of hair. She doesn't have eyes on the back of her head, so how did she expect to see anything like this? Then Han Fei suddenly realized something, and he looked up. There was a ghost face looking at him from the ceiling. The woman and the middle-aged man saw the face as well. The two of them retreated subconsciously while Han Fei took out a hilt. What can you do with a hilt? The ghost clearly didn't sense the danger in the hilt as well. It looked closely at Han Fei. Then the lock jumbled. It wanted to enter the bedroom. The woman and the middle-aged man were so nervous that they didn't dare to speak, but Han Fei voluntarily opened the door, like he was trying to invite the ghost in. With the woman and the middle-aged man watching with confusion, Han Fei's blade fell on the ghost face. The face shattered like a mask. Then Han Fei's arm, which was imbued with soul poison, grabbed the thing by its neck and dragged it into the bedroom like a hostage.
Be quiet. If you dare to wake anyone up inside this house, there will be hell to pay.
With the buff from masterful acting, Han Fei's face was colored by ruthlessness and madness. He looked even more dangerous than the ghost at that moment. Chapter 343. Han Fei's action was so smooth that before the woman and the middle-aged man could react, the situation had switched completely. They thought they were cornered, but Han Fei turned the tables around on the ghost. First there was a slash to the mask, and then a neck lock, followed by a shove of the paper doll into the ghost's mouth, which stopped the thing from making too much noise. Just seeing this caused the middle-aged man to shiver. He suspected Han Fei was in some shady business in real life. The ghost who controlled the youngest daughter clearly hadn't faced an adversary like Han Fei before. Before it knew what happened, it was already inside the bedroom. Others thought Han Fei shoved the paper doll into the ghost's mouth to stop it from talking, but the reason Han Fei did that was for the paper doll to crawl into the ghost's heart. That way he would have full control of everything. The cracks on its face spread through the body. Initially the wounds leaked with black blood, but soon they were replaced by paper pieces. Noticing the strange behavior of its body, the ghost's eyes widened. It shook its head, trying to tell Han Fei that it won't make any noise. It just wanted to cough the paper doll out. But the more it struggled, the more Han Fei refused to let go. He even added a few stabs. 10 minutes later, the ghost stopped struggling. Its skin turned as fragile as paper. With the middle-aged man and the woman watching in shock, a red paper doll crawled out from the ghost's heart. The blood on its paper body became more crimson.
No way. I just wanted it to be silent.
Han Fei pulled back the hand that closed over the ghost's mouth. The ghost's face had turned black, courtesy of the soul poison. Wait, I was using the hand where Big Sin is. Han Fei was acting on full instinct earlier. He didn't expect the paper doll would directly consume the ghost.
Don't stay so far away from me.
Han Fei glanced at the woman and middle-aged man. He put the ghost down, and once he did, the ghost shattered against the ground in a pile of shredded paper. He accidentally destroyed the ghost's body.
That ghost wasn't that strong. It was most likely just a small lingering spirit.
Han Fei tried to explain.
Of course, as a security guard, you have to do what you have to do.
The middle-aged man saw the security guard uniform Han Fei was wearing and understood many things. Even though he was scared and wanted to escape, he still needed to rely on Han Fei. So he chose to go along with everything Han Fei said, anything to make Han Fei happy.
What are we to do with the girl?
The woman changed the subject. She stared at the girl who appeared to be sleeping.
We should drop her back in her room. We should take the opportunity to examine that figurine we saw earlier.
Han Fei picked up Zhuang Ren's youngest daughter. He slunk across the living room and pushed open the door of her bedroom. The room looked clean and neat. There was nothing that was related to ritual and occultism. The most common-looking thing can often be the most dangerous. Han Fei placed the girl on the bed and searched the room. He looked under the bed and saw a broken religious figurine. The figurine resembled the ghost that they encountered earlier.
That was not some kind of holy spirit. It was a ghost masquerading as one.
Han Fei reached for the broken figurine, but as he did, the landlord's ring shot him with chills.
There is something else under the bed?
He looked around and noticed there was a black cloth near the wall. He slowly pulled the black cloth back, and his body shivered. The wall had been dug out, and the hole was filled with various religious idols. The carved faces looked at Han Fei. The workmanship was amateurish, but it made Han Fei feel like he was being stared at, as if each figurine contained one ghost. With the amount of figurines stashed there, Han Fei couldn't imagine how many gods Zhuang Ren's youngest daughter was in the company of.
This is not the first time her mother brought back the figurines. They have repeated this loop many times after their deaths. They just can't remember it.
With Rest in Peace and the paper doll, Han Fei could deal with small lingering spirit and could escape from a medium lingering spirit, but he definitely couldn't take on an army of them.
This room is far more dangerous than I thought.
Han Fei looked at the figurines and wondered, what are the purposes of these figurines? Why has the mother placed them here? Is it for them to absorb humanity from Zhuang Ren's family? Other than that, there were also questions like, why would Butterfly entrap Zhuang Ren's family and make them summon Zhuang Ren in the cryptic world? Butterfly had the power to pull people into the cryptic world. It would have been easy for him to do that to Zhuang Ren. So why make his family go through all these things? Either Butterfly's power has greater limitations than I thought, or there is something unique about Zhuang Ren. Han Fei pondered these questions. Zhuang Ren was a normal ex-horror film director. His only connection to the cryptic world was that he was the former neighbor to Immortal Pharma's director. The man had said something to Zhuang Ren when he was young and gave Zhuang Ren the ziggurat game. Wait, the ziggurat game. The thought popped up in Han Fei's mind. The director made the game himself, and his older brother, Fu Sheng, had the black box. Could the brothers have hidden some secrets inside the game as well? So far, Han Fei treated Zhuang Ren as a normal civilian who was accidentally dragged into this mess, but now his opinion changed. After I leave the game, I'll have to question Zhuang Ren. If he's willing, I'll make him play Perfect Life, and I'll use Spiritfarer on him. Zhuang Ren wanted to meet his family, and Han Fei could make that happen. With the plan forming, Han Fei's fingers let go of the black cloth. But the moment the cloth dropped, all the figurines turned towards Han Fei and opened their wooden eyes. A few seconds later, faces surfaced on the black cloth, and the figurines became more alive.
Run.
Han Fei dragged the middle-aged man and the woman out of the bedroom. He pushed open the anti-theft door and raced down the corridor. As he made his escape, Han Fei turned to check the room number. Room 4144. Han Fei knew what that meant. The Jumper Woman's room at Building 1 only had 2 floors. Even though the Jumper Woman had been split into different parts, she was still a lingering hatred. Doesn't that mean there is a pure hatred residing inside room 4144? Is it Zhuang Ren's family, or one of the gods? Chapter 344. The number 4144 told Han Fei that he was currently inside Building 4, and the dresser did act as a passageway between different rooms at Ziggurat. This teleporter-esque cursed object had aroused Han Fei's great interest. After the butterfly is killed, the dressers and all the buildings can be usable by all the tenants. Currently, the Ziggurat belonged to the butterfly and its manager. It treated the tenants as tools and toys, They were things that could be sacrificed to achieve its own goal. But if Han Fei became the new manager, he would respect everyone's decision and help the tenants locate their real selves.
Wait, I feel like there is something dragging me from behind.
The middle-aged man who ran at the back of the ground said with a pale face. He kept turning his head around until his neck was sore, but he couldn't see anything behind him. They were running for their lives, so he didn't dare to make too much noise. He tried his best to keep up with the woman. In the dark corridor, the voice-activated lights flickered on and off. Compared to Building 1, the corridors at Building 4 looked older. Every door had traces of burnt paper money and photographs. It appeared like every family was conducting the spirit-summoning ritual. What is the butterfly up to? The building was creepy, but it had nothing to do with ghosts. It was like humanity had transmuted at this place to become something else. The axle of the safety door creaked noisily. Han Fei looked into the dark stairwell, but he didn't enter it rashly. Fleeting singing came from outside the building. Han Fei's ring had a few new cracks. Perhaps the ring's owner also didn't expect Han Fei to wear it to come to a place like the ziggurat.
Why have we stopped?
The woman asked.
This place gives me a bad feeling. It was safer when we were inside the dresser. Can you hear the song outside? Song.
The woman shook her head.
I don't hear anything. Did you two hear me? There is really something wrong with my back.
The middle-aged man finally caught up to them.
Please help me take a look. I have this feeling that something is back there.
Han Fei turned to look at the middle-aged man's back. A holy figurine stood in the middle of his spine. The head appeared to have grown out of the man's spine.
Well, what's wrong? Did you see anything? Is there a bug?
The middle-aged man waved his flabby arms, but somehow he couldn't reach the spot where the figurine was.
It's just a small bug. Don't scare yourself for nothing. Take a deep breath and relax.
Han Fei had the middle-aged man look ahead, and then he took out Rest in Peace.
Brother, no offense, but have you killed anyone before? Of course not. I haven't even killed a chicken before. Okay.
Rest in Peace was extremely sharp when dealing against evil enemies. Han Fei didn't want to accidentally harm the man. Pulling back the bloody clothes, Han Fei swung the blade with full force. The figurine was sliced through and shattered into pieces. But to Han Fei's consternation, as it cracked, the figurine slowly turned to give Han Fei a creepy smile. The weight was taken off his back. The middle-aged man turned to see what kind of bug it was, but he instead saw shattered pieces of the figurine.
Wait, it was the thing under the bed which was on my back all this time? You've been carrying it for quite some time already, but you're safe now, I think. Han Fei used his hands where Big Sin hid to massage the middle-aged man's back. He noticed some of the broken chips had stuck into the man's flesh.
Be ready, this might hurt a little.
He used Rest in Peace to try to dig out the pieces, but at that moment, he noticed there was a human face inside the middle-aged man's wound.
What is that? Chapter 345. Han Fei wasn't clear about the previous manager's plan, and he didn't fully trust Fu Sheng. The reason was simple. The path he chose after obtaining the black box was different from Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng wished to completely destroy the cryptic world and sealed it off, while Han Fei's plan was to destroy those that needed destroying while saving the rest. Fu Sheng was tackling the issue from his own perspective, while Han Fei was fairer. Back then, Han Fei opened the black box on both sides. While he released the demons, he also embraced hope. No one had ever dared to do that before. Because of that, Han Fei's path differed from Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng might be Han Fei's guide now, but in the future, they would face a conflict. It would not be a conflict that could be resolved with words. After all, they had put their future and lives on the line here. Han Fei used the paper note to wrap around the hair for safekeeping. He didn't think it was wise to return to room 4144. Fu Sheng's memory was shattered into fragments. Even though the memory at Happiness Neighborhood and Ziggurat came from the same person, they would manifest differently based on the emotions they harbored. A person would have their darker side, much less someone like Fu Sheng who was chosen by the black box. The darkness within him might be bigger than Butterfly.
We should leave this floor now.
Han Fei carried the middle-aged man into the stairwell, but the woman stood there not moving.
What's wrong? How about we take the elevator? I have a feeling we'll die if we go down the stairs.
The woman's grip on the fruit knife tightened.
My instinct is almost always right.
Flickering light came from the dark stairwell. They looked normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would realize the light was slowly moving up the floors. It was like the light was alive. Han Fei didn't have time for lollygagging. All the rooms on this floor had 2 floors, This place was a ghost lair. The fact that every tenant was performing the spirit summoning ritual didn't help Han Fei feel any better. As the light slowly approached, Han Fei carried the middle-aged man to the 13th floor.
We'll hide here first. The 14th floor is too dangerous.
Han Fei eased the safety door open. He had the middle-aged man and the woman stay close to the door while he went down the corridor. The 13th floor was slightly normal. There was still paper money on the ground. Each family had a pair of red couplets on their doors, but the words were all curses. Their doors were slathered with strange substances like broken red lines and mirror fragments. Soon Han Fei arrived at the door of room 4134. Before he could turn around, a chill caressed his ears. Han Fei whipped around and saw a set of security guard uniform plastered to the door of room 4134. There was a huge hole around the chest like someone had ripped through it with bare hands. Han Fei took half a step back. The uniform which was stuck to the wall slid down, and then the door opened a gap. A man's voice drifted out.
It's almost the night of resurrection. There shouldn't be anyone in the corridor. Come in. Night of resurrection?
Han Fei noticed the person kept his eyes on him. He probably didn't notice the existence of the woman and the middle-aged man.
It can't be explained in simple words. If you don't want to die, come in.
The man ordered.
If not for the fact that you're wearing a guard uniform, I would not have done this. Quick, I'm taking a big risk here.
With his masterful acting skill, while Han Fei couldn't tell if the man was lying or not, he knew that at least the man wasn't acting.
I have 2 more friends. They're just by the stairwell door. They're guards too? 3 guards have survived this time. Get them over here.
The man said with suspicion, but still decided to accept Han Fei. Moments later, Han Fei returned with his friends. When the man saw that they were not guards, he regretted his decision immediately, but Han Fei moved too fast. Before he could close the door, Han Fei stuck his foot into the gap.
Are you trying to look for death?
The man hissed.
If I had known they're not guards, I wouldn't have saved you.
Despite that, the man still opened the door. The 3 entered the room. The moment the door closed, heavy footsteps came from the corridor.
Shush.
The man signaled for them to keep quiet while he stood at the door. No one dared to move. The owner of room 4134 had on a clean guard uniform, but it fitted very badly. The strange thing was there were a lot of other guard uniforms inside the room. Some of them had holes in them, while others were fully torn apart. Other than the one the man was wearing, there was not another set of complete guard uniform. After the footsteps disappeared completely, the man sighed in relief.
If I didn't save you, you 3 would be dead already. What was that thing? You don't need to know. Curiosity kills the cat.
The man whispered.
The 3 of you owe me 1 life each. Remember that. What? We never agreed to this.
The middle-aged man grumbled. In the bloody clothes, he looked scarier than the man.
Do you want me to toss you outside now? I didn't want to save you in the beginning.
When the man spoke, his eyes kept wandering over to Han Fei.
You seem to be very interested in what I'm wearing, and there are security uniforms everywhere inside this room. Do you have the habit of collecting them?
Han Fei shot to the point. He wasn't afraid of conflict because he believed he could win.
I don't have such a habit. It's just that I am also a security guard here.
The man took out his work ID. His name was Iyashikei, or Oiran, a specific category of high-ranking courtesan in Japanese history.
Before you say anything, my surname is Hua, and my parents went to a sensei for the naming ceremony. The man decided to give me the name Kuei. Apparently, it was supposed to give me a long life. My parents agreed, so that's now my name. A big old man, and your name is Iyashikei?
The middle-aged man held the wound on his back like he had doubled over from laughing. Different from the middle-aged man, Han Fei thought the sensei was quite impressive. All the guards at Ziggurat were pots for the butterfly to cultivate human cocoons. Only those who could cultivate the prettiest flower could survive until the end. So in a way, the name Iyashikei was perfect for this male guard.
Iyashikei, how long have you worked here?
Han Fei asked.
Don't call me by my full name. I've just saved your lives, and we're not that close for us to refer to each other by our full names.
The man grumbled, but soon his annoyance disappeared. His gaze that took in Han Fei's group carried a complicated emotion. It was like he was looking at the dead.
Brother Kuei, have you saved other guards like me?
Han Fei changed his tone and words. His words sounded natural and kind.
Now, that's better.
The man signaled for them to move deeper into the room. He didn't dare to switch on the lights. After pulling the curtains close, he lit up a candle.
The people here are crazy. I entered this building 14 days ago. The other guards with me have all been taken away by the tenants here. Taken away? Yes, I have no idea what happened to them after that.
The man whispered.
The tenants here will organize a unique ritual every 4 days. They call it the Night of Resurrection. Every tenant here will go crazy because supposedly the dead would return. In any case, that night will be the scariest night here. You were lucky to have found this room and myself. Have you encountered new guards while you were here? I have. I would try to save them whenever I saw them, but for most of them, I would arrive too late. The most I could do was to bring their uniform back to this room for safekeeping.
The man said with a straight face. He believed his own words, but Han Fei didn't believe him. It was not that the man was lying to him, but the man's memory was only limited to 14 days. There were endless uniforms inside the room. The man said he was only responsible for a small part of them, but Han Fei believed he collected all of them. He just couldn't remember it. Every new batch of guards had died, and only Hua Kuei survived. In other words, it was not because of luck and the safety of room 4134 that Hua Kuei survived. It was because he fitted Butterfly's requirement. If another guard arrived with better affinity as the pot, Butterfly would not hesitate to kill Hua Kuei.
How come it sounds like this place is far more dangerous than the dresser?
The middle-aged man ran out from the dresser with hope. He didn't return to real life, but fell into deeper despair.
You people better figure out a way to leave tonight. It'll be the Night of Resurrection tomorrow. After midnight, you'll never be able to escape. The dirge interrupted Hua Kuei. Hearing the sad music, Hua Kuei's face dropped.
This is not right. This music will only start on the Night of Resurrection. Every family will start the ritual, and then the ritual will reach its most dangerous moment after midnight.
Has it been pushed ahead? I have no idea either.
Hua Kuei said nervously. He was incredibly anxious.
I don't think the Night of Resurrection is held every 4 days, but on the 4th of every month, and also on April 4th of every year.
Han Fei remembered the calendar he saw in Zhuang Qing's home, and the dates which were marked. It would be April 4th tomorrow. The Night of Resurrection hadn't fully arrived yet, but certain things had already poked their heads out.
The Night of Resurrection every 4 days is not the real deal. The real Night of Resurrection only happens on April 4th of every year, the day the jumper woman and the female live streamer died.
Han Fei knew that day was important, and he believed the two were not the only ones who died on that day.
Why would the butterfly make so many people die on that specific day? It wants to use their collective resentment to break through some kind of limitation?
The dirge echoed through the building. It was impossible to tell which floor it was from. But different from others, Han Fei could hear a song underlining it. The unmentionable was outside the building. It couldn't enter the building, but it was still searching for Han Fei. Night of Resurrection. Will the butterfly be back for it? Han Fei was very tired now, but he didn't quit the game. He was afraid that once he did, he would return on the scariest night of resurrection. Zhuang Wen has run to Building 4, but how come there are no changes here? With her state of madness, she would have done something already. The jumper woman's room had 2 4s, and with all the memory fragments reunited, her power increased further. She should now be between 2 and 3 4s. Han Fei soon came up with a plan. His first mission was to find Zhuang Wen and then Feng Ziyu. He needed to finish at least one mission before he quitted the game.
The two of you should stay here. I'll go out to take a look.
Han Fei had a lot of passive and professional talents. A normal tenant would have a hard time chasing him. When Han Fei left room 4134, he noticed the atmosphere outside had completely changed. When the dirge began, the paper money fluttered into the air and the couplets surfaced with scratch marks. Once he got closer, he would notice that there was even the sound of scratching coming from the door. The anti-theft doors twisted from the pressure like something inside was trying to come out. Han Fei put away the landlord's ring. He was worried that it might break and expose his location. He tried to communicate with Big Sin, hoping that it would help warn him of imminent danger. Big Sin agreed easily, which concerned Han Fei. He wasn't sure if Big Sin understood him or not. His pet might only give the warning when the ghost literally had Han Fei down its mouth. After all, Big Sin's definition of danger was different from normal. It hoped that Han Fei would always remain in a constant near-death state.
The layout of Building 4 is almost the same as Building 1.
Han Fei walked down the corridor and encountered an old elevator. He didn't take the elevator when he was at Building 1. The silvery door had many different doodles, and the doodles formed a human face. After staring at it for too long, you'd be sucked into the elevator. I should stay away from it. Han Fei was about to leave when the number on the elevator panel changed. Someone was taking the elevator. The dirge became clearer. Han Fei took one last glance at the panel and then hurried through the safety door into the stairwell. Chapter 346. The old elevator ascended quickly. The red number of the panel changed unusually fast. The dirge echoed around his ears, underlined by the fleeing song. There were two forces now looking for Han Fei. After living in the cryptic world for so long, Han Fei's senses had been highly trained. While the number on the panel was still changing, he had already run to the landing between the 13th and 14th floor. Compared to the 13th floor, 14th floor is more dangerous. Do you dare to land on the 14th floor? That was Han Fei's thought, but to his consternation, the elevator did stop on that floor. After the number 14 flickered several times on the panel, the silver doors slowly opened. At the same time, the soul poison on Han Fei's arm started to spread. He was consumed by intense pain. This seemed to be Big Sin's way of warning Han Fei. Based on Big Sin's personality, it would only do this if Han Fei was in extreme danger. Holding his poisoned arm, Han Fei rapidly retreated and ran down the stairs. As he started to move, heavy footsteps traveled out from inside the elevator, but strangely enough, the footsteps soon disappeared and were replaced by the rustling of scuttling bugs. Han Fei had no idea what it was, but he knew it was coming after him. Suddenly, the robotic voice rang in his mind.
Notification for player 0000. You've triggered Grade E main mission, Night of Resurrection's preliminary mission, Soul Chaser. The most important day at Ziggurat every year is April 4th, and tomorrow. It'll be the April 14th 4th after a new manager took over Ziggurat. It is its Night of Resurrection. Are you ready to welcome its arrival?
Chapter 347. The footsteps became heavier, but Han Fei felt the weight on his body decreased, like something had been taken off him. Both his sense of hearing and touch told Han Fei that there was something following him, but his eyes couldn't see it. He had already wasted a chance earlier, and he didn't want to waste any more chances. He picked up his speed, and then tried to think back to what he saw when he turned his head back for the first time. Han Fei had superior memory. He remembered all the details he had seen. There was really no one behind him. There is no clue at all. How am I supposed to complete this mission? Or am I supposed to directly log off the game? The mission time limit was 10 minutes. After quitting the game, Han Fei had no idea what he might face when he logged in next time. It might be a mission fail and the Soul Chaser would leave, or he might still be in the middle of the mission and needed to continue to run for his life, or he might die instantly, not knowing who his killer was. This was a risk too high for Han Fei to take. At least before he exhausted all 5 chances, he didn't plan to go offline. With his eyes on the exit button, Han Fei's brain spun quickly. However, at that moment, a chilly voice spoke from behind him.
Han Fei.
When a person heard their name being called, they would turn around subconsciously. At that moment, Han Fei felt goosebumps forming around his neck as a stream of coldness slipped down his collar.
Remember my voice and think of my name. The ritual is about to start soon. Han Fei. We came from the same place and saw the same thing. You would be doing the same thing I'm doing. The icy voice hovered around Han Fei's ears. It could have easily killed Han Fei, but it purposely leaked this information to Han Fei instead. We came from the same place, and I would make the same choice. Han Fei's brain processed these words. They could be hiding the Soul Chaser's real identity.
I've seen you in my future nightmare. You are the key to the day of revival. Help me. As long as you help me, you will tell you more. We don't have much time left.
The voice was like needles piercing into Han Fei's heart. Day of revival? Fu Sheng. For some reason, this popped up in Han Fei's mind. Perhaps his actions so far had been predestined.
Night of resurrection. Day of revival. You will die in the nightmare, but you will be revived. But the revived you will no longer be the actual you.
The voice floated on the wind and blew right into Han Fei's ears.
In the eyes of the person who can look into the future, your destiny is a thread it pulls. All resistance is futile. Your future will be like my past.
The voice was melancholic. The footsteps became heavier, like it was carrying more and more things.
We both know about its biggest secret, so there is no way for you to escape. First, you will go crazy, and then it will use your hand to kill everyone, to massacre everyone in the neighborhood, and finally you'll kill yourself.
At this point, Han Fei had a rough idea who the speaker was. The person who massacred the neighborhood was Perfect Life's tester. He had died not too long ago. Now that Han Fei thought about it, the timing of his death was quite unusual. It was around the same time Han Fei was slowly familiarizing himself with the cryptic world. It was like everything had been purposely arranged.
I was the one who started the living sacrifice, and you would be the one to close it. You will continue my work and start another 14 years of cycle. It didn't expect you to arrive here before the start of the ritual, and for me, the first candidate for the living sacrifice to run into you, the last candidate for the living sacrifice. This might be our only chance. Help me, and I will tell you the future.
The voice had revealed many things, and its tone didn't portray any intention of killing Han Fei. After a long hesitation, Han Fei replied as he ran. Who are you?
Chapter 348. There were 5 chances to turn back, and Han Fei had already used 2. Even so, he still hadn't seen the face of the Soul Chaser. He had no idea how to complete this mission. Time ticked by. If he couldn't identify the Soul Chaser within the next 10 minutes, he'd die. If he was caught up, he'd die. If he used up all 5 chances, he'd die. The pressure on him was understandably big. The only thing that gave him hope and strength was the fact that he could get offline now. But he wanted to obtain as much information as he could before he did, so that his survivability would be improved to the maximum the next time he logged on. I still have about 7 minutes left. That should be enough. Han Fei had decided to abandon finishing the mission, and with that decision made, he felt more at ease. However, the next time he logged in, he would face the threat of death head-on. I'll have to make use of the remaining 3 chances as best as I can. After I get offline, I'll head over to Zhuang Ren's place immediately to play the Ziggurat game. Perhaps I can get some clues about this Soul Chaser in the game. That will help me in the cryptic world next time I get online. A time-limited grade F mission was really pushing Han Fei's luck. The inescapable Soul Chaser seemed to exist in a different dimension than Han Fei. It was like how perfect life had been split into the surface and cryptic world. The real scary elements were in the cryptic world, while the harmless tenants whose memories were stolen were placed in the surface world. The night of resurrection was probably a crossing of both worlds, where the scariest thing in the cryptic world would return. There were currently 2 known bridges between the 2 worlds. One was Butterfly's Nightmare, and the other was the Spirit-Farer Ritual/ability. Interestingly enough, they corresponded to Butterfly and Fu Sheng's manager talent. The scariest thing at Ziggurat is awakening. As the ritual progresses, the pressure on me will only intensify. It was already bad, but it would only get worse. Being alive meant sliding deeper into despair. Ziggurat at the cryptic world was like a bottomless abyss. At this place, despair and pain had no end. Han Fei evaded several attacks from behind. Not turning back even once, he made his way to the 4th floor. The goal is room 4041. Han Fei made a beeline for this room as his brain spun. Feng Ziyu was dragged by the butterfly into the cryptic world. With Butterfly's personality, it would keep its prisoner detained, so there is a good chance Feng Ziyu is still trapped inside room 4041. Han Fei had the Spirit-Farer talent, but he could only use it once every night. If possible, he wanted to attempt it on Feng Ziyu to see if he could send the innocent man away from the cryptic world. But for that, he had to reach the man first, so Han Fei was running as fast as he could. However, when Han Fei touched the handle of the safety door on the 4th floor, he knew something was wrong. His palms felt moisture, and they came off stuck with bits of white rice. As he entered the corridor, there was an inexplicable strangeness about the entire 4th floor. There was a fire pot placed before every door, so one had to cross them before entering the house. However, instead of paper, ash, and money, the pots were filled with shredded photographs and voodoo dolls made from human hair. The corridor looked normal, but as he ran through it, he could feel the bumps on the ground, and the walls felt like they were closing in, like he was running down a tunnel. The 4th floor was home to a room which had 3 4s in its room number, so Han Fei didn't want to stay here for long. However, as per usual, he found out that to get to room 4041, he had to first pass by room 4044. Since I'm already chased by the Soul Chaser, can it really get any worse? Maybe 2 negatives can make 1 positive. He charged towards room 4041, but after he took 2 steps, he immediately felt the anomaly. It was as if the corridor had been extended indefinitely. He had taken 2 large steps, but it only covered a small distance. Han Fei shivered uncontrollably, feeling someone's eyes on him. He lifted his eyes to look ahead and noticed the couplets on each door were like lolling tongues, trying to trip him. Where did the gaze come from? Turning his head, Han Fei's eyes eventually fell on the door to room 4044. That room was clearly different from the other rooms. The door had a model of a headless door guardian standing before it. It stood facing away from Han Fei. Door guardians were traditionally used to ward against evil, but a headless one just looked creepy. Han Fei's instinct told him to stay away from the thing, but at that moment, the safety door clicked behind him. The soul chaser had also entered the 4th floor. If he backed away, he'd die. If he moved ahead, there might be a 1% chance of survival. Han Fei had no choice but to choose the latter. He dashed down the corridor, but somehow he still found himself close to the safety door. But strangely enough, his distance to the headless door guardian drew closer. What could this door guardian be defending? The red background made it look like the door guardian was stepping on a river of blood. It was holding something in his arm, and Han Fei swore the model's body was turning around. The firepot before room 4044 trembled. All the pictures inside the firepot were headless. That should be some kind of clues. Being chased by the soul chaser, Han Fei got inadvertently close to room 4044, and the corridor before him changed. More blood dripped from the corner, and the cement floor slowly morphed into a puddle of blood. The red liquid dripped on his face, and they felt sticky. The anxiety within him grew. This is probably what a trip to hell would feel like. Since stopping meant certain death, Han Fei could only keep going. When he was about to arrive at room 4044, his injured arm suddenly winced with pain. The blood pattern started to pulse. Black blood vessels crawled out from the butterfly-shaped wound. Something was warning Han Fei to run.
Big Sin.
When he was attacked by the soul chaser, Big Sin helped Han Fei block a fatal blow, and now it was giving another warning to Han Fei. Han Fei halted immediately. As Han Fei looked up, the door guardian had already turned forward, and it was holding a giant guillotine knife. As the blade swung, Han Fei chose to log off. Blood froze the world, and the blade almost reached Han Fei's neck. His consciousness started to detach, and in that blood-red city, Han Fei believed he heard an angry song. Just as Han Fei logged off the game, the singer once again confirmed his location. As Han Fei slipped through its fingers once more, that incensed the unmentionable further. Removing the gaming helmet, Han Fei collapsed inside the gaming hub. He tried to push the hub door open, but he didn't even have the energy to lift his hands. This night was a busy one for Han Fei. He was either running for his life or going to run for his life until he was ultimately forced out from the game. The next time I log in, it'll be the scariest night of resurrection that occurs every 14 years. I have less than 24 hours to prepare for it. Chapter 349. The ziggurat was far more dangerous than Han Fei expected, or rather its danger was far beyond the imagination of any normal mind. For a level 13 player, ziggurat was like a nightmare. It could and had driven a person insane. Death was a release at this place. Zhuang Run, the director of Immortal Pharma, Fu Sheng, Butterfly. Questions befuddled Han Fei's mind. He was under a pressure that a comedy actor shouldn't. After he recovered somewhat, Han Fei crawled out from the gaming hub to pull back the curtain. The sun shone on him, and Han Fei slowly closed his eyes, savoring the beauty of the moment. Being alive can feel so unreal sometimes. The warmth of the sun rejuvenated his heart. Han Fei felt so foolish at that moment. The fact that he used to spiral into depression due to losing his acting job felt so ridiculous. I could have enjoyed a perfectly blissful life, but I didn't appreciate it. But now that I've lost it, I miss it dearly. Han Fei turned to the murder wall. He scrounged up something to eat, and then called Li Shui.
I have something to report to you. Zhuang Wen's biological father might be the butterfly.
There was a thud from the other side of the line.
Are you sure? Yes, you need to speed up the screening process. The butterfly is feeling the pressure, and it'll act the craziest in the next few days. If we do not zone in on it soon, it might do something crazy. We can't find him on the citizenry database, but we're applying to gain greater access. Don't worry, we'll do our best to dig it out. Also, remember to protect Huang Yin. Don't let him disappear like Feng Ziyu. It's best if some of you could move in with him and monitor his mental state. We've already done that.
Li Shui paused before she asked.
Han Fei, how come I feel like you're rushing into things all of a sudden? Have you encountered something? Basically, I'm in a race with the butterfly, and the loser will lose everything.
After a few more exchanges, Han Fei hung up, put on some clothes and left. Han Fei didn't have time for leisure. Every second counted. He took a taxi to Pear Blossom neighborhood and went straight to Zhuang Ren's home. After his adventure at Building 4, Han Fei was sure of one thing. There was one more secret on Zhuang Ren. It was because of that secret which prevented the butterfly from harming Zhuang Ren in real life, but instead targeted Zhuang Ren's family. After he waited for 3 minutes, the door to Zhuang Ren's home finally opened. The man looked even worse than the day before. His lips were black and his eyes were filled with blood. Zhuang Ren looked like the Walking Dead.
I'm sorry, I couldn't sleep yesterday night. I only fell asleep around dawn.
Zhuang Ren's voice was hoarse and laced with fatigue.
Did you have a nightmare? Not really. I dreamed about my daughter. Your youngest daughter?
Han Fei asked.
Yes, actually.
Zhuang Ren was surprised.
She said she misses me and wants me to go accompany her. When I was ready to go with her, she was dragged away by a mean ghost who had its hands around her neck. Did you have similar dreams often? I used to, but now, I dream about my family every 4 days.
4 days were exactly the time between 2 nights of resurrection. The ritual in the cryptic world had an effect on Zhuang Ren's dream in real life. This discovery chilled Han Fei.
If not for the dreams being nightmares all the time, I wouldn't mind dreaming of them more often.
Zhuang Ren invited Han Fei into the house.
Have you had breakfast? I have some dairy and fruits. Thank you, but I came today because I have something important to tell you.
Han Fei sat on the couch. His tone and attitude was different from before.
What is it?
Zhuang Ren noticed the unusualness about Han Fei too. After he closed the door, he sat on the other end of the couch and regarded Han Fei with confusion.
I found your family.
It was a simple statement, but it sounded like thunder in Zhuang Ren's ears. He could barely register it at first. Several seconds later, his purplish lips trembled and his murky eyes locked onto Han Fei.
I not only know where they are, I have also met them myself.
Han Fei tossed out the bait. He leaned back into the couch and continued.
But they're in a very strange state, like they're charmed by something. They believe that they are still alive and you're the one who is dead. To reunite with you, they keep selling their souls to the devil to continue a soul-summoning ritual.
Han Fei didn't wait for Zhuang Ren's reaction, but picked up the gaming controller and started the game. With each of Han Fei's declarations, Zhuang Ren's expression changed. Certain things Zhuang Ren hadn't told Han Fei, but he managed to repeat the same things that the director of Immortal Pharma once told him. His wife and daughters died in real life, and Zhuang Ren died in the ziggurat.
Where are they now?
Zhuang Ren asked desperately.
Room 4144 at the ziggurat. I know the way there. I can bring you to meet your family.
Han Fei didn't elaborate, but turned to look at Zhuang Ren.
As long as I can see them again, I can give you anything. I don't see myself living for much long. My house, my assets can all be transferred to your name. Right? Aren't you an actor? I still have some connections in the business. I can help you. That is not what I need.
Han Fei shook his head.
I might have less than 24 hours to live. Money, fame mean nothing to me. I only want to survive.
Zhuang Ren didn't quite get Han Fei. For him, Han Fei looked perfectly hale, not someone who only had a day left to live.
Then how can I help you? Tell me everything you know about the director of Immortal Pharma. Has he given you anything else other than the ziggurat game? Told you something else?
Han Fei didn't understand one thing. Why would the manager at Ziggurat seal up the figurines with Fu Shang's memory fragment inside Zhuang Ren's family's room?
I've already told you everything I know. You dare to swear on your wife and daughter's lives.
While Han Fei spoke, his hands were still controlling the in-game character, solving the maps.
Think about it before you answer. In a bit, I will clear my way to room 4144 to prove that I'm not lying to you. At the same time, I want you to witness for yourself the kind of horror your family is living in.
Chapter 350. Han Fei played the ziggurat game not only to help Zhuang Ren, but also to help himself. He had triggered the Soul Chaser mission inside the cryptic world, and he had to identify the Soul Chaser to survive. He wouldn't be able to see the Soul Chaser through conventional methods, so he placed all his hope on the ziggurat game. The earlier maps were solved pretty much the same way, but just as Zhuang Wen was about to reunite, Han Fei carried her child into room 1144.
Wait, isn't that a dead end?
Zhuang Ren got increasingly confused by Han Fei's control, but he didn't dare to question it. The young man before him had proven many times that his actions were carefully calculated despite how crazy they looked. Triggering the conversation with the madman inside room 1144, Han Fei carried Zhuang Wen's child into the dresser. He zigzagged through the world of red clothing and made his way based on his memory. Even with his photographic memory, Han Fei still found himself lost twice. He only found the other dresser door in his third playthrough. Predicting the time, Han Fei approached the dresser door when Zhuang Wen was about to catch up to him. A giant maw appeared behind the door. The black tongues latched onto Zhuang Wen's humanity and dragged her inside the dresser. Han Fei's mission had been completed, so he hid at the corner to observe the rest. Zhuang Wen shattered the mouth's teeth, shredded its tongue, and then jumped into the dresser. After a long time, seeing as Zhuang Wen didn't return from the dresser, he controlled his character to follow her. Slithering down the intestines, Han Fei found the shattered door deep inside the monster's stomach. Han Fei signaled for Zhuang Ren to lean closer as he pushed the door open. The familiar layout and furniture held Zhuang Ren's attention. His murky eyes slowly widened and his silent heart started to beat again. Han Fei's character exited the dresser. Different from the cryptic world, this bedroom was covered in bloody footprints, both children and adults.
They thought you were the one who died and had burned your dead portrait.
The character Han Fei controlled edged along the dresser and discovered a mission object inside the fire pot, dead portrait. The person inside the portrait was Zhuang Ren. Behind the portrait was the instruction for the soul-faring ceremony. Some of the instructions brought chills to Zhuang Ren.
My family is staying here.
Zhuang Ren's arms went up and down. He wanted to grab the controller from Han Fei, but was afraid that the character might die the moment he did. Instead, he crawled up from the couch and walked nervously towards the television screen.
What is beyond the door? They've prepared this portrait for me. But Zhuang Ren stammered. He had played this game for decades already. Time had exhausted his hope. The game had become more of a method of evasion. He didn't expect that Han Fei could really one day find traces of his family inside the game. The feeling was indescribable.
Things are not as perfect as you hope. What you're going to see next will be a nightmare.
Han Fei pushed the bedroom door open. The living room was also covered in footprints, and all the furniture was enclosed within a layer of black curse. The place was a domain of death. Even though the place looked the same as Zhuang Ren remembered it, everything was also completely different. The in-game character opened the door to the youngest daughter's bedroom. Han Fei hadn't even entered it when the door of the living room swung open. The background music suddenly changed. The music was unlike anything the two men had ever heard. It was not meant for human ears.
They are coming.
Han Fei had his character hide behind the door. Then Zhuang Ren, and he stared at the screen. Soon a woman holding a religious figurine entered the living room, with two girls trailing behind her. They walked into the room as if they were unable to see the strange happenings around them. They conversed about the soul-summoning ceremony. Zhuang Ren stood beside the television and his arms trembled. His family was still wearing the clothes they wore on the day of the accident. It was as if they were still alive, forever locked on that day. His family's death was a huge blow to Zhuang Ren. It ruined his life. He was unable to walk away from the grief even though decades had gone by. He abandoned his job, his social life, and was labeled an outcast. He had been playing the game day in and day out, waiting for this moment, but now that it had arrived, he didn't know what to do. His fingers caressed the characters on screen, but all he could feel was the coldness and hardness of glass.
I found them.
His family was unaffected by the situation in the real world. They continued to discuss the ceremony on how to summon the dead Zhuang Ren to reunite with them. The conversation filled up the screen. A normal person might not be able to understand Zhuang Ren's feelings. What he wouldn't give to be with his family.
My family is inside the game. I found them. Does that mean it's time for me to face the truth?
Zhuang Ren collapsed to the ground. Actually, I know that I wouldn't be able to reunite with them anymore. There's no way I can enter a game. Thank you for helping me fulfill my dream. Now I have no more regrets.
At that moment, Zhuang Ren no longer looked as confused as before. His family was trapped inside a game, and that just sounded preposterous. But he held on to that hope because it gave him the excuse not to face the cruel reality of his family's death. A false hope was still better than pure despair. But now that he found his family in the game, all he had for his effort was a touch of the cold television screen. He had completed his lifelong dream, but he had also lost his last hope. Zhuang Ren suddenly felt incredibly drowsy. He wanted to sleep and wished that he wouldn't need to wake up again.
You've already carried on for decades. Isn't it a bit early to give up now?
Han Fei's voice splashed on his face like cold water. It woke him up immediately.
This game is merely a prediction by the director of Immortal Pharma. Your family is not inside this game, but they do exist for real because I've seen them in person.
Zhuang Ren's eyes finally moved away from the screen.
You've seen them? You might not trust me, but do you not trust the director? Would the man closest to God ever lie to you?
Han Fei controlled his character and continued the game. It was not easy to get to this stage. He was not going to give up now.
If you can help me reunite with my family, I am willing to pay anything.
Zhuang Ren crawled up from the ground, his bloodshot eyes glowing with determination.
I've already told you what I need. Plus, there's something else. Meeting your family might require you to pay the ultimate price of your life. You better think about it before making any decision.
Han Fei didn't urge Zhuang Ren. He continued to play the game and started a game of hide and seek with Zhuang Ren's family inside the small house. Zhuang Ren hesitated for a long time before he stood up to head into the bedroom. Half an hour later, Zhuang Ren returned to the living room, lugging a black box. When Han Fei saw the black box, his eyelids twitched. He had seen that box before. When he first purchased the gaming helmet for Perfect Life, the helmet came in a similar-looking box.
The tapes that I showed you weren't complete. This is the biggest secret I have.
Zhuang Ren opened the box and took out a tape. He slotted it into the tape player. He sped up the video until a part where he enlarged the frame.
This is when the female actor was invaded. Pay attention to the mirror at the lower left corner. It happens around the 16th second.
Zhuang Wen's mother appeared on screen. She kept talking to herself as she walked deeper into the set. After she turned a corner, she was dragged away by a shadow. Han Fei had seen this before, but what happened next Han Fei had not seen. The female actor called out Zhuang Ren's name, but the face that appeared in the mirror was not Zhuang Ren, but the director of Immortal Pharma. However, the person in the mirror didn't look at all like the director. His eyes were filled with evil like he was the devil incarnate. Wait, the butterfly is the director? Han Fei's eyes widened. He continued to watch. The actor's scream turned harrowing. It sounded like her body was being torn apart. As she was about to die, the sound of a door opening came from the recording. Then a man's voice said,
"Turning into my little brother and living in my former house. Do you think that will create a flaw in me? Fu Sheng, why must you be so insistent on interrupting me? I can help you destroy the cryptic. I don't need help from a ghost."
Then the recording silenced. Zhuang Ren switched off the player.
The set that you saw was the building where the director once lived. When I saw the man's face inside the mirror, I was shocked, but then the more I thought about it, the more suspicious I found the whole thing. Have the people from Immortal Pharma approached you? On the second day, I noticed the face in the mirror. The director personally came to see me. I thought he came to buy the recording off me, but he didn't mention anything related to it. Instead, he only left me with a few words.
Zhuang Ren thought for a long time before he uttered.
His eyes that looked at me were filled with pity, and then he said something like, "No one will be able to change the predestined future. Things bound to happen will happen. That's all." He asked me whether I have played with the game. I told him no, and then he gave me this black box. He told me to only open the box when I was in a highly emotional state. Then what did you find in it?
Clearly the tape was something Zhuang Ren added into the box.
I opened it the second night after my family died. It contained a second-hand therapy device.
Zhuang Ren took out something that looked like the gaming helmet. Compared to Han Fei's helmet, it looked like a half-finished prototype. Han Fei took a look at the device, and the parts were literally falling apart. Some of the fuses had even burnt.
You did this? I don't know, or I can't remember if I did. After I put this thing on, I felt like I was electrocuted. When I woke up, it was already broken.
Zhuang Ren sat on the box. He really couldn't remember what happened back then.
Can you lend me this to bring back home? I want to research it further.
Han Fei believed this was the reason why Butterfly couldn't enter Zhuang Ren's dream. If he could understand the theory behind it, he could make one for Huang Yin.
Of course, I have no use for it anymore.
Through these things, I might get to know Fu Sheng and his brother more. Han Fei placed the ruined helmet back into the box, and then he told Zhuang Ren to go shower and change.
We'll be heading towards the building next door to investigate the director's former home, and then I'll find a way for you to meet your family. Really?
Zhuang Ren's eyes brightened with hope.
Just be as prepared as you can.
Han Fei didn't dare to drag Zhuang Ren into the cryptic world willy-nilly. He needed to know more about Fu Sheng and the butterfly's goals before he made the decision. While Zhuang Ren took a shower, Han Fei continued to play the game. But perhaps his mind was on other stuff. He was soon killed by the ghosts in Building 4. There's still time. I mustn't rush myself. Han Fei took out his phone to call Jin Jun. If he remembered correctly, the experienced reporter still had tester accounts for Perfect Life. Han Fei put down the controller. As he talked on the phone, Han Fei exited the room and slunk his way to the building located at the deepest corner of Pear Blossom neighborhood. After Immortal Pharma bought this place, they sealed it up completely. There was a 2-meter-tall iron fence, and it came equipped with an AI alarm and 24-hour surveillance. The security was tough, but the restriction did loosen after the director's death. Han Fei easily leaped over the fence. He followed the direction from the movie recordings and soon arrived at Building 4. It was at this corner that Zhuang Wen's mother was ambushed. Looks like I should pick up lockpicking. Huang Yin did send some books related to that skill to the cryptic world, and Han Fei learned some basics about locks from them. But he wasn't given much opportunity to practice the skill. He took out the nunchucks and opened the old door with brute force. He swung the door back and forth. Inside the tape, before Fu Xing spoke, there was a soft door-opening sound. I wonder what kind of door he opened. Han Fei tried all the doors he could find until he stopped before the door of the dresser inside the bedroom. The sound of the dresser opening was similar to the sound inside the recording. Han Fei looked inside the dresser and realized there was a copious amount of dried blood inside, and they formed the shape of a door.